This is the call to order for the County of Santa Clara Planning Commission meeting for June 27th, 2019. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Chairperson Schmidt.
Here.
Vice Chairperson Rouser.
Present.
Commissioner Moore. Commissioner Escobar. Commissioner Resendez. Commissioner Gill. Commissioner Levy. You have a quorum.
Thank you. Please stand if you are able to join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good afternoon. My name is Kathy Schmidt, and I'm the chair of the Planning Commission. On behalf of the entire commission, I'd like to welcome you to this afternoon's meeting. And I'm going to take item number 3 on the agenda right now, and that is public comment. And then after public comment, we'll get into the reason why most of you are here, the Stanford item. Anyway, public comment. This item is reserved for persons desiring to address the commission on any matter within the subject matter jurisdiction of the commission that is not on this agenda. Members of the public who wish to address the commission on any item not listed on the agenda should complete a request to speak form and place it in the tray near the podium, and I have 2 of those. I will call on individuals to speak in turn. And speakers are limited to 3 minutes to speak on items not on the agenda. The law does not permit commission action or extended discussion of any item not on the agenda except under special circumstances. If commission action or response is requested, the commission may place the matter on a future agenda. Statements that require a response may be referred to staff for reply in writing. Okay. The first public comment I have is from Deb Goldine.
I'm in the wrong meeting. Scratch it.
Okay. Then the real first public comment I have is Rhoda Fry.
Hi, I'm Rhoda. I'm here to talk about Lehigh Cement. Seeing all the union folks here, I wanted to mention to you that as measured by labor safety fines from the Mining Safety and Health Administration, they are the least safe or the most dangerous cement plant in California. They account for 39% of all the fines levied among the 8 cement plants in California. Comparing the most safe cement plant with them, they pay 26 times more fines, an average of $220,000 a year. That's over the past 10 years. I also dropped out the least safe years, the highest fines, thinking that everybody can have a bad day, but still they were supposed to pay 39% of labor safety fines. And now they're busting the unions. They're hiring untrained people. They're non-unionized, non-local, and looking through the labor fines, some of these fines are related to having untrained people in jobs. And those fines are really big, pushing $20,000 if you've got somebody who's not trained for doing the job that they're doing. Okay. So I got 2 minutes left. I wanted to give you a little bit of an update about recent news about water pollution there. In June, the county issued a notice of violation for a slide that is threatening our permanent creek. Not to overwhelm you with data, letters from the water boards, it's in the packet, some of it's in the packet. The water boards show that they had raised concern about this in March and nothing happened, and then the county inspected in both April and May. Lehigh wrote a letter explaining that their mitigation plans, but they're insufficient. And then in April, the selenium in the creek was over double of the allowable amount. In 2018, there were exceedances for selenium and hexavalent chromium, total suspended solids and turbidity. This is our creek, folks. This is our water. Okay, cement built Rome, but water killed it. So we really need to work on that. Also, I've attached an EPA report. I given you one page with highlights on that. This was a report that led to a settlement with Lehigh in 2015. Lehigh failed to report toxic chemicals. In the settlement, the fire department did receive hazmat equipment to protect our emergency responders. What you have is an unpublished EPA report that states that Lehigh failed to report a toxic soup of chemicals, including 169,000 pounds of chromium, 5,000 pounds of lead, 750 pounds of mercury, etc., nickel, thallium. It's a stunning report, and I hope you will find time to read it. Equally, Lehigh's new plans and Stephen Creek Quarry's new plans are stunning. They seek to violate our zoning and previous promises they've made. And I hope that the county rejects those plans. And I would also like to see a timeline from the county so the residents know what is planned. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have no other cards for people who want to speak on items that are not on the agenda. So,
the parking out there was a mess. I do have one.
okay.
Hello, thank you for your time. Sorry for the late appearance. Hi, Jacqueline.
Michael Blomquist.
Michael Blumquist. We have about a 2 million gallon water tank that's sitting on our recorded right-of-way easement. I've brought it to you guys in the other chambers before. I don't know what it's going to take to get this resolved, but it looks like San Jose Water had misrepresented some issues that circumvented the public hearing process. The water tank was built on the road and also 3 separate parcels. And so now they're not being reassessed. They should have, it looks like they should have merged all 3 of the parcels, re-subdivided them for the 2 tanks that they have. So there's probably $300 grand worth of public improvements that were circumvented. We got a certificate of compliance on parcels that were adjacent to it. These date back to like 1955, and given some of the other things that have happened to us, I'm a little bit concerned that we're going to get hit with all these public improvements that they haven't done, as well as, the property tax reassessment. And then most recently, they recorded a grading violation without due process, what looks like it's actually a penal code violation, and then said it, instead of in front of you guys, we kept requesting for this. Mr. Wong, grading official, stated you can't appeal it until the violation's recorded. But in everything that I've seen, that's not the case. You actually appeal it beforehand. And so then they ended up setting it with the hearing officer, who's really only supposed to hear the appeals for the fines itself, not the underlying violation. So if there's over 150 cubic yards of dirt, then whatever. We said we'll just haul it off. We were removing some tree stumps. People that were helping out with that had some extra dirt and everything else. And even a neighbor next to us allowed me to sort of stage some of the dirt there because the stump grinding wasn't working on, they're probably 4 or 5 feet around eucalyptus trees. So it just wasn't happening. So there was a guy working on the roads down below us. We were able to hire him for a pretty reasonable rate. Came up, was helping out with that. And then we've had these issues with all sorts of unpermitted paving, drainage that's eroding the road and everything else. And I don't know what to do. I realize you guys can't take an action item from this, but I'm not getting a whole lot of help from DPD, and it happened before Jacqueline was there, but it's still a really screwed up situation. So if you can do anything to recommend, get some traction, I'd appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you. Now, I think I do not have any other people who wish to speak in public comment. So then, for this afternoon's Planning Commission hearing, we have only one business item, which is a continued hearing to consider a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors regarding the proposed Stanford General Use Permit and related actions and approvals. This afternoon's meeting is the third of 3 scheduled hearings by the Planning Commission on the Stanford General Use Permit. While we hope to make a recommendation today on the Stanford item, if we do not, we have scheduled an additional special hearing for Monday, July 1st at 1:30 p.m. here in the county building as an additional meeting for the Stanford item. We would only use that meeting if we're unable to make a recommendation at the end of the meeting today. For this afternoon, we will have a format similar to the last two meetings. The staff will first make a presentation to the Commission regarding the project and the department's recommendations. During this presentation, the Commission members may have questions for staff. At the end of the presentation, we will open the meeting for public comments. Stanford, the project applicant, will be first and will be allotted 10 minutes. All Stanford speakers who are associated with the general use permit application must fit their remarks into that 1 10-minute time frame. The Commission may ask questions of the applicant, but it will not affect the applicant's time allotment. I'll then call upon other speakers who will be allotted 2 minutes. And speakers may include those who study or work at Stanford but are not associated with the GUP application. The Commission also may ask questions of speakers. When testimony is finished, I'll allow the applicant 5 minutes for a final response. After this, I'll close the public hearing, and no more testimony will be allowed after the hearing's closed. So for those of you who wish to speak this afternoon, please fill out a request to speak card, and everybody's been doing a really good job of that. And then please note that this afternoon's meeting is being filmed and will be available to watch from a link on the county's website. A few final notes. As we hope to make a recommendation today and anticipate this hearing may take some time, the Commission may take a break later if necessary in the early evening for some dinner before continuing discussion on the item. And as the Commission considers a recommendation on this item, we also may ask staff to show several of the relevant documents being considered by the Commission, such as the community plan or conditions of approval on the screen to assist this process. Let me read what the item is, and it's item number 4, continued public hearing from June 13th, 2019, item number 4, to consider the following: Stanford University General Use Permit, GUP, application, Stanford GUP Environmental Impact Report, EIR, Stanford University Community Plan Amendments, and Zoning Ordinance Amendments. Location, Stanford University Community Plan Area. Zoning, A1 General Use, R1S Low Density Campus Residential, R3S Medium Density Campus Residential, OS/G Open Space and Field Research, SCA Special Conservation Area, it's Supervisorial District 5, file numbers PLN 98-7165, paren 7165-98P-99GP-99EIR, paren, and PLN 16-7165, paren 7165-16P-16Z-16EIR, paren, ID number 97596. And before I turn this over to staff, I wanted to ask if anyone had any ex parte communication with Stanford. Commissioner Rouser.
I have visited the campus a couple of times and spoken with the applicant.
Okay. Thank you. Any others? Okay, Commissioner Gill?
Yes, I went ahead and spoke with the Committee for Green Foothills about Stanford University.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Oh, looks like Commissioner Levy wants to say something. Okay. All right. Then I will turn this over to our Deputy County Executive, Sylvia Gallegos.
Good afternoon. Sylvia Gallegos, Deputy County Executive, and I wanted to take a moment to introduce staff. Some of them obviously you know, including your Director, Jacqueline Anshano, and Rob Eastwood, our Planning Manager, but I also wanted to introduce other staff as well. So to my left is Elizabeth Pianca, our lead Deputy County Counsel in the General Government section and also the project attorney. And to my right is Marianne Nictus, who is a planner with M Group, our project consultant. And you'll notice that we're missing an individual here at the table, and that would be Jeff Bradley, our project manager. So what I wanted to indicate to you is that he had injured his back, and so we're taking a slightly different approach to the presentation. The staff, the balance of our team will make a presentation, but he will be available to respond to specific questions as it relates to the project application or conditions of approval or other items here before you today. And I also wanted to mention that we have other staff and consultants for this project. I'm not going to identify them by name. I introduced them at the May 30th public hearing, but I wanted you to be aware that we have our entire team here available to respond to any and all questions. And the last comment I wanted to make before I turn this over to Director Anciano is that before you begin your deliberations, I'd like to make a few closing comments. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Schmidt, Commissioners, Jacqueline Anciano, Director of Planning and Development. Today is the third Planning Commission hearing on the Stanford General Use Permit application. To date, we have had two study sessions and 3 Planning Commission hearings. This afternoon, and I'm waiting for the PowerPoint presentation. I'll hold on just a minute. Thank you. This afternoon, we will present responses to Planning Commissioners' comments received at the June 13th Planning Commission hearing. We will outline the recommended changes to the Stanford Community Plan. We will speak to the modifications the staff has considered to the recommended conditions of approval, and we will speak to the development agreement. Additionally, you have received on the dais, and there are copies in the back for the public if they desire, a supplemental summary, a Stanford General Use Permit application. That document outlines that we have received to date 328 public comments, and it outlines on that document the breakdown of those public comments. So I'd like to just speak to one condition that has been modified that is not in your packet today. It is condition O.5. And the changes on the screen represents, the red underline represents the recommended language from Stanford. So you'll see there it says Stanford shall consult with, and that is the Santa Clara Valley Water District. Prior to increasing pumping above historic production levels. And the language that is in the yellow represents language that staff has recommended as a modification to this condition. It is staff's recommendation that the Planning Commission forward a favorable recommendation to the Board of Supervisors to include certifying the final environmental impact report, adopt the CEQA findings, California Environmental Quality Act findings, supporting approval of Alternative A in the EIR, including adoption of a statement of overriding consideration, adopt the mitigation monitoring and reporting program, approve the proposed amendments to the Stanford Community Plan and Land Use Plan per the staff recommendation that you have in your packets today, approve the zoning ordinance map amendments, approve the general use permit subject to the conditions of approval, including the staff recommended modifications as included in your supplemental packet, including the condition O.5. Approve the water supply assessment subject to the WSA being revised to address the amendments to the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan, and deny the development agreement application. And with that, we will move into our response to Planning Commissioner comments.
Elizabeth Pianka, Lead Deputy County Counsel. At the prior Planning Commission meetings, there were comments from the Planning Commissioners relating to protection of the foothills. We just want to state and restate, first, there are robust regulations in place today that currently protect the foothills. Those include both a community plan and zoning ordinance designation of the foothills as open space and field research or special conservation. And what this means is that the use in the foothills is currently limited to those specific designations. And there may be no change to the designation without approval of the majority of our Board of Supervisors. Secondly, there is today an academic growth boundary pursuant to the community plan, and the administration is recommending that that academic growth boundary be extended for an additional 99 years, subject to a 4/5 vote of our board to modify during that 99-year period. And what that academic growth boundary does is it establishes development within the academic growth boundary and not outside the academic growth boundary where the foothills are located. Finally, all of the proposed development under this GUP is proposed to occur within the academic growth boundary. This means that the foothills will not be impacted by development under this GUP. And consequently, the administration is not proposing an easement at this time because the proposed development will have no impact on the foothills, and therefore there's no legal basis to impose any sort of conservation easement.
Okay, Rob Eastwood, Planning Manager. Sorry to shift back and forth here. We're sharing the presentation. The Commission did have a lot of comments and questions regarding housing. We did want to respond to those. One of the questions that did come up, I know this came up at the May meeting and last time also, had to do with graduate student housing. You had a lot of graduate students that had come and asked questions, and specifically to the point of, does the Commission or county have to right to cap the rent that Stanford can apply to graduate student housing related to their income? So we have taken a very hard look at this, and I just say it's a unique case. If you look at most affordable housing ordinances, most if not all, they look at workers and how new companies or institutions generate worker demand to provide services or employ workers and the affordable housing needed. We don't see a lot or any precedents really for going into graduate students. It's a unique subset. Students, as you know, is sort of the core business of an educational institution such as Stanford. But again, we haven't found any tangible, real examples of a nexus for the county/commission to weigh in and create a standard that would cap that rent. So it's really a unique type of population that we're dealing with. I know the Commission heard a lot of feedback from students, but again, due to those factors, due to the factor it's a private university and that students that come there have a variety of income sources, some as savings, some as part-time work. They're self-selecting. They choose to come to the university knowing the rent and the income is part of their selection process. It really is a different population from worker housing, which is one of the robust conditions you have before you on provided affordable housing. Potentially, a jurisdiction could look at a nexus study. That's what would be needed to really look at that population and the nexus, but the administration is recommending not to go forward with it as it's a very unique technical area to which there's not a lot of precedence, and it'd be very hard to distinguish and find out what the standard could be. So to summarize, the department's not recommending to move forward with studying that area. Another question had come up, and this is in your packet also as a response on how to implement sub-strategy 1C. This is in the community plan. There are two policies to implement the sub-strategy 1C with respect to housing. One is encouraging Stanford to provide some affordable housing assistance programs. The second is really what's in your conditions of approval, and that's requiring a robust provision of affordable housing coming out of Stanford
Can you just remind us
University.
what sub-strategy 1C is? I did not memorize it. I'm sorry.
It speaks to affordable housing strategies that could be provided at Stanford University. We can pull it up later, Commissioner Rouser, to go through it explicitly. But I know there was discussion among the commission on wanting to make sure that out of that strategy and the policies that the commission was implementing those policies. And looking at further, there's really just two policies that are included there. One is to provide additional affordable housing, and the other is for Stanford to support sort of financial assistance programs. So in response, I think what the department is recommending for your conditions of approval out of the Nexus studies and implementing the affordable housing ordinances substantially satisfies substrategy 1C. Next. You did have concerns about transportation, and I know a lot of the comments had gone about how the cordon counts are tracked, and if there were unusual events that would somehow disrupt or cause anomalies in tracking traffic. We did want to provide you more information that there's a very systematic approach to the cordon counts. It's conducted 2 times a year for 2 weeks, for at least 8 weeks. Those are specifically designed to avoid those anomalies, such as big on-site events, such as football games or commencements. And even during those periods, if there are some outlying data, those are not included. So just to substantiate that those outlying events do not skew the data that you're going to see in those traffic counts. Thanks. Okay, we did want to walk you through a few changes to the community plan. You do have before you proposed amendments to the community plan. The bulk of them are from the administration. There are a few that were requested by Stanford. You do have in your packet a letter from Stanford University responding to the community plan amendments proposed by the administration. We've gone through those, and today what you'll see on the screen is the department's response, and that at least 6 areas, this is the response to Stanford's comments. We're proposing amendments or edits to the community plan. So I'll go ahead and walk you through those. First is Implementation Plan SCP-CI13, and responding to Stanford's edit. We've modified this policy to go from shall to should. The department recognizes that mandating Stanford work with surrounding jurisdictions might be a bit of a harsh approach. It's more of an encouragement, so the department's recommending that be modified to should. Next edit is, and again, the reference is also down below on the page 145, Implementation Plan SCP-CI16. And the edit that the department's recommending is actually added in. Stanford shall negotiate renewable agreements with the City of Palo Alto or other jurisdictions. It's acknowledging that other stakeholders might be associated with traffic or special events. So that's an additional edit. Next. Under Strategy 2, engage in cooperative planning and implementation. The county may at Stanford's expense choose to do future work to supplement the study required under SCP-GDI 3. This edit is intended to acknowledge that there might be additional studies on the supplemental sustainable development study, and it just provides some further clarification of that. The next edit also relates to the sustainable development study. The department is recommending a change here that actually allows the county to conduct this study rather than Stanford University. The sustainable development study was a study that was sort of inherent in looking at future growth at Stanford. It was sort of a core at looking at development that could happen, and it's a background study used to sort of guide development. In the previous GUP, it allowed Stanford to conduct that study in a peer review. The department is recommending that instead the county would conduct that study to provide sort of an objective review of future growth and development. And this edit acknowledges that Stanford would provide funding to the county to conduct that study. The next one is just an acknowledgement of a policy that speaks to the special conservation area. This is a protection area on Stanford University. A lot of these lands are protected under the Habitat Conservation Plan, and Stanford had recognized to the county that small amounts of improvements are allowed in those habitat areas under the county zoning ordinance, and instead it just acknowledges that those small improvements that include utilities and safety facilities are allowed in those areas. And last but not least, this is just an edit that recognizes the proper name of documents that we are referring to in the community plan. So recognizing that the name of the Conservation Program and Associated Guideline is actually the Stanford University Special Conservation Area Plan, and that the habitat plan was approved by U.S. Fish and Wildlife. So it's just a minor or a small edit to recognize that. Last one is just recognizing with respect to parks and recreation, the county had recognized we don't have explicit open space maintenance requirements for parks, and it recognizes that those don't apply. So it removes that text that was there. Okay, moving on next to your conditions of approval. You do have in your packet next a memo that summarizes the edits that the department is recommending to the conditions of approval. As you know, you've received robust public comment on this, extensive letter from Stanford University. In your last two meetings, the Planning Commission had some edits and recommendations. We've received a lot of public input. The department has gone through those conditions in detail. We are recommending 29 additional edits and changes to the conditions. And again, what's shown on the screen is sort of the origin of those changes. Approximately 22 of those originate from Stanford University and their feedback on the conditions, and the bulk of them remain county staff recognizing edits and also the Planning Commission. If necessary, and of course later as you get into deliberations, we can go into more detail on these, but we did want to recognize that since those conditions have come out and in response to that public input, we've made those 29 additional edits to the conditions of approval. And again, those are under attachments A, B, and AC of your packet.
Okay. Good afternoon again, Sylvia Gallegos, Deputy County Executive. So as I've stated in prior Planning Commission meetings, we don't have a development agreement, which is why the recommendation is deny the application. We've said in the past, and I'll state it again for the record, that therefore we ask the Commission to do its work relative to its review of this permit application. But understanding that on June 24th, Stanford University presented a 52-page letter for your consideration, I will take a moment to describe that development agreement offer. So I handed out to you a piece of paper with this table, and for those of you in the audience who are interested in having a copy, there's copies in the back of the chambers. So staff has thoroughly reviewed this 52-page letter, and while there were representations made publicly that this reflects $4.7 billion worth of community benefits, staff doesn't agree. Next slide. In fact, this reflects what we identify as the true community benefits. And these show you the dollar amount. So in effect, the bottom line is $186 million, not $4.7 billion. And of that amount, $138 million has been previously offered to the Palo Alto Unified School District, and they have a prior commitment, and certainly we would encourage them to honor that commitment. So really the net amount is $30 million, not the $4.7 billion. I'm not going to describe line by line why we don't believe these items reflect don't reflect community benefits, but I will offer one example for illustration. So if you go to the very top under housing and you see the 26,000 student beds, 2,600 student beds at a value of $1.4 billion, those aren't community benefits. That's the project application. This is what they're proposing to develop. And so obviously staff would disagree that that reflects net community benefits. In exchange, though, for that amount of true community benefits, and they really reflect the amount to the school district, and also there are a couple amounts under transportation, and then also $100,000 library contribution to the city of Palo Alto. What they want from the public in exchange is the loss of important community protections. So, as you can imagine, the staff doesn't recommend the development agreement offer to our Board of Supervisors because it asks us to pay a very significant price on behalf of the public. They're asking us to rescind our housing ordinances, which the administration would never recommend to the board. We're in the process of rolling out the balance of the housing ordinances to the remainder of the unincorporated area, and we certainly wouldn't want to have this be a gap. The ordinances would be in place in perpetuity unless there's a change by a future board, a legislative action by a future board. And so if you rescinded the housing ordinances, in effect, these protections would go away with the GUP if you rely upon the argument, well, we're already doing affordable housing that are equal to the ordinances. So that's why it's important to keep these ordinances in place. And then if you approve, as Stanford would suggest, all of their proposed changes to the conditions of approval in the community plan, as I say, you will have a loss of important community protections. As we reported at the last meeting, one of the significant community protections is ensuring that they provide housing to meet the demand that results from the development. We are not asking Stanford University to solve the current affordable housing crisis. What we're asking them to do is to address and to avoid further exacerbating the housing crisis by fully addressing the housing that would result from its development. And as you can see, as we explained at the last hearing, that in fact, if you take the totality that is presented in their development agreement offer, they are proposing to produce only 40% of what staff is recommending to our Board of Supervisors. With respect to transportation, as you know from the last two presentations, we have 3 tiers of transportation measures which are intended to ensure that we don't substantially worsen congestion, because this is something we've consistently heard from the community. If you accept what they are proposing in their development agreement offer, you would instead get this. And as I said, our goal with the totality of the conditions and the mitigations is to make a permit finding that in fact that this is a responsible and sustainable development. And having these conditions is the way in which we can make that finding. So as we said, we are asking you to do this. We're going to bring this up at the end after the public comments and when you are prepared to deliberate. And with that, we'll turn it over to the chairperson.
Thank you very much. All right. I will open the, well, I guess, do we have any more questions for staff right now before we go to the public hearing? Commissioner Resendez?
Yeah, I have a question for staff, for Ms. Gallegos. I just got an example, and I just want to know the difference between, for example, the city of San Jose charge per square feet cents to a developer. Whatever a developer builds, they have to pay cents per every square foot. A resident gotta pay more than $3 per square feet. If he do a small addition to the house, so he gotta pay over $3. Now, going back to Stanford, according to what they're gonna build, and according to the money they are proposing to give to Palo Alto School District, what is the percentage of the pay that the county ask for a big development like this per square feet, if somebody knows the answer? And what's the difference between, for example, what a resident trying to build addition to their house is?
So I'm inviting Jeff Bradley, our project manager, and I'm going to ask him if he can I want him to interpret what we think your question is, so we make sure that we're responsive.
Thank you. Jeff Bradley, M Group. Commissioner Resendez, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe you're speaking to school impact fees?
Yes, correct.
Okay. So in this situation, it's similar to what you described, where the fees on commercial development are quite low because commercial development doesn't directly contribute to school funding needs in the same way that residential development does. I don't have the numbers at my fingertips, but I could look them up. So I don't want to quote any numbers. I believe the number we have in the public information is that the project as proposed by Stanford would generate just over $4 million in total school facility fees as allowed by state law.
But in percentage of a square feet, if we can get that number, would be great.
The cost per square foot?
Yeah.
For residential and non-residential? Yeah, we can get that during this meeting.
Thank you.
Are there other questions for staff? Commissioner Moore?
Just one more process question. So there are a number of items that were in the Stanford edited version of the conditions of approval, which were not accepted by the county planning staff, and I had some questions about some of those. So is this the time to ask about, just because we didn't get any rationale, we just got the edited version, we didn't get any explanation. So let me know. I don't have to go through all of them. I could just try to prioritize a few. What would be the best course?
Is this the time, or shall we do this during our deliberation?
Chair Schmidt and Commissioner Moore, what I would suggest is that we hear the public speakers, and then as part of your deliberations, we can start with those questions so they can inform your deliberations at that time, the responses that we provide, and we'll be happy to respond to any specific sort of modification that we didn't accept. But I think it would be more useful for your discussion if it occurs at the same time with your deliberations.
Okay. Any other questions right now? Okay, I see none, so I will open the public hearing, and in a moment we'll start with Stanford. But I just wanted to say, for the rest of the people who get up to 2 minutes, I'll call out a few names listed on the speaker cards for those who wish to speak in batches for efficiency. And when your name is called, please come to the podium. Please speak directly into the microphone so all can hear you, and address your comments to the commission. Actually, we don't really have a microphone, and it just picks up your voice there. And the clerk has a countdown clock with a timer that will alert you when your time has expired. Please be respectful of the allocated time. A couple of final reminders on protocols and decorum. Please remember to turn off your cell phones and pagers. I'd like to remind everyone to be respectful of each other and allow everyone to finish without any interruptions from anyone who is not speaking. Please do not speak or clap or cheer or boo from the audience. And please direct your comments to the project that is the subject of this afternoon's meeting. Okay, so I would first like to invite Catherine Palter to come to the podium, and you have 10 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the Planning Commission. My name is Catherine Palter, and I represent Stanford University. This week, Stanford made a historic offer that demonstrates our commitment to the community. It's an offer that we're proud of, and we continue to hope that the county will engage with us in a collaborative and constructive manner to address our region's most challenging issues. As explained in our offer letter, Stanford has offered to provide $4.7 billion of housing, transportation, and schools benefits. $3.4 billion of that amount is for housing. We've risen to the challenge to provide significant housing on our land, but we can't do it without your support. We can only deliver new housing if the underlying conditions are reasonable and feasible. We continue to have some very significant concerns about whether this project can be delivered under the conditions that are before you today. I will focus my comments today on two key topics: the most significant challenges that the conditions of approval present for us, and recommendations for moving this project forward for the Board of Supervisors hearings in the fall. The conditions propose trip standards for reverse commute and all-day trip caps that are infeasible. The administration asserts that a 2% increase in reverse commute trips and a 3% increase in all-day trips are achievable compliance thresholds. Stanford respectfully disagrees. Please see page 1 of the handout that I provided to you that looks like this. Using data from the county's EIR, Stanford calculates that a reverse commute trip threshold that is 2% over baseline would equate to approximately 50 new reverse trips in the evening peak hour. The traffic analysis in the final EIR estimates that the two housing alternatives would generate between 850 and 1,100 new reverse trips in the evening peak hour. On-campus services and transit are already factored into the EIR's analysis. It is impossible for Stanford to achieve the reverse trip standard. That's why the EIR requested a fair share payment instead of a new standard. With regard to all-day trips, there are 3 landmines to the administration's proposal. First, homes create a lot of trips during the day. The county's VMT analysis calculated 10,000 and 17,000 daily trips for the two housing alternatives. A cap on all-day trips prevents new housing. Second, visitors create about 1/3 of all trips to campus. A cap on all-day trips prevents expanding community amenities. And third, at least 15% of trips to campus are drivers choosing to cut through the campus rather than use surrounding roadways. The county's own consultant revealed that cut-through trips cannot be netted out of all-day trip counts. With an open campus, Stanford cannot control cut-through traffic. I've also provided you letters from 2 expert traffic firms who have reached similar conclusions. They have determined that all faculty staff units within the cordon, both the proposed housing and the existing housing, would need to generate trips at a rate that is less than that generated by housing in Manhattan in order to achieve the administration's proposed thresholds. This is simply impossible on the San Francisco Peninsula where Stanford is located. We request that the Planning Commission recommend that the conditions of approval match the EIR's traffic mitigation measures. Please see the second page of the handout that I have provided to you. The administration's proposed conditions do not reflect the Affordable Housing Impact Fee Ordinance that the Board of Supervisors approved last September. The board initially considered the maximum supportable fee of $143 a square foot to support 933 BMR units. However, based on public input, the administration returned to the board in September with a recommended fee of $68 a square foot for Stanford's academic facilities. The board unanimously approved the $68 square foot fee to mitigate the affordable housing impacts of all of Stanford's proposed academic development. The ordinance gives Stanford the option of paying those fees or providing 575 BMR units. Yet the administration now disregards its own prior recommendation and the board's policy direction and reverts to the 933 below market rate units that equate to $143 square foot fee. We cannot deliver the amount of housing that the administration proposes and also make a BMR requirement that is unprecedented in magnitude. We request that the Planning Commission recommend that the below market rate housing requirement match the policy direction set by the Board of Supervisors last fall. The Escondido Village graduate residences and Middle Plaza projects are completely elective housing developments on Stanford's part. These units were not required of Stanford, and the fact that Stanford began their construction early in anticipation of future needs should be acknowledged. By housing Stanford's existing graduate students, the university will open up hundreds of rental units in the community for future workers. The current base of graduate students is occupying off-campus workforce housing units today, and 75% of them are living within 6 miles of the campus. When they move onto campus in 2020, their vacated off-campus units will be available to serve future growth in the workforce population. We request that the Planning Commission recognize that Stanford has proactively made significant investment in increasing the local housing supply that will be available to accommodate future increased demand. Just 3 days ago, the administration added a very significant condition, A16, that requires a future study to unlock the second half of academic development. This brand new condition creates a vague and undefined reopener during the life of the general use permit. We cannot deliver upfront benefits in the face of this uncertainty. We ask that the Planning Commission recommend against this newly added condition. We further request that the Planning Commission recommend that the administration work with Stanford over the summer to resolve as many of Stanford's remaining concerns as possible before bringing the conditions to the Board of Supervisors in the fall. On the community plan amendments, we ask that the Commission provide a favorable recommendation only on the amendments that Stanford proposed in its application, which have undergone extensive public review and outreach processes. The additional community plan amendments proposed by the administration were released only a week before the first hearing and were not available during your study sessions. These are general plan amendments that should undergo the normal outreach process that the county follows for all major general plan amendments. Another key part of your deliberation is understanding the benefits that Stanford would like to provide in exchange for certainty around development under the new permit. We request that you reject the administration's recommendation to deny the development agreement application and instead encourage the administration to work with Stanford over the summer on the development agreement so that the Board of Supervisors will better understand the benefits that Stanford would like to provide as part of the development agreement. We have heard from the administration that Stanford should address the effects of its growth. Stanford's offer does just that, in addition to providing benefits for our neighbors and surrounding communities. We are committing to all the mitigation measures that the county's December final EIR identified as necessary mitigation under state law. We are providing housing supply that meets Stanford's new housing demand and, in fact, have offered to accelerate the housing supply so that 75% of these new units will be delivered before 25% of the academic development is completed. We are providing 100% of the below market rate housing that the Board of Supervisors determined last September is required to address the effects of our new permit. And we are delivering all of this BMR housing before completing 25% of the academic development. We are expanding our TDM program so that commute direction trips do not increase above the baseline level set in 2001, and we are supporting additional bike, pedestrian, and transit projects requested by our neighbors. We are providing the Palo Alto Unified School District with what they have determined is needed for them to address Stanford's future growth. And lastly, we are proposing no development beyond the academic growth boundary. Our offer is the start of a conversation, and it's a conversation that needs to begin soon. I will now hand out to you a summary document indicating each of the recommendations that Stanford respectfully asks that the Planning Commission make to the Board of Supervisors. With these recommendations, we believe we can find a path to delivering the best possible project, a project that's truly capable of delivering the extraordinary benefits that we can achieve together. Thank you. We're available to answer any questions that you may have, and I'd also be happy to discuss each of our recommendations further during today's hearing or on July 1st if you choose to continue these proceedings to that day. We encourage you to take the time that you need to consider each of our recommendations.
Thank you. Are there questions for Catherine Palter at this time? Commissioner Levy? Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you.
So I have a question that I will be asking, and that is, what is Stanford's position on any of these requirements that you feel do not have a nexus? So I'll be asking that question when you come back.
Okay. Any other questions? All right. I don't see any. I'm wondering if it would be reasonable to ask for staff's response to some of Stanford's statements that they've just reviewed, like the 2% threshold for the traffic and the number of affordable housing units, that sort of thing. Yes.
Thank you, Chair Schmidt. Jeff Bradley again. I'd like to address the reverse commute direction trip cap. I think we're in agreement with Stanford that The existing base level would be about 2,500 trips. So I think that's an important number to keep in mind. And so to avoid throwing out too many different numbers, I'm going to focus on just the PM peak hour, where the 2% threshold would be the 50 trips identified by Stanford's handout on the first page near the top. And this analysis prepared by Stanford focuses on housing alternative A and housing alternative B. However, it's important to point out that the minimum amount of housing required by the administration and the planning department is lower than that, and also allows for 30% of the housing to be built off campus, and the baseline would be established towards the end of what's known as phase one. In other words, towards the end of the first 5 years approximately of development. And so when you crunch the numbers on that, you get down to approximately 250 trips rather than the larger number of 847. So now we're getting down closer to what we believe is feasible, especially consider the effect that the trip reduction efforts would apply not only to the net new development, but that you have an existing population generating trips that would also be encouraged to reduce their trips. And so if we agree that the 2,500 is the base that we're looking at, and we're asking the trips not to exceed 50, a 10% reduction would get you in the ballpark of complying with that obligation. And this is also important to remember that these conditions are all intended to mitigate impacts. And if reverse commutes are allowed to grow in a way that is not controlled, the EIR discloses that up to 7 intersections would be negatively impacted, and that is the goal. That is the end goal of these traffic conditions, is to avoid congestion in the surrounding area. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
If I may,
Yes.
Chair Schmidt, to answer Commissioner Resendez's earlier question about the school impact fees, the Palo Alto Unified School District currently charges $61 cents a square foot for commercial space. And so how that is applied on the Stanford campus is academic space and academic support space is considered commercial space in terms of assessing these fees. However, student housing is also considered commercial space, as most dormitory-style student housing does not accommodate public school-aged children. That's a long-standing practice. And then the residential fees are assessed at $3.79 per square foot.
Commissioner Gill.
Jeff, thanks for being here, man. I can see it. It's tough, but thank you.
Thank you.
Circling back over to transportation issues and stuff like that, could you comment on cut-through traffic and visitor traffic and how that works into the count and mathematically?
Sure. Just a brief refresher. You saw a little bit of it there on the presentation. We have the 3 major tiers of traffic control. Tier 1 is the no net new commute trips in the peak hour and the peak period, the peak 3 hours. That's the tier 1. For tier 1, under the longstanding practice under the existing 2000 GUP, both cut-through trips and are subtracted from the monitoring trips, and trip credits are also allowed to be applied if necessary to come in under the limit for the campus in terms of compliance. And then tier 2 is what we refer to as the similar protocols, but in the reverse direction as tier 1. So instead of the peak direction, it's reverse direction, but it's sort of a parallel scheme in that it is both the peak reverse hour and the peak reverse peak 3 hour period, where both trip credits and cut-through trips are accounted for. And then another level of detail here is something that another adjustment is also done in relation to parking, because on the campus and the hospital, there's some shared parking going on where folks that are going to the university park in what are officially hospital parking facilities, and then the vice versa also occurs. Hospital-related people, employees mostly, some patients, park on what's officially campus or university facilities, and there's actually a detailed adjustment that's made to account for that. So it's done not to discourage a shared parking arrangement that, for all intents and purposes, is serving both land uses effectively. So those three adjustments are made to both Tier 1 and Tier 2. For Tier 3, which we call average daily trips, where the goal would be to measure traffic throughout the day, every day, without any adjustments or deviations in how the raw data is collected, to kind of step back and look at the big picture and get a more holistic approach to traffic happening through the campus, generated by the campus. Thank you.
Okay, and then one further question about Stanford's statements that the number of housing units, affordable housing units, they're saying that what the county is proposing is equivalent to the $143.10 per square foot fee rather than $68.50 that the supervisors agreed upon. Sure.
So it's important to distinguish between the different regulatory tools that we're talking about. Obviously, an ordinance that applies to the entire community plan area is simply that. It's an ordinance that exists. It would apply whether this GUP is approved or not. It would apply in the future, long into the future, in any scenario we could picture. And that was adopted by the board back in September of last year at the $68.50 level, despite the fact that the true nexus impact was identified as $143.10 per square foot, very conservatively, based on the assumptions within the nexus and the conservative analysis that was done to arrive at that number. When we shift over to talk about a general use permit, there's a different set of findings that apply, generally around general health, public safety, public convenience, necessity. The findings that are required to make for a use permit are totally different than findings for an ordinance of general application within a specific geographic area. And so the tool now that we're talking about is the ability of the general use permit through its conditions and findings to mitigate any and all impacts. So the ordinance does part of that, accomplishes part of that, and the conditions are intended to fill in any gaps, whether we're talking about housing or traffic or wildlife protection, to ensure that this project does not create unnecessary impacts within the community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, Commissioner Moore.
I wanted to ask just a little more clarification on you're mentioning that with the addition of trip credits and maybe in lieu fees and such, that the actual number of trips, new trips, reverse commute trips, would be closer to 250. And then you mentioned a 10% reduction. I didn't know what that was referring to. Could you explain a little bit more about how that was derived, because I didn't quite catch that. And also, is there a proposed number also for the daily residential trips that staff believes is more realistic than the 17,000 that are listed in that chart?
Sure. So just to back up a little bit, anytime we talk about a trip cap, it's always based on net new trips. And so in every application, there's always a different number that's called the baseline. So if we have, in this case, when we're very specifically talking about the PM peak hour in the reverse direction, the estimate is that there'd be approximately 2,500 existing PM reverse trips. So that's where the 2,500 trip number comes from. And then 2% of that, 2% of 2,500 would be the 50 trips. And the 2% we refer to as a trigger or a threshold. And so the information presented by Stanford dated June 21st was that the analysis in the IR had much higher numbers for the housing alternatives A and B. And the point of comparison was that allowing for the fact that the conditions of approval on housing have several factors that actually reduce the amount of physical units on campus, and the fact that the conditions have a timing factor in that the baseline wouldn't be established until later in time, where approximately half of the units could be expected to be built, i.e. about 500 or 550 units, which the Stanford has talked about, building in the very first phase as part of their original project proposal. The baseline has purposely been set a little bit later than GUP approval that has been done in the past, in order to account for not only that housing development to get in there and get settled and get occupied, but also to allow for all the other development that is in the pipeline that was approved on, originally approved under the 2000 GUP, and then subsequently implemented, the most notable of which is Escondido Village, currently nearing completion, and give that time to get finished and occupied. So that becomes part of the baseline. So right away, the numbers become closer together. And so when I talked about a 10% reduction, I was referring to the fact that within this type of system, the biggest number is actually the amount of existing trips that are being generated every day with or without these conditions. And when trip reduction measures are made, the entire universe of the trip-making population is part of the mix in order to try to influence travel patterns and achieve these goals.
Okay, that's a new information, because what I was reading before about the counting of the units, it appeared as if the previous information accounted only for the completion of the existing housing construction, like at Escondido, that are part of the previous approvals. So what I heard you say is that this baseline could be set. It's estimated approximately half of the new units with the 2018 GUP may be built by the time that the baseline goes into place. Is that what? That is new information, I think.
Correct.
Okay. Any more questions right now? All right. Thank you. I think it was useful to get those clarifications right now. And now we'll move on to the rest of the speakers. So I'm going to call out a couple of names here. The first speaker is Tom Du Bois, to be followed by Janet Borgens and Diane Howard. Yeah, and thank you. And you have 2 minutes. And you can be more efficient if you want to.
Yeah. So hi, I'm Tom Du Bois. I'm on the Palo Alto City Council, and I just wanted to make 3 quick points. First, please forward a favorable recommendation to the board. The conditions of approval are a critical baseline upon which any further agreements would be based. So it's important to establish that baseline. The second point is this is 3.5 million square feet of new construction. And I'd ask you to add a condition of approval that Stanford provides space on their land for construction workers who choose to live in RVs. In a survey of RV dwellers, we found a percentage of them are doing it to live close to where they work. And temporary construction workers should be housed on Stanford land rather than on city streets. And the third point is there's a new letter from the city of Palo Alto with a consultant's analysis showing that over $260 million is required in fair share contributions to mitigate the impacts of this project. So please include that analysis in your recommendation to the Board of Supervisors. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Janet Borgens. I'm a member of the Redwood City Council, and I'm here to show support for the recommendation to deny the development agreement for the Stanford project. I particularly want to share how important it is for commitments to be in writing and to be enforceable. As we planned for Stanford's development in Redwood City, there was extensive community engagement. We knew that there would be construction-related impacts on our residents. However, we did not anticipate how persistent they would be and how difficult they would be to mitigate. We have found Stanford staff to be responsive to our concerns, but they have not been able to avoid the impacts. They have not been able to get respect from their own contractors, DevCon. And as a result, we have had to call for a stop permit work, and we also have to create a neighborhood parking permit program because the contractors and their workers have been parking throughout our neighborhood. They have not covered the dust from the construction. There's dirt piles that have not been covered. They have not watered down the construction parking in our neighborhood. This has been ongoing for 5 years. It is all documented in the files that we have kept for at least the last 5 to 6 years. Because of our experience, we urge Santa Clara County to pursue comprehensive conditions of approval to protect our and your community. As a result, the Redwood City joined San Mateo County, the cities of East Palo Alto, Menlo Park, the towns of Atherton, Portola Valley, and Woodside in supporting the staff recommendation of unconditional approvals, which will establish an appropriate baseline for ensuring that the impacts of the Stanford's University growth are fully mitigated and that your communities are not any more impacted than ours has been. Stanford in your community is great. It's great to have them. They're a great institution. However, the work that they do in your community needs to be mitigated and recognized as it is a neighborhood. Their project abuts a neighborhood, which is my neighborhood, and I experience it every single day. So beware of it. Make sure that everything is put in writing. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Diane Howard.
Madam Chair and members of the Planning Commission, my name is Diane Howard, Vice Mayor of Redwood City. I'm speaking on behalf of the Redwood City Council, and I urge the County of Santa Clara to ensure that all of the impacts associated with Stanford University's expansion are fully mitigated. We truly value Stanford's preeminent role in higher education and recognize that Stanford is an essential contributor to our thriving economy. While Stanford's success has positive impacts far beyond campus borders, unfortunately, there are negative impacts as well. Redwood City and the region as a whole is deeply impacted by the twin crisis of housing affordability and transportation congestion. As a community, we see individuals displaced from their homes by steeply rising rents and unaffordable childcare. This dynamic contributes to escalating homelessness visible all around us, and public institutions are unable to meet these challenges without major employers paying their fair share. As is true for other major employers in our region, we need Stanford to step up to truly meet these challenges. And unlike other major employers, it's important to note that there are unique impacts associated with Stanford's growth. Some of the housing associated with the students and workers is being built or proposed to be built outside of the Stanford campus. And while that helps preserve the quality of life on the campus, our cities, the county, and school districts lose property tax when Stanford-owned housing comes into their community. While we value Stanford's presence in Redwood City, we acknowledge that other communities can learn from our recent experience. At the time our agreement was negotiated, we were in a recession, and it was unthinkable that major employers would be required to address these needs. Those times are long past. We need Stanford to fully address the impacts associated with their growth. We in San Mateo County support the staff's recommendation of conditional approval, which establishes an appropriate baseline for ensuring the impacts of Stanford University's growth are fully mitigated. And
Thank
I
you.
would like to submit my full written statements for the record if that would be permissible.
Yes.
And thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next speakers are Matt Reagan, Andy Schatzman, and Christy Holloway.
Commissioners, Matt Regan with the Bay Area Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. I want to open my comments by saying I find sort of the whole conversation, the back and forth about what community benefits qualify, I find somewhat curious. As a former teacher, I have to say that Stanford's core mission is the education of young people, and what greater community benefit is there than that? We all benefit from what Stanford does on a day-to-day basis, not just through their education programs, but the economy that this region benefits from is in large part was created by Stanford University and is driven by Stanford University. The millions of jobs and the opportunities that have been created by the activities on the campus of Stanford University, we all benefit from. Those community benefits appear to be unrecognized or at least not given due credit in this conversation. I come to a lot of meetings like this and generally testify on behalf of market rate developers or large businesses that are trying to develop and expand, and these conversations are quite common about mitigating for those activities. But in this instance, we are talking about an educational institution, so I think the standards ought to be different. And I think Stanford's deal is generous in those under those considerations, and I think you should move forward with what they're offering. It is, even in comparison to what market rate for-profit developers offer, this is a good deal, and I think you should take it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Andy Schatzman.
Hello. Andy Schatzman, District 4, county resident for 35 years. Happy. I spoke at the first meeting, and I gave my opinion on how great I believe Stanford is, just like you just heard. And I wasn't fully up to speed on the development agreement fiasco, in my opinion, that's going on with staff. As you know, I am in the construction business. Most of the developments that we are involved with are large, huge developments, and I can't think of one that didn't have a development agreement. It's fair. It protects everybody, and just like you heard from Redwood City, putting in writing is something that is a necessity, and I believe a development agreement serves everybody's needs. I read in the Mercury News just recently that all of the concessions and all of the money that's going back and forth is a pretty formidable offer from Stanford. I think that everyone in this room should reach the conclusion that they're a great partner, and that if the development agreement is something that is benefiting everyone, I don't understand why it would be rejected outright. I would think that you would want to, if it's not perfect or not something you want to deal with on a as-is basis, why wouldn't you negotiate that for the benefit of everyone? So my advice is to not take the recommendation. You have that ability as commissioners to not accept that, to say no, and that you want to, I would certainly, as a county, as a resident of this county, want you to do the right thing for everybody, including me. And my opinion is that a development agreement serves everybody, and you should reject that rejection and certainly negotiate something with Stanford University. And I certainly appreciate your time, and I'm sure you're going to be here a long time tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Christy Holloway.
Thank you. I'm Christy Holloway, and I represent Stanford Homeowners, a group of 200 Stanford faculty and staff members who are campus residents. First of all, I want to thank the planning staff, Jennifer and all of you. When I downloaded the staff report, my stomach just went. It is a huge endeavor that you've been involved in, and we truly appreciate it. I've communicated the following concern in my recent letter to you, and our attorneys from Schutt, Mahaley, and Weinberger have addressed it in their communication to you on May the 29th of this year. We request that the Planning Commission take the following action. Delete language calling for additional units in the San Juan district. The university has asked for no new housing in the San Juan district, but the conditions of approval, Section 9, Housing Distribution by Development District, reads, in a district where no housing distribution is identified, the maximum number of units allowed to be redistributed is 20. We would like to see that language. We feel it's contradictory, and we'd like to see that struck. The Housing Hewlett Committee has moved forward with a number of things. There's going to be a historic survey and a new zoning overlay. And when those things are in place, Stanford will have the opportunity to come forward with projects that meet those new standards in the San Juan district. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. The next speakers are Moises V., Jonathan Drescher, and Doug Cheshire.
Santa Clara County Planning Commissioners and Chair, good afternoon all. My name is Moises Villeda. I am a field representative of the Carpenters Local 405 here in Santa Clara County. I'm here representing approximately 6,700 working men and women of this county. We are requesting that the Planning Commission focus on the facts prepared by the technical experts in the EIR process and consider Stanford's comments on feasibility seriously in making your recommendations. We encourage you to require full compliance with the EIR's mitigation measures, but to reject the administration's proposal to add requirements that are unachievable. Stanford University has a good track record of hiring responsible carpenter signatory general contractors that pay the area standard wages and benefits, support the Carpenter State Certified Apprenticeship Program, and provide pathways for young men and women, minorities, and single mothers that are entering the workforce to achieve a family-supporting livable work wage, along with dignified retirement. For these reasons, we know and believe Stanford University is and will be a good partner in Santa Clara County for generations to come. Stanford's general use permit proposal is a win-win-win for Santa Clara County's residents, Stanford, and the construction men and women of Santa Clara County. Please support Stanford's general use permit proposal. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you. I think there's some questions for you.
Can I ask a question while you're up there? Just
yes, sir.
As a representative of the trades, what is your preferred hours of work? Because I know there's some restrictions, like in Palo Alto, 8 o'clock start time. What does your trade kind of prefer for work hours?
The earlier the better, sir. Our days start at 6 a.m. and typically it's an 8-hour day, but we also work overtime as needed in order to achieve our deadlines.
And do you feel the comment earlier of having RVs be accessible where some of the workers could live on or near the site in RVs, do you think that would be something that your union and your compadres would benefit from?
Could you restate the question, please?
There was a discussion of being able to have the trades, some of the members live in RVs during the time of construction on or near the site. And I'm just asking if that's something that you think would be beneficial.
Currently, I have not met any of our members that live on RVs near the site. All of our members live in Santa Clara County throughout the cities inside Santa Clara County. There are some members that for affordability may live outside of the county, but as of yet, I have not encountered any that have told me, hey, I live in an RV outside the campus to make it easier for me to come to work.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions I may be able to answer for you guys?
Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much. Okay. Jonathan Drescher.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Jonathan Drescher. I'm a member of Carpenters Local 405, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Stanford General Use Plan and speaking in favor of it. Stanford has a long track record of building with contractors that provide a livable wage, apprenticeship training, and benefits not only for their workers but their families as well. When I graduated high school in 2009, I didn't know what I wanted to do coming out. I tried college, wasn't my thing. So in 2011, I joined the Carpenters Apprenticeship Program. And for the last 8 years, it's given me an opportunity to support my family, and it also gave me the opportunity to buy my home. Denying this general use plan will not give working men and women that are here in this room, but also out in the field, the opportunity to succeed and grow in this community. Stanford's offer to the county is not only generous, but it is also innovative and provides the county with resources to help us address our region's most challenging issues today. I stand behind this plan because it is the right thing to do for our community and the workers. We need a plan that we can all use now. Thank you.
Thank you. Doug Cheshire.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Doug Cheshire, and I'm a field representative from Carpenters Local 5 here in Santa Clara County. And I am here on behalf of 6,700 working men and women. I stand before you today to ask you to approve the general use permit as proposed. With the development agreement in place that will allow for county and Stanford to collaborate on this once-in-a-lifetime development. If not for Stanford's pledge to education, this county would look a lot different. Stanford's continued commitment to this community is truly amazing, and with this expansion comes a community benefit that doesn't come every day. Through Stanford's use of responsible contractors, thousands of men and women will have the opportunity to see this project through. With livable wages and benefits that will provide health care and a dignified retirement for them and their families. Not to mention a career path that will provide for hundreds of apprentices. In an increasingly elusive housing market, Stanford will provide both affordable and workforce housing with funding and the land. Along with transportation improvements and investments in local schools, this GUP has all the elements that a responsible partner would have. And we see Stanford as that partner. So again, I ask you to approve the GUP as proposed and recommend that a development agreement would be in the best interest of the community. Thank you.
I have a question, if you may.
Yes, sir.
And that's the same question that Commissioner Rouser asked a moment ago. Would it be beneficial to you to have parking available for members of your local or contractors be able to park on site for a temporary basis for housing?
Yes, it would. The closer the better to the job sites. I mean,
and do you have many workers that would take advantage of that?
I believe that everybody would take advantage of the closer to the job site, the better. I mean, when you're hauling tools and equipment, it does make a difference.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
The next speakers are Carol Ruth, Anita Inander, and Dave Heslop.
Hello, my name is Carol Ruth. I've been a Stanford homeowner for the past 20 years, and I'm here today to represent a group of Stanford homeowners, a coalition of about 200 faculty and staff who own homes on the campus. I want to begin by thanking you for addressing the concerns raised by the Stanford homeowners and for the Commission's willingness to address the solutions outlined in the Hewlett Committee's recent report, including an advisory committee and as well as a historic district survey and a review of the current zoning. The 2020 GUP negotiation is a daunting project, and I don't envy any one of you as I look at the quantity of material involved. We appreciate the hard work and the time you have dedicated to getting this right for the surrounding communities. We would encourage you to insist on full mitigation so that the project doesn't impact people's lives for years to come, long after the construction happens. With regard to the district, San Juan District, Stanford states in its GUP proposal no new plans to develop any units in our neighborhood. We would therefore request that any units developed not count toward the total units required under the GUP. We'd also like to request that no new permits for additional infill projects first applied for by Stanford outside of the GUP be approved until the county has completed the historic survey and completed the zoning review. We urge the planning department to expeditiously proceed with the historic survey that will be used to inform the new zoning overlay and future land use decisions for the San Juan District. Until the county completes the rezoning process, it is imperative that the county give Stanford no incentive to destroy historic neighborhoods, and to this end, the county should ensure that Stanford receive no credit for any new units in the district. Thank you again.
Thank you. Anita Annander?
Good afternoon. I go by either. I also respond to Hey You and Blondie.
Okay.
I spoke last time, and I was impressed then and continue to be impressed by the ability of this commission to ask insightful questions and the ability of staff to paw through what I think now probably exceeds 2,000 pages of material. And I want to acknowledge that the staff has incorporated some of Stanford's recommended changes to the conditions of approval and the community plan, and I think those are all great changes. I also want to say that at least in my community, there has been significant discussion about this project and the possible impact of the GUP on our community. I spoke last time about one of those impacts that is in the past. I believe it's time to move this matter forward with a favorable recommendation to the Board of Supervisors. You certainly have some deliberation time in front of you, but I don't think that there's any justification for claiming that there has been inadequate public review or public input. I feel very much that you have done an amazing job, as have the staff, on this, and I hope you will simply complete your deliberations this afternoon, or hopefully not too late into the evening, and then move this on with a favorable recommendation to the Board of Supervisors so that we have clarity in what's going to happen on that campus and that we go forward. I'll make one final comment, and that is I think that the addition of a midway halt and a review is a sensible thing to do, and I endorse that addition that recommendation staff has made. I don't think any of us can see very well, could swear we have 100% foresight into 20 years in the future, and I think that a midway pause to review things makes lots of sense. Thank you very much, and I hope you get to have dinner on your own.
Thank you. Okay, Dave Heslop.
Good afternoon. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak. I'm a 40-year resident of Santa Clara County. I'm also a Stanford fan. Attend lots of athletic events there, attend the Bing Concert Hall, attend the Cantor Art Museum, use Stanford Hospital. As one of the other gentlemen brought up previously, Silicon Valley is the economic engine of the world, and Stanford University feeds Silicon Valley with brilliant people and ideas that better all of our lives. I would find it very hard to believe that we would want to say no to any growth at Stanford University. So from what I can see, some of the conditions I've been hearing about seem a little infeasible or a little ill-advised. I'm not sure how we can ask Stanford to house employees on campus when they'll be making multiple trips off of campus to Safeway, to Walgreens, to BookSync, to the auto repair shop, to restaurants, versus one trip in and out each day, hopefully on public transit. People should live in the community. They should live in their neighborhoods. They should not be living on a school campus. The reverse commute and average daily trip caps in your proposal don't seem feasible. Personally, I think it's time that you negotiate a solution. A proposal that tells Stanford to take it or leave it doesn't seem like a negotiation. It doesn't seem like a fair process. And I don't know that it's going to benefit the citizens of Santa Clara County. Thank you.
Thank you. Mary Okiki, Diego Hernandez, and Jose Mexicano.
Hi. No, you guys can hear, right? From here, thank you. Hi, thank you. I'm Mary Okiki, and I'm a resident of Palo Alto. I came here today to make 3 requests to the Planning Commission. First, that you really think about the policy impacts and precedents that the county is creating when it requires employers to build and provide employee housing on employer-owned land. It is a well-documented failed housing strategy. The short-term gain or benefit that can come from creating employer-owned housing is greatly diminished by the long-term negative social and economic impacts this housing has on its communities. Just look at Western Pennsylvania, where I grew up. While I'm very supportive of Stanford contributing to more housing, I cannot support the requirement that 70% of it is on the core campus. Also, there are numerous concerns throughout the community that this requirement is an overreach of the county's authority. Second, I ask that you consider all that has been learned as we have gone through this years-long process and consider the need to implement county-wide policies, such as a housing impact fee on all non-residential development throughout the county, not just in the unincorporated areas, and all of that to fund affordable housing. Or county-wide in lieu fees on developers who remove existing affordable housing, like what continues to happen in my neighborhood in Palo Alto. And I am supportive of the county, very supportive of the county, to pursue a development agreement with Stanford. I really encourage the county to sit down and engage in discussions in a meaningful way, because from these discussions, other community benefits that support both the county's priorities and the state's priorities, ranging from housing to preservation of agricultural lands to maintaining biodiversity, can be identified. Thank you.
Thank you. Diego Hernandez.
Good evening. My name is Jose Mexicano, and I'm a resident of the county of Santa Clara and representative of Layuna Local 270 that represents around 5,000 members that live and work in this county. I'm here today with my brothers and ask if they please stand. We're here to ask that Stanford University and the county partner up to work together and approve the general use plan, as it delivers much needed benefits to the community, such as work and housing. I ask that the Planning Commission to support the approval of the general use plan. Thank you.
Thank you. And that, okay. So that was Jose Mexicano, and this is Diego? Okay, thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Diego Hernandez, and I'm also a member of the Labor's Union. And I'm just here to reiterate my brother's message. Last meeting, we heard Stanford's response and to the conditions of the approval. And their offer demonstrates a willingness to increase our housing supply, provide transportation, and invest in schools, which will potentially bring good-paying jobs with livable wages and benefits. So we urge the Planning Commission to recommend approval and request that the county work with Stanford so they can come up with mutual interest and establish a reasonable and feasible long-term plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speakers are Herb Burton, Nicholas Zhu, and Matthew.
Hello, and thank you for letting us speak up here. My name is Herb Burton. I operate multiple business sites in Santa Clara County. I've been watching this highly energized process, which is considering Stanford's general use permit application. And based on my observations and discussions with others, the county process, that as I see it, has been designed to reach an outcome rather than a fair and unbiased analysis by staff. The staff is not responding to Stanford's questions or willing to meet to develop a package that you can make an informed decision. Is there a need to rush through without dialogue? The process is, right now, as I see it, is a design directive to get an outcome without listening. That is not representative of what fair government is. I ask that you direct the staff to work over the summer with Stanford to come back in September with a package that includes the development agreement, so everything is in writing, that you can then make an informed decision when all those, opposite opinions are worked out. I'd like to thank you for your time.
Thank you. Nicholas Zhu. Yes, and Matthew.
Would it be possible to combine our comments?
I know you're two representatives from Scope, correct? Okay. So then each person has 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Nicholas Zhu. I'm a Stanford alum and a resident of Palo Alto. I'm here for the.
Could you get a little closer to something so that we can hear you better?
Yes, my name is Nicholas Zhu. I'm a Stanford alum and a resident of Palo Alto. I'm here for the Stanford Coalition for Planning Equitable 2035 or Scope 2035. We recommend that the Planning Commission forward a favorable recommendation to adopt a statement of overriding considerations authorizing the housing units.
Excuse me, we're going to stop you again. You're really hard to hear. So
okay.
I'm not sure if there's another.
So I think your laptop is blocking the mic. So if you use this mic.
Okay. Put it back that way and talk here. Okay. Authorizing the housing units as specified in Housing Alternative A in the Environmental Impact Report. We also suggest that the Commission forward a favorable recommendation to the Board of Supervisors regarding the proposed mitigation, monitoring, and report program, contingent on the following modifications. TRIP credits should consist of payments for transit improvement rather than solely road and intersection improvements. These transit improvements should include extension of the Margaret into East Palo Alto neighborhoods as requested by the City of East Palo Alto, and the Caltrain improvements funded by Stanford. The TRIP credit program should also apply to average daily trips. We agree that Stanford in general does a very good job of getting people out of their car. In fact, the students of Stanford really does barely a 1 or 2 vehicle trips per month. So we would disagree with the Stanford claim that it is impossible to keep the daily average trip in control if we house the workers on campus. If Stanford committed to make the campus livable for low-wage workers by subsidizing on-campus groceries, providing special hours and dining hours for workers, or making childcare accessible, there's no reason that managing a daily average trip should be infeasible. Thank you for that.
Hi, my name is Matthew.
I'm just going to say, if you need a little more time because we had to adjust for the speaker.
Yes.
It's okay.
Thank you so much. Sorry about that. My name is Matthew. I'm a junior at Stanford, and I'm here with Scope. We would like to remind the Planning Commission that the conditions of approval are the minimum baseline standards for project approval. Stanford's new DA proposal claims that Stanford makes no request to reduce or negate any of these standards through negotiation of a development agreement. This is a blatant lie that Stanford is spreading through thousands of dollars worth of ads. In fact, their voluntary offer cuts the amount of required affordable units almost in half. They have also cut corners by double counting grad student housing and EV, despite admitting in the June 13th hearing that they don't actually know where the grad students are living and what types of units would actually be freed up. Please do not accept Stanford's sloppy attempt to use grad students as an excuse to build hundreds fewer units of affordable housing. It's easy to get caught up in the numbers and forget that we're talking about real people, their families, and their homes. Stanford's low-income workers are put under immense pressure by the dissonance between their paychecks and the cost of living in the area. One campus worker, Jessica Lopez, is a single mother living in one of few Stanford-supplied affordable units. Before she moved onto campus, she and her 3 children lived in a single bedroom because she had no other choice but to rent out the other rooms in her house. She said that if not for Stanford West, she and her children might be homeless. She attests that one of the most important things that living at Stanford West helped me with is that my son changed his focus back to school and is now going to college. I know that many of my coworkers would be glad to live in affordable housing units like the one I live in. Stanford representatives actually heard Jessica's story years ago and proceeded to do absolutely nothing for her and workers like her. Commissioners, we remind you that we are asking for Stanford to mitigate the impact created by its future development and nothing more. We are not asking it to build housing for the thousands of its low-wage workers who already work there. We are not asking Stanford to offset the housing impact generated by the thousands of its graduates who choose to stay in the Bay Area. We are simply defending the COA's requirement of 993 affordable housing units over the next 20 years. Contrary to Stanford's exaggerated claims, the COAs won't make Stanford solve the housing crisis, but they can start a precedent of holding developers to account for the impacts they create. We urge the Planning Commission to forward an unfavorable recommendation regarding Stanford's DA application and forward a favorable recommendation regarding the COAs. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Next, we have Leland Francis, Jeb Eddy, and I'm not sure I'm getting this right, Devin Ryan.
Madam Chair, staff, and members of the public, Leland Francois. I'm a native of Oakland, California, and I studied radio history. And some little known facts that you may or may not be aware of. My original call out of Oakland many, many years ago was WN6BNT. And my grandfather's amateur radio call was W60T. I set out on a journey to find out a little bit of history of radio communications and come to find out that Stanford University's radio call is W6YX from 1924. I just wanted to give you a little bit of a historic perspective on the historic relationship between the Bay Area and Stanford University. I'm hosting a second decade regional meeting of Bay Area historians. The first meeting was held March the 1st in the year 2001, and it was held within the now destroyed Whiskey Gulch, 1955 University Avenue. I'm extending an invitation to anyone here, if you're interested in assisting me at planning a second decade regional meeting of historians. And just by reason, the United Nations was founded in 1944, 1945, and for the most part, 1946. And as I speak, from San Francisco to San Jose, 51 dignitaries were hosted. Now, my concerns are a lot of our old historic structures that accommodated the dignitaries are falling prey to redevelopment projects. And I'm not certain, and I cannot make any claims, but my community, East Palo Alto, has hosted redevelopment projects from Stanford, I do believe. But my concerns are now is to try to save and prevent a lot of the further deterioration of the UN structures that should be saved for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeb Eddy.
KK6LIZ.
Hi, Jeb Eddy, Palo Alto. Use the force, Luke. Do all of us recognize exactly the scene I'm referring to? Luke Skywalker flying across the Death Star. That's something all of us have in common. Use the force, Luke. Communication matters. We have no idea, but so I'm basically trying to suggest that much better visualization would help us understand what the hell Stanford University is trying to do. Google has a free application for more than 15 years that will allow us to do three-dimensional modeling. I am not interested in building level planning, and neither are you, but some better implementation of what 3.5 million square feet means, 3 million square feet means. All of that stuff has been created in three-dimensional modeling for the Board of Trustees, for the senior management of Stanford University, and you haven't seen any of it. It's there. Alternative scenarios are something that you guys should ask for, in my opinion. At the Stanford meeting a couple weeks ago, the shirts in the audience were red. Stanford students, Stanford employees asking for some relief in the housing and traffic issues. My message today is please support the conditions,
that your staff has developed. This is in the general interest of the entire county, and I hope you will maybe vote today. If not next Monday, please support the staff conditions for approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Devin Ryan.
Hello, my name is Devin Ryan, and I have submitted a letter of enthusiastic support for Stanford's general use permit application signed by 29 members of the Stanford community, many of them professors, and residents of University Terrace, a Stanford faculty staff housing community in Palo Alto, where I serve as president of the HOA. This letter, which I have hard copies of, explains the many benefits that Stanford brings to the region and local community, details the commitments on housing that Stanford is willing to make, and urges the county to enter into a development agreement and work collaboratively with Stanford for the good of the region. Totally separate from this letter, and speaking only on my own accord, not as president of the HOA, I am deeply disturbed that the administration seems to be funding a propagandistic ad campaign that has a website and Facebook ads and expensive direct mailers that paint Stanford in a bad and misleading light. When the planning manager spoke that the county administration is objective and can be trusted on any issue regarding this application, I and many members of the public who have seen this propagandistic material find that hard to believe. For private entities, this is not uncommon, but for a government body, this is not normal and kind of completely inappropriate. How is the applicant in the future to expect a fair review? I would encourage the commissioners, if they're not aware of these practices, to look into these actions and the marketing firm retained by the county administration that are, in my opinion, violating the public trust and restore honor to this important body. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speakers, Dustin Schroeder, Alice Kaufman, Larry Moody.
As they're coming up, I'd like to just make a brief comment. I do appreciate the staff's attempt to get as much public feedback on this process, and I will commend them for that. And I just want to put that on the record. And the fact that we have learned so much from the comments of the public, and so on that regard, I do give the staff a lot of kudos for that.
Hi, I'm Dustin Schroeder. I'm an assistant professor of geophysics. I just wanted to talk about the way we're discussing the impact of this project. At least to me, the impact of the space that this makes possible is the research and teaching that my colleagues do. I have colleagues who are solving or preventing the spread of Zika. I have colleagues who are working to restore people's capacity to walk that are paralyzed. I work on studying ice sheets' contributions to sea level rise. I have colleagues working on our ability to have sustainable energy, to feed people around the world, to promote diplomacy and prevent war. All of this needs space. And that's the space we're talking about here. Even more important to me personally, Stanford has committed to need blind admissions for students from anywhere in the world and is trying to grow the student population to offer that education to anyone. As a first-generation college student whose family did not go to college, an education from a place like Stanford changed my life, changed my family's life, changed the entire community I come from. That is the impact of this project. And that is held up against traffic, against people's capacity to not drive more slowly to a golf course or a farmer's market. And it is shocking to me that we would take those benefits to look at a person who recovered their capacity to use their limbs and be like, it is important to us that there's not one more trip or that there's not one more intersection that has a longer wait. These are not my values, and I am surprised that a community would have those values. So I just really hope that as you think about this, you realize that you have the opportunity to enable space for the very best things we do as human beings and not sacrifice that for traffic.
Thank you. Alice Kaufman.
Thank you, Chair Schmidt and Planning Commissioners. My name is Alice Kaufman. I'm with Committee for Green Foothills. And as always, I'm here to speak for the protection of open space in the Stanford foothills. It seems sometimes like I'm the only one here who's doing that, but it's really important, and it's an important part of the county's proposals. And we were very disappointed to see that Stanford's development agreement proposal contains absolutely no suggestions for open space protection. It has very specific proposals for housing, transportation, and schools, but there's no mention of the academic growth boundary or of any commitments to protect the foothills. And to us, this makes it very clear. If the Planning Commission cares about the protection of open space in the foothills, you cannot go into development agreement negotiations. You must approve the county staff's recommendations because that's the only proposal in front of you that contains protections for the foothills. And if otherwise, it really seems to me as though the protection of open space is going to be the first thing on the chopping block in the development agreement negotiations. So I've been coming here, you've all seen me, for all of these meetings to say, please protect the foothills. And at this point, I really feel like it's important to make a statement and to say the only proposal that I see here that's involving any protection for the foothills is the one recommended by county staff, what you're being asked to approve today. So I'm going to ask you to please approve that. I also say that we take issue with Stanford's argument that the county's outreach has not been sufficient. I've been participating in county planning efforts for the 7 years that I've been at Committee for Green Foothills, and I've never seen outreach like this, and very rarely seen a response like this. Just by comparison, I'll point out that the last time the county did a general plan update, which was for the health element in 2015, there were only 21 written comments received total for the entire process. So you compare that with the kind of response that's been received this time, and you can see the success of the outreach that's happened. Thanks.
Thank you. Larry Moody.
Good afternoon to all the commissioners, Chairperson Schmidt. I'm Larry Moody. I serve as a council member in the city of East Palo Alto. And I want to just say that today's East Palo Alto is tremendously different from years past. We have a very engaged community. We have a sharp and very professional executive staff. And we have a city council we have good ears on. We're listening to our community and the impacts that the region is imposing upon East Palo Alto. We're excited today because East Palo Alto is engaged in all the regional conversations. 10 years ago, this project by Stanford would have went forward and we would not have been at the table, nor would we have had the resources to really to participate in the discussion. But today we do. We're a community that's thriving, and we are very interested in Stanford being successful in all their endeavors, but they can't do it without mitigating this process. We are an East Palo Alto community that's 2.5 miles away from the front door of Stanford University. And for them to believe that they can move forward with this project without having consultation with East Palo Alto, it's disengaged. It's something that they certainly shouldn't be proud of. Of particular concern is the vulnerability of the East Palo Alto neighborhood to gentrification caused by the expected influx of new students and staff connected to Stanford's growth. The development of 5,500 new jobs and 9,600 new student employees on campus, with only 500 new housing units for employees, will significantly exacerbate the housing crisis associated with traffic gridlock. We got about 30,000 cars that come through our little small 2.5 mile long community. Can I continue?
I'm sorry, but your 2 minutes is up. If you have comments that you want to turn in, you may do that.
Final comment, let me just say, we favor the standard project review process with conditions of approval rather than a development agreement format. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, the next speakers are Nolan Sivian, Laura, and I'm not sure what the last name is, and Forrest Peterson. So is Nolan Sivian still here? Okay, it's not. So then Laura? I don't want to get your last name wrong. So, okay.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Laura Drosick, a Carpenter Field representative for Local 405 in San Jose. I am here to show support of Stanford's general use permit proposal. My family and I have been extremely fortunate to live and work in Santa Clara County. Stanford's proposal will provide reliable, high-quality, local jobs for our thriving community. This will provide and allow many of my brother and sister members to live and work in Santa Clara County, which in return increases revenue for our community. To me, I see it as a win-win situation. Thank you for your time and consideration of the GUP proposal.
Thank you. Forrest Peterson.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, for letting me speak. My name is Forrest Peterson. I'm a graduate student at Stanford University. I'm working on a PhD in civil and environmental engineering. I like the field of force comment because that's actually my specialty. I do building information model, BDC, and billable consulting. So that would be helpful with a lot of the decisions that you're looking at. As a graduate student, there's a lot of issues that come together that the university might not necessarily understand. And so we have a group of students called the Solidarity Network. They were here, I think 2 meetings ago in red shirts with placards standing up here. I'm here representing that group today. So to speak, everybody has been laid off and are gone for the summer. And so I was essentially the only grad student still around able to come in here and speak. So you will probably see them back when summer's out of session and everyone is back here. As graduate students, I was disheartened to hear that I'm not an employee. I didn't plan to come in here and defend my employment. I feel like an employee. I'm paid a salary. I was hired at Stanford. Graduate students is a little bit different. The first year you do take classes. After that, you become what's called a PhD candidate, which at that point I have a W-2 like everybody else. I have work hours. So I really want to have the commission understand that when we ask for a nexus, we really would like to be taken as employees and not considered like we're undergraduate students. I think the professor, well, I'm sure he would be able to help out that his students that he employs are his employees. And I think he would understand that he's a supervisor of those employees. So the National Labor Relations Board made a decision a few years back that we are employees, so it's not just simply our opinion. So we do really would like to have our housing, and we submitted a request about childcare. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, Forrest.
Yes.
A little clarification. Hey, where would you like to live? Would you like to live in the community, or would you like to live on campus, or is there any preference in terms of the people you interact with on campus?
It's a difficult question. My youngest daughter had lead poisoning from Stanford Housing because they have lead paint in the housing for students with children. They came through in 2013, and there was 200 non-union painters, fairly well exploited, who didn't know they were working with lead paint. OSHA came in very quickly. I've been in construction for 20 years, so I was fairly concerned when I saw that. If not for the lead paint and the contaminated soil with the lead paint from 50 years of uncontained lead paint repainting,
Sure.
I would be happy to live there. But as you can imagine, I was found to be ineligible for the lottery soon after OSHA came in.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Steve Monowitz, Priya Graves, and Shani Kleinhaus.
Good afternoon, Chair Schmidt and Planning Commissioners. I'm Steve Monowitz, the Community Development Director for San Mateo County. And as somebody who participates in Planning Commission meetings on a regular basis, let me start by saying how impressed I am by the careful consideration this commission is giving to this extremely large project. and the very thorough and meaningful analysis provided by your staff, so thank you for that. As you've heard, San Mateo County has joined forces with the cities of East Palo Alto, Menlo Park, and Redwood City, as well as the towns of Atherton, Portola Valley, and Woodside in supporting staff's recommendation of conditional approval, which established an appropriate baseline for ensuring that the impacts of Stanford University's growth are fully mitigated. Although the conditions do not fully address the specific measures identified in our letter to the Board of Supervisors dated April 24th, 2019, we believe that these conditions are a good start at providing a comprehensive approach to traffic mitigation and monitoring, in providing a means for addressing real housing demands, and a meaningful process for periodically evaluating whether or not these mitigation measures are effective. So we believe that these conditions are a good start, and we look forward to providing additional input at the upcoming Board of Supervisors hearings, which we believe will provide an adequate opportunity to build on these conditions in a manner that directly responds to the letter we submitted. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Priya Graves.
Good afternoon. I'm Priya Graves. I live in the College Terrace neighborhood, about a block and a half from the edge of Stanford's grad housing. I want to reiterate my requirement for full mitigation, or my request, I guess, and say that I think that staff has done a really good job with the conditions of approval in moving towards that. I really believe that's, they've done a fabulous job. However, if Stanford really feels that they cannot live with these conditions of approval, there is another alternative, and that is a smaller project. Small request, but maybe it's time for us to say, if this area cannot handle all that much more development, that many more people, that much more traffic, then maybe we need to pull in our horns a little bit and not do quite so much. I know staff has sort of not talked about that alternative, but it was evaluated in the EIR, and perhaps it's time we go back and think about that again. I also wanted to support the gals who talked about, from Redwood City, who talked about the problems of living next door to Stanford's construction. When Stanford was developing the housing along Stanford Avenue, we were inundated with dust. They're not always the best of neighbors when it comes to managing their construction projects in that manner. And finally, I wanted to mention that the hours of construction, one of you, I think it was Commissioner Rouser, raised the question of hours of construction. Living as close as I do to as much construction as Stanford has done over the last 10 years, if I had to live with backup beepers at 6 a.m. every morning, given that I don't get up at 5:30 to go out to work anymore, I would really find that egregious. And I think there's a lot of people in our neighborhood with small children and people who don't necessarily have to be out of the house early who would find that horrific. Thank you.
Excuse me, I have
some
question
questions
for you.
Sure.
Okay, a parking related question. Do you find that there's many Stanford employees that park in your neighborhood and then take other alternative transportation?
Not anymore. If you look at the terms of the 2000 GUP, our neighborhood was granted $100,000 paid to Palo Alto to fund a parking permit study. Once that was done, we had the very first permit parking program in Palo Alto, and our streets suddenly had a whole lot less cars parked on them.
And do you see that's the case elsewhere too? I mean, is that
I
pretty much
think that
general
anywhere
for
that
Palo
there's
Alto now?
not permit parking, there is a lot of Stanford-based parking. There's a few blocks in my neighborhood that don't have it, that have not opted in, and I do see people walking across from Escondido Village and getting in their cars in the morning. So I'm assuming that they were parked there overnight.
Yeah, and that was the second question, was about the overnight parking. Whether there's ever, do you ever see laborers of any kind that, you know, that live a distance away and spend a couple nights a week in their vans? Or?
I haven't seen that in my particular neighborhood, and I walk around my neighborhood on a daily basis. So
you haven't heard of that?
I have not seen that. There certainly are a lot of people living in vans along El Camino Real, and I don't know what their association, if any, is with Stanford.
Great. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I have another question for you.
Okay.
how would you see the impact that will have in your residents once this is built, or once this big proposal?
Well,
How
if-
will you predict the impact that will have in your
If the traffic can't be managed, I won't be living there anymore. Already, I don't take my car out very often, unlike the person who was saying, oh, well, traffic's not a big deal. My car sits in my driveway 90% of the time. I got here by public transit. I get around by bicycle and I get around by feet. But on those occasions when I do need to get my car out of there, if I don't leave by 3 o'clock in the afternoon now, I can't get to San Francisco because I get stuck on Stanford Avenue, on Page Mill Road, and so forth. So if they can continue to control their traffic, I can live with that. But if it gets much worse, I can't. And they are also, Stanford has also been buying up housing in my neighborhood, leaving a lot of it empty, redeveloping some of it. So I'm kind of feeling pressed by them, I guess is what I'm saying. And it does worry me what this is going to mean. I understand the benefits of the university. I understand that research and so forth is important and that the education of the next generations is important. But I'm not sure that it belongs in this area. This area is already full. Our trains are full. Our buses, well, the buses aren't, but trains are very, very full. And I don't know how this can be managed, how this could actually be fully mitigated.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other?
Okay, Shani Kleinhaus, to be followed by Abubakar Ndaya and Nathan Ho.
Good afternoon. My name is Shani Kleinhaus. I'm the environmental advocate for Santa Clara Valley Audubon Society. I'm an ornithologist, that's a scientist that works on birds with a PhD from UC Davis. We sent you a letter about not only protecting the open space, but also bird-safe design and light pollution. The reason we keep coming back, although both staff, which is obviously overwhelmed and has to deal with a lot of other issues, and Stanford are basically ignoring us, is because we see the decline of migratory birds in the U.S. everywhere. I am a member of two task forces. One is organized by the National Audubon Society and the other by the American Bird Conservancy. And what we see as the biggest threats to birds is obviously development in general, and that's why open space is so important. But within our environment that is already built, there's also a lot of birds that come, and people enjoy them, and they're important. And they get killed by glass and buildings and a lot of other man-made structures like bridges and things. And there's ways to reduce that. So what I provided you in our letter is really with the best practices that are based on a lot of local ordinances and guidelines and national and international guidelines. And this really, in the section in our letter that talks about bird-safe design and light pollution, these are the best of the best. If you just go ahead and adopt these, Stanford will do the right thing, and they can afford it. We know that. So, and it will be a model for other places as well. A lot of this is already adopted in Sunnyvale, in San Jose, in San Francisco, in Alameda, in Oakland, a lot of other cities. But this is really puts things together from what I've learned from all the different task forces and advisory groups that I'm on. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll let you pronounce your name because I'm sure I didn't get it very close.
I actually go by Asen. My name is Abubakar Ndiaye. I'm with Working Partnerships USA. Thank you so much for having me here at the Planning Commission. So I'm here in support of the statement of overriding considerations under the conditions of approval, authorizing nearly 2,900 housing units as specified under Housing Alternative A. Stanford University has the responsibility to fully mitigate the impact of its growth and should continue to work with the county until that is achieved. We also need to make sure that it addresses the needs of all workers, including groundskeepers, janitors, maintenance workers, and other working class people who are at the campus and also need a place to live. I just want to check to see how many Cardinal are still here. Raise hands. Okay. The last time I was here, I made a huge mistake. You might call it a cardinal mistake of saying the Cardinals. How many Cardinals are here? And so I looked into it. I looked into the history, and apparently the mascot at Stanford University used to be the Indians. And then in 1981, it changed to the Cardinals, plural, and then it changed again to the Cardinals, singular, because the idea was that out of many people at Stanford University, including the professors, the students, the workers, they were all one, singular. Stanford University here has an opportunity, I think, to become a full partner with the community, not just in Palo Alto, not just in East Palo Alto, but of this region, and to try as much as possible to make out of all of us, different classes, different education levels, one community. Thank you.
Thank you. Nathan Ho, to be followed by Peter Dreckmeyer and Betsy Nash.
Great. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, Honorable Commissioners. I am Nathan Ho, and I lead Housing Policy and Land Use and Development Policy for the Silicon Valley Leadership Group. The Leadership Group supports the general use permit process as is an opportunity for intentional land use planning and provides the framework for the county and Stanford to work together to agree upon the future of Stanford's on-campus growth, balanced with appropriate and reasonable mitigation of the impacts of that growth. We're encouraged by Stanford's significant investment offer earlier this week that we believe is responsive to the needs and concerns of the neighboring community, and we encourage the county to sit down with Stanford to discuss in depth this investment offer as a starting point for negotiated development agreement that will deliver much needed housing and, most importantly, affordable housing, transportation improvements, and funding for our schools. In many cases, including housing production, the offer exceeds the proposed conditions of approval, and we think there is a win-win-win here for the county, Stanford, and the community. What excites us about the plan is nearly 5,000 affordable housing units, new affordable housing units during the next general use permit timeline, as well as 6,000 total. In order for this substantive discussion to take place, we asked the Planning Commission to recommend the alternative path toward an agreed-upon development agreement, including conditions of approval that results from substantive discussions between the county and Stanford. The county has in Stanford a willing partner who will make good on its investment in mission-driven growth in our innovation economy. We are confident that an agreement can be reached if the county and Stanford engage one another in a meaningful way. We appreciate your consideration of our comments, and I apologize for our late second letter that we submitted this morning. I do have paper copies that I'll leave with Ms. Doyle if you did not receive it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So Peter Dreckmeyer, Betsy Nash, and Cecilia Taylor. Is Peter okay? We know his issue is water. Betsy Nash.
Good afternoon. My name is Betsy Nash, and I serve on the Menlo Park City Council. Regionally, we have two gigantic issues. One is the housing availability and housing affordability, and the second is the terrible traffic congestion. Menlo Park residents, like others in San Mateo and Santa Clara counties, cope with these issues every single day. Stanford's proposal to expand under the 2018 general use permit will obviously aggravate these already serious problems, and I think it is hard to overstate the potential harms. Please mandate that Stanford fully mitigate the impacts of its development activities in Santa Clara and San Mateo counties. Menlo Park expects this of all developers, not just Stanford. Regarding Stanford's recent development agreement offer, the 215 housing units to be built at Middle Plaza in Menlo Park address the existing housing demand and should not be counted toward the 2018 GUP proposed housing requirements. We joined San Mateo County, along with East Palo Alto, Redwood City, Atherton, Portola Valley, and Woodside, in support of staff's recommendation of conditional approval, establishing an appropriate baseline for ensuring that the impacts of Stanford University's growth are fully mitigated. Although the conditions do not completely address the specific mitigation measures identified in the county's April 24, 2019 letter to the Board of Supervisors, we believe that these conditions are a good start. In addition to comprehensive conditions of approval, we believe that the upcoming hearings before the Santa Clara County Board of Supervisors will provide adequate opportunity to build on these conditions. Thank you.
Thank you. Then the last speaker that I have is Cecilia Taylor.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Cecilia Taylor, and I serve on the Menlo Park City Council as Mayor Pro Tem. I believe equitable development is achievable. It requires an intentional and thoughtful focus on eliminating inequities and barriers. Good governance in land use, good governance in zoning, policy, and programs provides a healthy, safe, and inclusive guideline to move forward. Good governance also provides a voice and influence in the decisions that shape our neighborhoods and our cities. Equitable development can reverse patterns of segregation. Equitable development can reverse disinvestment. Equitable development can prevent displacement and promote revitalization throughout our communities. That means full mitigations for Stanford workers, full mitigations for the housing demand, full mitigations for environmental impacts, full mitigations for traffic and transportation, and full mitigations for public education. We, the City of Menlo Park, are united with San Mateo County, along with the City of East Palo Alto, Redwood City, Atherton, Portola Valley, and Woodside in supporting the staff's recommendation of the conditions of approval. These conditions establishes a baseline for ensuring that the impacts of Stanford University's growth are fully mitigated. In addition to the comprehensive conditions of approval, we believe that the upcoming hearings before the Santa Clara County Board of Supervisors will provide adequate opportunity to build on these conditions. Please support the staff's conditions of approval. Thank you.
Thank you, and I actually have one more card here, Francis. Okay, I'm sorry. Cecilia, I think there's a question.
Cecilia, could I ask just a quick question? With San Mateo County and the area surrounding these areas,
yes,
is there any requests among the private employers that are growing and bigger and employing quite a few people? Do they have any requests in terms of providing housing or mitigating transportation or those types of events?
The ones that have submitted projects specifically to the City of Menlo Park, the answer is we're requiring it. So we're requiring housing, we're requiring traffic mitigation.
And that's new?
It's new the way that we're looking at it a little bit more progressively because our city, 80% of the traffic is pass-through traffic in Menlo Park.
Yeah.
And so, which is one of the problems. I live near the Dumbarton Bridge, and we have 70,000 cars passing through every day.
At least?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Francisco Preciado.
Hello, Francisco Preciado with the SEIU 2007, Local 2007. Stanford University's purpose, as outlined by Jane and Leland Stanford in the university's founding grant, is to promote the public welfare by exercising an influence in behalf of humanity and civilization. What better way to do that than to take care of the workers that take care of the university? So they can do that through living wages and affordable housing. So we're here to reiterate our support for the conditions of approval with respect to affordable housing for service workers. Our members are deeply committed to the success of the university. We have several members with 50 years of service who have dedicated their working lives to the university. We're asking again that workers who ensure the success of the university get the respect they deserve by being included as part of the community. Thank you.
Thank you. That is the last. Nope, there's one more speaker card.
Kathy?
Yes, do you have a question?
Yeah. Can I make a question to one of the labor leaders in the House?
Sure.
So, a todos los de la Labor 70, quisiera hacerle una pregunta a alguien de ustedes en español que pueda venir aquí al podio.
I think we need it both. We need it in English as well, but
Okay.
like the debates last night.
Well, first of all, I want to thank you to come all over here today. I think it's not easy being a union member, working people coming over here. I thank you. Gracias a todos por venir y estar aquí presentes. Lo que me gustaría saber a veces es difícil. Sometimes it's hard to come to these kind of meetings when you also have to sometimes go back to work. But my pregunta es, what is your motivation coming and supporting the Stanford project?
Well, we have a relationship with Stanford where all the work that they do is prevailing wages, so they provide good wages and benefits for the community. So that's one good reason why I support these projects, because they do that stuff for the community. It's very good paying jobs. Like a speaker said that there was a project where they did, and it was low paying jobs, and it became a big problem with all that lead. So when you get good companies out there, responsible companies, it's always great. And our guys are trained and responsible for this kind of projects.
Pero mi pregunta es ahora en español. Ustedes son parte de mi comunidad. Conozco la necesidad de las casas, la necesidad de la vivienda. Entonces, ¿por qué? O sea, ustedes también podrían preguntar a Stanford que les diera esa necesidad de vivienda, que hicieran más de lo que están proponiendo hacer de vivienda, o están bien con eso, viendo ustedes y sabiendo que nuestra comunidad sufre de la vivienda. I'm sorry, my question was about housing. Seeing the necessity of housing, and I appreciate all the workers coming today again, but housing is a big issue, especially in our working people, in our community, and you're not asking that. You are just supporting Stanford because of the jobs, but how about housing?
So, good afternoon, everyone, commissioners. My name is Olivia Navarro, and I'm also going to speak on behalf of the laborers, Local 270. I'm not going to speak on behalf of
Olivia,
other
the
trades.
microphone is there on the other
I
side.
apologize.
Thank you.
There, I can hear myself better. So my name is Olivia Navarro. I'm going to speak on behalf of Local 270 Liuna. And we do have other brothers here from the Carpenters Union and I believe a couple other trades. Yes, providing housing is important. One of the things that we saw the last 2 weeks ago is that Stanford is compromising. There's already some housing built. The need is now. So if we wait to build more housing, that means that there's residents right now that are potentially, hopefully, they have a roof over their head. And for us, it will provide jobs now so that our members that are currently in Santa Clara County can keep their current living situation. Having prevailing wages, having a good employer, and working locally will help our families survive, but not just us. Like I mentioned before, 2 weeks ago, Stanford proposed, and I don't have all my notes on me, so I do apologize because I wasn't planning on speaking. They proposed some of the housing that's already built, and I think, correct me if I'm wrong, it's the students that are living there right now. They're going to be moving out. That means that there's already housing available where people can live in it now. Why wait longer? And California has a big housing crisis. This is not the end-all, be-all. But the fact that they're willing to come to the table to negotiate with the county, that's a big step on their part too. So asking this question from our members, having these wages, having these jobs has afforded them the ability to own a home, has afforded the ability for them to send some of their kids to Stanford University, to Santa Clara University. They've been good neighbors to us in the past, and that's why we're here to support them now.
Sí, pero también quiero que entiendan, y lo hablo en español para que ellos entiendan, la necesidad de la vivienda.
Claro.
Y es una cosa, puedes a veces estirar,
en español, para que entiendan mis miembros, lo puedo contestar.
Puedes saber estirar algo por un lado en beneficio, pero en otro va a ser detrimental para nuestra comunidad, donde no va a haber suficientes casas, suficientes viviendas. That's my question.
So, las viviendas que ya existen ahorita es una resolución ahorita. No tenemos que esperar para más tarde. Aparte de traernos el trabajo, lo voy a repetir para los miembros que no entienden, pero la mayoría entienden. Ellos saben que este trabajo, and I apologize for those that don't speak Spanish, but I'd be more than happy
We're
to
going to
translate.
have to have you translate what you both have said.
Of course. And I'll reiterate what I said earlier. Basically, Stanford ha sido un buen
Can we start with a
aliado.
question? Because
Yes.
we don't even know what he asked.
No, the question that I asked, and this is to I said in Spanish so the union members, most of them can understand what's going on.
But we need to
No,
understand as well.
About housing. They say, okay, they are looking for jobs, they are looking for good paying jobs at Stanford, and that's understandable. But in the other house, the crisis of housing in our community is huge and more affecting our community of color. So they're trying in good faith, and I know Olivia for a long time, in a good faith they are trying to support this, but how about housing? Can we ask for more? Or what Stanford is proposing? Because I can feel throwing apart, making a decision today or, making a deliberation today as a county commissioner and seeing my own community suffering about housing. People that have to travel from Los Baños, from Modesto on a daily basis. That was my question. You can continue, Olivia.
Thank you. So to answer the question, and I feel very confident that my members, they're here supporting this. They take time out of their day. They partnered in the past. Some of them have even worked in Stanford and other parts of the county. So the reason that they're here is because of the past history that we have. And I know for a fact, like I said, that there is a housing crisis. It's happening all over the state of California. Frankly, this is probably a drop in the bucket, but it's a drop. And it's an answer now. Why wait even longer? We're not opposed to building more housing. The more you build, the more housing, that's wonderful. But we also have to make sure that the people that are currently working don't lose their existing housing they have right now. They need to have good paying jobs in order to sustain a living, to have a sustainable earning wage to stay and live in Santa Clara County. When these jobs are held up, people are not working. When people are not working, they're not bringing income in the house. And that trickles down. So this is just a revolving circle, right? And you want to have an answer, but that answer that you want right now for just housing here, you have to ask it from all the developers and everyone that builds here. And I understand that, but they are offering a solution where there's some housing already going to be available ahead of time. Why not house those individuals that need a place? Why wait? Why hold it up? We're just asking for you to approve the general use permit, so that we can go ahead and continue to partner with Stanford. Stanford has been a good ally for our trade. There's other trades here. They can answer on their behalf if you'd like. I don't speak for everyone.
Thank you, Olivia. That's all.
Well,
Gracias
I still
a
have
todos.
to say my statement too. So I feel like you guys already know me. So, again, my name's Olivia Navarro. I was not going to speak, but there was some questions that came about by the fellow commissioners, and I'll say my statement first, and it might even answer some of your questions. I don't. Stanford's offer to the county is not only generous in my point of view, I also think it's innovative, and it provides the county with resources to help address our region's most challenging issues, like housing. So for me, knowing that I have a family in this house, in my house, knowing that I have a retiree from my local that used to travel all over the county to work, this is important because Commissioner Rouser, you asked a question about parking. And I know you mentioned, how my brothers and sisters, I don't refer to them as compadres, although some of them could be in the future, but you asked a question about parking. I'm not sure, and I wanted to ask you, did you mean parking during the day while there's construction, or did you mean to say that construction workers are living in RVs and it would be feasible? Because most of our employees that we have here, they'd be glad to go back home if they live in Santa Clara County. I don't understand, and I can't wrap my head around why they would want to not come home.
It was primarily for those who do live 120, 200 miles away from the job site, would they prefer to be able to 4 nights a week or something stay at the job site, or at least have that option that they could get their work done, especially if they're working overtime. I happen to work in the trades also, and if you have to work overtime, then don't even bother going home if you're 2 hours late. If you can get off at 2:30 and beat the traffic, and that traffic is, you know, it used to be, oh, you got to leave by 4 o'clock, and now it's you got to leave by 2 in order to get home, especially if you live in the Central Valley. So it was mostly in that type of situation where they live in the Central Valley, and then if they're working overtime, then they're just stuck for 4 hours literally on the road, and that's not family friendly at all. And so would the option to be able to have an RV or something on the job site for those types of situations, would that be beneficial?
And I'd like to, if possible, because that cut into me speaking, and I'll say my shira, I'll reclaim my time here. So the reason that I pivoted to that is the fact that we have a lot of members, 5,000 that live in our Santa Clara County area, and a lot of them would love to work in Santa Clara County. As I mentioned, some of them have already been working in Stanford and had a good experience there. So that's why we're here in support of this. We hope that the commission reviews it. We hope it passes. And like I said, this is probably not the end-all be-all for all housing in California, but they are providing a solution right now. Let's think outside of the box and outside of the house frame, if you will, and support this. And thank you so much, and vote for the DB.
Thank you, Olivia.
Thank you. Okay, that is the last card that I have. Does anyone else want to speak in the public hearing? Okay, in that case, Stanford, would you like to have 5 minutes for any sort of responses?
Thank you. Thank you to the Commission and County staff for spending the time needed to carefully consider the conditions that should apply to Stanford's general use permit. We appreciate the County Administration's support for our plans to continue to grow our academic facilities at a historic growth rate of about 1% per year. We also appreciate the County Administration's support for the housing that we've proposed, and we want to work with the county to deliver even more housing. Staff's explanation of the reverse commute trips has several flaws. First, it relies on Stanford building the minimum amount of housing. In fact, staff is recommending housing alternative A, which is the maximum amount of housing. They want to encourage Stanford to build housing, and yet they create math that only might be feasible if Stanford builds the absolute minimum. Next, they talk about how the trips could be removed by the people that already live there. That is true, and that is exactly the analysis that the traffic expert Arup considered when determining that all faculty staff housing throughout the campus would need to create fewer trips than housing in dense transit-rich Manhattan. We now learn that the first 500 housing units would be part of the baseline. That housing is only front-loaded if we reach a development agreement. Under the conditions of approval, that housing would occur phased throughout the life of the permit and wouldn't be part of the baseline. Lastly, there was just a statement that a 10% reduction could occur. That number has no basis. Stanford's trips are already half of a traditional home. Traffic experts say this is not feasible. The staff is recommending housing alternative A, and yet hasn't demonstrated that even the minimum required housing is feasible. Staff stated that the affordable housing fee that the board approved, which equates to 575 BMR units, was a general requirement and not specific to the conditions of approval for this permit. That is a matter of semantics. The board's decision was based on a nexus study that analyzed the exact specifics of Stanford's proposed academic development. That fee and the 575 unit requirement was based on this project. Staff also states that more BMR housing is needed to make the findings for a use permit. That's simply false. The county grants use permits every year without imposing requirements, even approaching the BMR requirements proposed here. Stanford will be spending $3.4 billion to provide housing that benefits this entire region. It is not the time to pile on new BMR requirements that the Board of Supervisors found unnecessary to this project's demand for affordable housing. Finally, I'd like to turn the Planning Commission's attention back to the 4-page document that we provided outlining the recommendations that we respectfully ask the Commission to make. We understand you've heard competing views, but at bottom, Stanford can't deliver our highly beneficial project if we can't build it. We've conducted a careful, fact-based analysis of the proposed conditions. We ask that you recommend the reasonable changes that we've requested so that we can move forward. We want to do our part to address the urgent issues facing our community. We need your help to do it. Thank you.
Are there any questions for Stanford? I'm going to ask, which four-page document are you referring to? Do we have?
That one with the red, yeah. That lays out the recommendations that we're requesting, the changes to the recommendations.
Okay, since we have had many documents
That's
from
right.
you, and that one just arrived on our desks today. Okay.
So if I could ask the
Commissioner Rouser, yes?
question that I asked earlier, what areas do you feel are they in this document where you feel that the county is making recommendations that don't really have a nexus between the impact and the requirement?
Thank you for that question. I did some thought. The county's requirement that Stanford build more market rate housing than it has applied to build has no nexus to a legally recognized impact. There is no county policy requiring Stanford to provide more market rate housing than it has asked to provide. Demand for market rate housing would be met by for-profit housing developers if cities and counties would zone enough land for it to streamline their approval processes. An employer can't be required to build market rate housing. We are nevertheless willing to step up in this time of crisis to meet the demand generated by our growth, but this needs to be done in a reasonable and feasible way, including credit for the units coming online at Escondido Village and Middle Plaza. Another example is the all-day trip cap, which has no nexus to any impact or requirement. The EIR calls out no significant impact that would be mitigated by an all-day trip cap. The county doesn't impose such a cap on any other development. It's unnecessary and unsupported.
And can you just reiterate why you think that the housing, that you should get credit for housing that wasn't part of the 2000 GUP on this next round? If the impact that we're trying to mitigate is future growth, can you just help us walk through that argument of why existing housing wouldn't be able to mitigate that future growth?
Sure, thank you. Stanford builds a lot of housing. We're continually looking for opportunities to add to the housing supply in the area. We just recently opened 180 housing units in the city of Palo Alto, and that's not even part of our calculus that we're talking about today. That just opened last year. We're still selling some of those units. We're looking at the units that are going to be opening during the time of the use permit. So we, a couple of years ago, decided to build 1,300 apartments on our campus for our existing graduate students. Those existing graduate students are living in the community today. When those units open next year, those students will vacate those off-campus units, those apartments, those homes, and move on to campus. Those vacant units will be filled with future housing demand by workers.
So you're saying the benefit will actually be in the period?
That's right.
Okay.
In addition, Middle Plaza was another project that Stanford initiated on its own. It wasn't required to do. We have the approval to do it. We're about to start construction. So a couple of years from now, 215 new rental apartments are going to be opening, and the future workforce will be moving into those. So there's been sort of an arbitrary line drawn, but the fact is Stanford was very proactive because we look to build housing anytime we can. We were proactive, made a significant investment in that housing. The other thing I want to mention about the Escondido Village graduate residences, this project is costing Stanford over $1 billion. It's an amazing amount of money. This is more money than the county's Measure A funds, which is a significant amount of money. This is also not, Stanford's in a unique position because if this were being built by a for-profit developer, they would be charging rents that made them a profit on this housing. If this were an affordable housing developer, they would be getting public funds and other tax credits to help fill that gap between the low rents that are charged and the cost of building it. Stanford isn't either of those. So we're putting out this amount of money, but there is a gap between what we charge our students, because we try to make it reasonable for them, and what we have to spend. So this is something that Stanford has to subsidize in order to provide.
And if I could just ask one last question until the next question comes to my mind. The administration staff kind of said that the being able to charge, like, you know, if we had this artificial cap of 30% of the wages for grad students to keep their rent at that point, that it is complicated. And there's a lot of, Stanford has a lot of programs and provides a lot of tuition help also. And so in my mind, I have a hard time just focusing on one without kind of comparing the others, and sort of as a planning commissioner, I don't really want to get involved in all of that. And so am I right in saying that Stanford does provide a lot of financial assistance in many ways, and it may not be specifically only rent, it may be other things that are all part of this big equation here?
That's right, and we did provide information in one of our other letters that I can point you to. I mean, we take helping our graduate students very seriously. They're coming to learn and get an advanced degree. There are fellowship programs that help offset nearly all of their tuition. Then the money that's being referred to is a stipend to help with living expenses. If that falls short for some people, there's financial aid. We set the rents as low as we can, and if it's a hardship for some, there's further hardship money available. There's child care assistance that can help for those with children. So we know that they feel it's very hard to live in this area, and we're doing just everything we can to help them.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Moore, you have a question?
Yeah, just on the same vein here. Some of the graduate students that have testified in the past, you know, did reveal their salaries and how much they were paying in rent. And I did see that Stanford does have some programs for benefits eligible employees, up to $5,000 a year for child care, up to $10,000 for graduate students. But it seems to be a bit of a disconnect, because we did hear a lot of testimony about a number of students that were paying way over 30% of their income, and you know, and don't know, maybe they're not eligible for these benefits. And one other thing that had come out was whether a salary survey could be done, because we recognize that not all of the stipends are equal across the various programs and departments. So how do you address, I'm just trying to get my handle around this, that the disconnect between what we were hearing from appeared to be a large segment of the student body, a lot of people who had been surveyed quite a few months ago, and you know, it still appears as if a lot of the rents are not affordable. I guess that's where I'm getting at. And is that going to be addressed in any other way going forward?
I think that, I mean, just to go back to the income and the rent, again, as we've been talking about, and staff did recognize as well, that this is part of an entire package that's made when they decide to come to Stanford. That said, you know, so there are the fellowships, there's the income, there's, I'm just looking quickly over our letter, which is, for your reference, our June 10th letter. On page 13, there's a good description about what we do for the graduate students. A program was launched in last September about need-based grants for up to $10,000 per year per family, so they can cover living expenses such as rent, healthcare, and childcare. And to your question about what are we doing looking forward, we formed an affordability task force that is going to continue to look at these challenges.
Other questions? Commissioner Resendez?
I haven't read the whole development agreement offer. You know, to me, it just was too much. Overwhelming emails all this week. And I want to read everything because, you know, I want to be prepared to make a decision. Even, you know, for you, gotta be easier. I don't know about the other commissioners, but myself, you know, I'm a self-employee, so I don't have that time, and it's my whole week was shrinking, and I would like to read everything, even the paper that you gave us today. Your to change the proposal of the county staff. So I don't know, but it's been too much also for us. At least for me. I don't know the other commissioners. Maybe like Ms. Moore, she reads a lot, all the documents. I don't have the time.
Yeah.
So
I do sympathize because I feel like we've been in the same boat. We've been receiving, 80 pages of conditions of approval and community plan amendments, and we've been working just as hard as we can to get you the information so that you have it with time to consider it. I mean, with the offer that we put in on Monday, we thought it was really important to share what we would like to do. I mean, we've been before you talking about we would like to do and provide benefits in a development agreement. And, it's around the areas of affordable housing and transportation. And so we thought it was important as you're deliberating to know, really what is going on in our minds. So we took each of the letters that were sent to the county as part of the outreach of what the San Mateo County Consortium would like to see in a development agreement, what the City of Palo Alto would like to see. And we really examined those letters and we said, this is what we could do. We haven't been able to have a conversation with anyone yet. We still hope we have an open door to anyone that wants to come and talk to us about what they'd like to see in the development agreement. But that offer letter was really just so you could understand that, Stanford is seriously wanting to address these challenges and meet the requests of what our neighbors are asking for.
yeah, but we also understand that we also need time to digest all this because it's just too much. Even I want to thank the staff also. Last night I received an email after 12 midnight. But going back to this, we have still to read a lot, and especially myself. I will not be ready. And I'm going to, at least twice, I will read your offer. But this is like a small or a contract that we are trying to do, and we have to read all the small print, especially before signing or approve anything. Thank you.
And if I could just add, we consider that offer to be a starting point of the conversation. This is not a take it or leave it thing. It is trying to demonstrate what we want to do, and we really want to have that conversation.
Commissioner Gill, looks like you have a question.
Thank you. Catherine, thanks for the presentation. And I've always had a very positive response through my lifelong living here in Santa Clara County with Stanford University. And what you guys do is incredible. And it's very responsive, I believe, in my experience. In looking at the TDMs for transportation out there and trying to go ahead and minimize a lot of the impacts, your experience in terms of working with San Mateo and Caltrans and all that type of stuff and trying to go ahead and minimize these impacts. And I'm sensing that it's going to be very difficult to go ahead and minimize it down to zero with the amount of housing going on Stanford's campus. And I'm getting multiple responses in terms of how that can be done or how it cannot be done. Is there any room in there to move to go ahead and keep Stanford an open campus and not a closed campus, or have that happen where academics all of a sudden overtake the community concerns and all of a sudden it becomes a closed system and not an open system? And I think that'd be a tragedy for the community to have that happen. Can you touch on the TDM process that you guys have experienced over time and what you've done in terms of trying to minimize that and how effective it's been?
So our great experience is in reducing the trips that come to campus in the morning and leave campus at night. Those are the commute trip direction. And during that peak hour, we are responsible for everybody that comes across the cordon. So It could be an employee. It could be a resident that runs out for coffee and comes back. It could be a vendor. It could be a visitor. It could be anybody. And we do that by getting our commuters onto Caltrain, onto bikes, and we've been very successful at it. And we've committed to continue to expand our program so that that system will stay in place. So that part of it, even with the additional housing and the additional trips by those residents, that we can do that. The issue comes with the reverse commute direction. So these are the residents of this faculty staff housing, which is very different than student housing. There's families living there, and they create a lot of trips leaving campus in the morning and coming back. That's the reverse commute. And those are the ones that we're very concerned about. Being able, it's just infeasible to do that. So you either want housing or you don't. I mean, this kind of cap would say we can't build this housing. There already we have, as I mentioned, the trips that come from these model trips. When I mentioned it was the EIR calculated it was going to be 850 or 1,100 reverse commute trips. Those numbers were derived looking at the people that already live on campus. So these people already have access to transit passes. They already, or not transit passes, but the Marguerite shuttle. They're located near the train station, and yet the trips they generate reflect the numbers in the EIR, that 800 or the 1,100. So a normal house would have twice that number. There aren't programs available that can get people to do the normal things that people do, leaving a house out of their cars. You'd have to live in Manhattan to do that. You'd have to have, subway systems and, things to buy on every corner, and you walk your kid to school. And so it's just not feasible. The all-day trips is where you get to with the community, amenities. So that the all-day trips is just saying we're going to put a cordon around campus. It doesn't matter who's coming or going, but that's a cap. And you get a 3% buffer, which is 2,300 trips. Well, you've got now new residents going in and out of campus all day long, running their errands. You've got people wanting to come use the amenities. They're going to get counted against that all-day trip. This last GUP, we added the Bing Concert Hall. We added a new museum. We continue to look to expand our programs that the community can come use. And there would be a huge disincentive to do that if we had this all-day trip cap. And then the cut-through traffic. So people they choose, rather than go on the arterials, they decide it's better to drive through campus. And we would be responsible for those. And we've seen surges when there's construction outside the campus, on Sand Hill Road or on Welch Road. People then obviously come to cut through even more. And we saw surges of 4% and 10% in those years. So a 3% buffer that is then linked to Stanford can't build its academic facilities when we trigger that buffer that we really can't control. It's not workable.
So what I'm understanding then is maybe the demographics of the housing will change the way people do trips outside and inside, and so it might not be the same as you're seeing with grad students and
Absolutely.
faculty. When you start moving in workers and this and that and families and whatnot, you might, thank you.
Commissioner Levy.
Great. Well, that was a great segue to my question. I think, up to this point in time, Stanford's done an absolutely amazing job on their TDM programs. And I know it's going to be an extra challenge now trying to accommodate the reverse trips and the average daily trips. So let's stay on the reverse trips here for a moment. The numbers that you present, how many units are associated with that? How many?
So the 850 was associated with the Housing Alternative B. And
right. But was it your numbers? It was staff's numbers?
That was from the EIR.
So how many specific? Do you know how many specific units that was associated with each?
I'm going off my memory, but Housing Alternative B, which is the smaller number, is about 1,700 faculty staff units, and the Housing Alternative A is 2,800 units.
Okay, so it's a maximum.
It's the maximum. It's the maximum, and it's what they're recommending.
It's not the 2172. No.
Okay. Through the chair.
Well, no, it's the 2170.
Let's hear what staff has to say, since they did the analysis.
Just so we're all on the same page for the numbers, I think we can all agree that Housing Alternative A from the EIR was 2,892 net new faculty staff units. So we're not talking about beds here.
Sure.
Just faculty staff units. And then Housing Alternative B, which was sometimes referred to as the half housing alternative, was 1,825 faculty staff units. And then in between those two numbers was what we refer to as the Nexus study number of 2,172. So those are the numbers.
Right. Okay. So we're counting up. We're talking about the 2,800 at this point in time. Okay. Assuming staff's perspective on the number of reverse trips there would be and how we would have to take 10% off of the existing reverse trips based on your TDM, what can you do above and beyond what you're currently doing to take away 10% of the trips from the existing reverse trips?
First, I don't know where the 10% comes from, and
I know. I'm just taking as an assumption. It's really what can you do more is really the question.
For these types of trips, there really isn't much you can do more. I mean, if you just picture, from your own household, the errands that you run and your spouse getting to work. I mean, it's just
taking your kids
there's
to school,
nothing else you can do,
and
especially given that we're already it's not like we haven't tried anything. We've got extensive TDM programs on campus that are already to half of what a traditional house would do. There's not any room below that.
Okay, great. Then I would like to move on to housing for a minute. Something you said about selling units. Is Stanford building houses and then selling them? And
What I said?
Yeah, you said we built these houses and we're just about to sell them.
Oh, the 180 university terrace. So it's to our faculty. It's actually not a sale. It's a long-term lease for those faculty units, the ones in Palo Alto.
Okay, so it's a long-term lease.
Yeah.
Okay, because that's where I'm going with this. If we're going to be if you're going to be responsible for, potentially 2172 houses, dwelling units, what happens if somebody leaves your employment?
Well, and I want to clarify, some of the 2172 is on core campus land, and then some we would be providing in the community.
Sure.
So not all. So there's kind of different rules. So some of those units would be open to the general public. Some of the below market rate units would be open to the general public, and then of course Stanford would have, no priority, no relationship to the employee.
Okay.
On the main I don't know exactly what happens when someone's employment terminates. I know it's a concern because people have to factor that calculus into their own decisions about taking a new job. But it is meant to be for employees when they're there.
Right. I would love to see some type of protection within that we provide to employees so that if they leave for some reason or another, they don't lose their housing. Whether they get an extra year or two, whatever it is, I'd love to see some type of condition in there to protect employees from that situation. So I think that's it for right now.
Other questions? Commissioner Moore.
A couple more transportation questions. What is your view about a couple of recommendations believe that came out of scope, which was to require extension of transportation benefits as part of the TDM program to all workers on campus, which includes things they mentioned: the commute club eligibility, Caltrain Go passes, VTA Smart passes, Marguerite shuttle to East Palo Alto. Question one. Question two, could Stanford ensure that the annual transportation survey that it does reaches all classes of workers, including third-party and contracted workers? Would those two actions be possible from your perspective?
So with regard to your first question, I will say that the people that run our parking and transportation services and TDM programs are in a constant state of evaluating new ideas to get people out of their cars. And that could be extending the services that we have to some employees to more employees, or it could be a totally different new program. The other thing they look at there was a reference to extending a shuttle to East Palo Alto, and we do look at things like that. We also do have principles that we don't want to do anything that is going to take away from a public service. So there can be a dance there where you don't want to kind of cannibalize somebody else's service. So in that case, we might look at that and say, you know what, a van pool is better for that area. So it's a constant evaluation. The commute survey gives us a lot of information about who our people are, what's their barriers to transit, and we just continue to evolve this, and that's part of our success in getting people out of their cars.
And one other question on the reverse commute all-day trip cap. I believe that there are some options that the staff has recommended to provide ways to meet the 2% threshold, 3% threshold, and one that has come up was the ability to use trip credits. And do you foresee that that would help in meeting a pretty stringent threshold maximum?
So the way the trip credits work is, again, in the commute direction, if we could get other people out of their cars, then it's the same, it helps the intersections in the same way, whether it's a Stanford driver or somebody else driving to work in Palo Alto, we've got them out of those intersections, and that's what the trip credits are all about. When you think about the trip credits associated with reverse commute, you're dealing with the same sorts of issues. You're dealing with people that are, they're not organized in a commute sort of direction. I don't see the trip credits helping us in this case because of the types of trips that they are.
Other questions? Okay, I have a couple of things kind of bad.
Of course.
When talking about reducing trips, does Stanford do anything like, or have they considered doing anything like, providing delivery of groceries or things like that to, help people not have to go off campus to buy groceries?
Well, so there are a number of programs to help, I would say, students not have to bring cars to campus. So things like zip cars and, making sure there's a place for deliveries to be done. But I will say, if you have anything delivered to you, that's a trip. I mean, that delivery truck comes in and it leaves and it's a trip.
Right, but I meant, as a service, as a group thing, for it's, one truck delivering a whole bunch of different
We have
things.
not looked into that. I would say that most people are more going to deal with this in their individual way of saying, I'm going to, order on Amazon or whatever food service, and it's just going to get delivered to me. So that's again a trip.
And now I'm going to go back to Escondido Village housing, where I know there's a store and a little bit of a food service there, but it's 2,000 people and it's a very small capacity there. And I know there's a place for delivery and drop off, and I think that will be very busy because I think what's in the building is not really adequate for what's there. And then also I want to reiterate what I asked before, that when you talk about when people move into the Escondido Village housing, they're going to be freeing up housing elsewhere nearby. And that I believe you said that you don't know exactly where students live, that you know that, 75% live within 6-mile radius? And then you don't know what kind of situation they live in. It could be several students, half a dozen students sharing one house, or students having one bedroom in a house or in many houses throughout the community. So it's not necessarily going to free up lots of either single-family homes or full apartments for when 2,000 beds open for Escondido
So we
Village.
did, after your question, we did go back, and I don't know if I'm going to be able to find it, but we did check and with people that interact with graduate students, and that was how we came up with the information that truly 75% of them live within 6 miles, but they are living in apartments and homes. And that, I think, is part of the reason why we're saying, it's reasonable to say that if we're building 1,300 apartments, there's going to be at least 650 workforce homes out in the community that are going to be freed up. Again, we're not seeking full credit. We're saying 1,300 apartments are going to free up at least 650.
Okay, so you're saying that you did do some follow-up.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any other questions for Stanford before?
One more question.
Okay,
And this is
Commissioner
going
Levy.
back to the concept of temporary parking for construction workers. Is this something that Stanford would consider or has considered in the past?
Are you talking about RV parking?
Well, RV parking van, whatever, people.
Or are you talking about
in.
contractor parking?
This would be contractor parking. So this would be the overnight contractor parking. So the contractors are coming from Los Banos, Salinas. They can't get back on the road at night effectively. And there's probably a fair amount of them, is my guess. And is that something that would be considered, could be considered?
We haven't considered that. Our understanding is that, as they mentioned, the workers like to come in very early, and then they like to leave by 3 o'clock in the afternoon so that they can get home to where they're living.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yeah, Commissioner Moore.
Just one more, I forgot. One of the speakers referred to some 3D modeling, and I was wondering if that is something that Stanford could share with the public about models of what the next GUP could look like. I understand it's a theoretical, but is that something that could be made available to the public?
We don't have anything like that. The closest we come to that is our development district distributions, where we say this much square feet we expect to be in the central campus, and that's where most of it is, and then, the amount of square feet, but we don't have anything like 3D modeling for that.
Any more questions? Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much, Catherine. Appreciate all your answers. So with that, I will close the public hearing. And I know we want to go back to staff, but I'm suggesting that we take a quick little break and then come back and start our discussions. No, it's not a half hour. No, it's not a half hour. It's, let's say, 10 minutes. And I don't know if anybody needs to move cars or anything like that. Okay.
Oh, man, 10 minutes. I need 12.
Just don't take a bite.
So, I was under the impression when I went through the community plan that red was Stanford, Washington, and yellow was the part of Stanford that you guys are agreeing to.
Red was Stanford, agreed to, yellow was
Oh, so red, you have agreed to the red. I was like, oh no, now I got a completely different. Okay.
yeah, it's in yellow. So yeah, red came into red.
Okay. Because I was like, I got to reread that whole thing with that in mind, and you haven't accepted the red yet. Okay. All right. I feel that. Maybe we will get it.
Testing.
Okay, I think we're ready to get started again here. And we obviously took a bit longer than 10 minutes. We got fed back there, so thank you very much for giving us a little more energy to deal with this. Okay, so we're done with the public hearing, and now we'll go back to staff for some more comments and thoughts.
Good evening now. Sylvia Gallegos, Deputy County Executive, and thank you. Before you enter into your deliberations and ask us questions, I thought I would suggest a path forward. So let me start with this. I regret that the workers have left because I wanted to underscore the point that staff is proposing and recommending that the Stanford 3.5 million square foot development be approved. And I think that point was lost with some of the people who spoke before us. So I wanted to sort of frame what you have before you today. This is what we're asking you to approve with one minor modification, which is adding a change to condition 0.5. We want to be clear that we've responded to all your questions and comments in writing, and that's attachment L. And those are all the comments that you'd made at both the May 30th and June 13th meeting. We've provided you updated recommended COAs as attachment AC. We have proposed amendments to the community plan in response to Stanford's and also the Planning Commission's suggestions. And so, in fact, as you heard from Mr. Eastwood earlier in the presentation, we do have 35 proposed changes to what we originally recommended. So we were trying to be responsive when we could with respect to the suggestions made to us. One of the important points I want to make today, because I think it was lost in some of the public conversation, is that this isn't a negotiation process. This is a regulatory process. This is a permit application, and you don't negotiate away your conditions of approval. We believe this is a responsible and sustainable development, and we think so because we put protections in place to ensure that the impacts that would result from this development would be mitigated through both the environmental mitigations and the conditions of approval. And in fact, in order to make the permit finding that this is a responsible development and that this won't result in a detriment to the health, safety, general welfare, we have these conditions to ensure that you won't worsen the affordable housing crisis, that you won't substantially worsen traffic, that will protect water quality, that we will not adversely impact storm drainage management. So the point is that all of this is one package together, that it is a responsible development, but with the protections we put in place. And we heard over the life of this project thus far over 4,000 comments, principally focused around housing impacts, traffic impacts, and also protecting open space. I want to comment on the deluge of letters you've received since your last hearing. I know it can be discombobulating, and so we provided for you the supplemental summary. You did, in fact, at last count, receive 328 public comments, and we provided a little summary that shows you in what categories they fall, because we wanted to show you that the great preponderance of comments you've received to date are comments you've received in the past, and they echo the same things that you've received. You did receive one substantive comment, a 4-page letter from Stanford University. We're encouraging you to act tonight. We've had a very robust discussion to date, and we expect to have more discussion now. If you feel as if you're not in a position to do so, you certainly have the option to recess and to spend some time reading this letter and then provide comments or questions to us in response to your reading of the letter. So the last comment I wanted to make, before you start your deliberations, is that if there are any outstanding issues that you think aren't resolved, you can also refer them to the board for their further consideration, and we can continue working on refining what we have before them. And so I want to encourage you that's a potential option as well. So with that, we're happy to turn it back over to the Planning Commission.
Okay. What are the Commission's thoughts? I am thinking that it might be good to take a little bit of time to, for example, read the letter that Stanford just brought us today and maybe review some of these other documents. Is that something that sounds like a good idea right now, or do you want to ask more questions of staff right now? Commissioner Moore?
Sure, I think that sounds good. I think what would be helpful is if there was a recommended process to ask a few more questions or make some other recommendations potentially to the Board of Supervisors, both on the conditions of approval and the Stanford Community Plan. Is there a way to go through that in a way that's time efficient? I mean, I do have a number of questions, or that either could be, answered right away, or could be a referral. So, what would be the best way to go through that? Those two important documents.
Okay, I would say one thing that staff had suggested earlier, there are 8 possible actions listed on our agenda, A through H. And staff had suggested grouping them. They're basically in pairs, and potentially voting on those pairs. And it's not, I think it's not just A and B, C and D. It's mostly that way. It was just separating out B, the findings, to go with F, which is the general use permit. We could discuss those items, in pairs. We could discuss them separately.
Chairperson Schmidt, may I
Yes.
make a suggestion? Why don't we start by having the Commission ask questions of staff and sort of have your questions answered too?
Okay.
And then to the point that the Commission feels as if they have enough information that they can act, certainly I would suggest that you can take them individually or however the Commission chooses. And at that point, if there are referrals that like to make, items that you would like the board to further consider, then that would be the time that you could incorporate that in a motion for consideration.
Okay, and referrals. Well, we can as we go through, and perhaps if we go through in more detail the conditions of approval, we might add things to that potentially, or modify things. And maybe some of those things we would want to refer to the board. Some of those things we would potentially just agree upon ourselves.
Yes.
Okay.
Can
So,
I ask a process question?
yes, Commissioner Levy?
There seems to be 3 of the items here that have a little bit of overlap when it comes to conditions of approval. You have the GUP, the SUP, and the Mitigation Monitoring and Reporting Program. And all those seem to have conditions associated with them that are embedded into these. And so if we make a recommendation for a change in a requirement, it could potentially impact any one of those or all 3 of those. So would we want to lump those and say we would approve these with these conditions and take those 3 as a blocks and say do overlap to some extent?
Well, I'll weigh in. I'm sorry, and Sylvia can. Yeah, I mean, just to help, and I talked a little bit with the chair ahead of time. I mean, the easiest first action, it is a recommendation, so you can do this all at once, but if it helps the commission chunk it out, I mean, the easiest first recommendation would be on the CEQA document. That's one. Commissioner Levy's right. There's a pretty close interplay between the conditions of approval and potentially the mitigation measures. So logically, you'd have those, and some of the policies in the community plan. Some of them, not all of them, might have an interplay with the conditions. So, I mean, so what you might, I mean, to Sylvia's point, if you have broad questions, hey, now's the time. If you're ready to start moving down the road, I mean, we'd like to see forward progress. If you are, you could take the CEQA action first. Next, you could weigh into the legislative actions. I'd say the easier one is probably the zoning ordinance map amendment. There's not been much discussion about that. After that, if you want to take as a group the Stanford Community Plan, conditions of approval and mitigation measures, we can work through that. I think our sense is you'd have a lot more discussions on the community plan, policies, and more specifically the conditions, and we can go through that procedurally. And then it's our sense that the last two items are sort of follow-throughs. But anyways, back to I mean, if you have broad questions, I think we'd like to do that first. And if you like to go thematic, we can, if that helps the commission, we can go thematically through that approach.
Okay, let's do the broad questions first, or the questions first. And you have a question, Commissioner Resendez?
I have a question. So I don't feel with the overwhelming emails and all the information in our hands over here. So can we forward this or move this to Monday? So I have more time Friday, Saturday, and Sunday to read more about both sides of these recommendations, or we have to do it today? I personally would like to have more time.
It's the will of the commission. I mean, I think what we tried to do is digest and assimilate those comments to say, we've looked at them, we've grouped them. We think a lot of them are consistent with what you've heard. We tried to go through to see if there's anything new that's outstanding. But I completely understand 382 comments is a lot. So it's the will of the commission. I think we would suggest that you go as far as you can. If you get to the end tonight, that's great. But if you can't, you have that right. I just know we're here. You're fed, and we'd like you. We'd like you to deliberate and go as far as you can first before you make a decision.
That's okay. But always I like to go forward in the items. I don't like to postpone items. But at this time, it's all to me. I don't know the other commissioners. Maybe they had more time to read, and I need to read at least twice, and especially the offer from Stanford and what the planning department is asking, or your department is asking, the staff is asking.
Commissioner Resendez?
Yes.
If the commission wants to recess a moment to read the 4-page letter and then ask us questions, we certainly would welcome that.
Yes, I will.
The balance of the comments are ones you've seen before, and we tried to show you that with thematically the volume of comments supporting the foothills. I support the GUP and so forth. So most of them, you've seen them before.
Well, yes, but
through the chair,
I still like to be secure.
Can I just add the development agreement that they put forward is not something we are voting on today. So that was something that they wanted to put out there for our knowledge, but it is not something that even comes before us. That's a supervisor thing. So although I'm glad just from a record standpoint that it's out there, it is their starting point of negotiation that may or may not even happen. So on that item, that the fact that you haven't read that is not critical to our base of information that we're going to be attempting to vote on today.
So we can vote on the recommendations then, right, today? Okay, let's go.
We can if we feel ready. So, okay, so
Yes.
then, is it the commission's desire to ask some questions and then pause to read Stanford's letter that they brought to us today, or do you want to read the letter first and then ask questions? What would you?
We've said this a number of times on the record, and I just want to correct something that Commissioner Rausser said, that if there were ever to be a development agreement under state law, it would have to come before your commission for a public hearing. There is no development agreement in existence right now, but if some point down the road, it wouldn't just go to the board, it would also go to your commission as well.
And I guess I could just add that the letter with the development agreement suggestion was addressed to the board. It wasn't addressed to us. We were just copied. So it's definitely not to us. It is not our task. It goes to the subcommittee. And then if there is a development agreement, it comes back, as has been noted. Okay, so let's take a few minutes and read this document that Stanford brought, the one that has a lot of red writing in it, and then ask questions. So let's take, what we need, 10 minutes, something like that. This time it will be 10 minutes. We won't disappear and not come back for a long time. Thank you. Has everyone finished the documents that they want to read? Well, everybody's looking down, but we'll just continue to look down until. Anyway, I think we are ready to go, yes? Okay. So I think now questions. And we could, I guess, organize questions in the large areas of like traffic and transportation and housing and open space. Those are the giant questions. So maybe that's where we should start, and maybe there would be some other detailed things that come up if we go through the conditions of approval in more detail. But let's, that sound okay? Start with the big areas for questions here?
Okay.
Yes. Okay. So traffic and transportation. Commissioner Resendez?
Yeah, my question is about the general plan.
About the what?
The general plan.
Okay.
Is not too old to apply into this Stanford, or we still will I go to that? How that affects the development?
Well, the community plan is a part of the general plan, kind of equivalent of a specific plan. I can't think, but it's nestled within the general plan. And what you have before you is, in staff's mind, sort of an update to that community plan. It was first adopted in 2000, and you'll see we've tried to modernize and update it in areas to reflect current conditions, and in a few areas have updated the policies. But to answer your question, I think I'm getting it right, Commissioner Resendez. There's nothing before you today that necessitates the board, planning commission, or the county going back to the general plan at all.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay. So questions on traffic and transportation? Commissioner Gill, you look like you're ready to go.
I seem to be stuck on the transportation issues here. Unfortunately, I apologize about that, but there's quite a bit of a definition within all the commute trips, coordinator, all that type of stuff. And throughout the paper, it's talking about as approved by the director, or maybe director's discretion, in terms of how these amounts are either negatively affecting the project or positively affecting them in terms of over time, whether it's a 1-year period or a 2-year period. Could we review that through staff a little bit so it'd be a little bit clearer in my mind? I don't know, Jeff, is that you?
I'd probably defer to the regular county staff management as that gets more into sort of the day-to-day practices that have been built up over the last 19 years in terms of how the general use permit has been administered at those points that do need some discretionary approval from the department as expressed through the director.
Yeah, we can start, Commissioner Gill. The big check-ins reviews are before the Planning Commission. Those, I think, are pretty clear in the conditions with the quarterly reviews, and there's an annual report. If there is something that's submitted to the director for review and approval, that typically hasn't been and it was not our intent initially. That's a public process. It's more of an administrative process where the director, through county staff and the department, reviews it and would make an administrative determination if it meets that requirement. So not a public hearing, not a public notice. It's made by the department staff and director.
And that's worked well since I guess the 2000. I guess there's no instances. It's all
question
all been
judgment. Yeah,
cherries and cream.
Depends on who you ask.
Okay.
If I and me personally, I haven't been the closest person to Stanford over the years, but have been here a long time. It's been our observation that in those areas where the director has been delegated authority to review and approve, it's worked. Yeah, I can't think of instances where the public, I mean, because the opposite would be to have a notice, an engagement, the public's involved, and I can't think of instances where perhaps after the fact the public said, hey, this should have been a process where we were involved. So there, of course, has been back and forth when Stanford staff submits things and the department has asked for changes. But again, those levels where it's really, do you leave the decision to the director or administrative to make the call? I think from the department's perspective, it has worked for the last 18, 19 years now.
And the third parties being involved in terms of doing the court and counsel and all that type of stuff, that's all.
Yeah, I mean,
all good.
You'll see a theme that we're trying to push more towards the sort of county staff and consultants doing the work. A lot of times if Stanford does the work, submits it, we have to peer review it anyways. There's a back and forth just to keep it objective. Sure. You'll see a lot of conditions we're moving towards just third-party consultants hired by the county, does the work, completely objective, funded by Stanford, and it's been our thought that keeps it very a lot more straightforward.
Even-handed?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Rob.
Commissioner Levy?
Yeah, I'll start easy with a couple of process type questions. First of all, try to understand how Stanford stays out of trouble with the crossing of the baseline, the 1%, 2%, 3%, depending on which measure we're using. Is it a three-tiered system where in essence it starts off with the TDM and then secondarily the trip credits and finally potentially intersection improvements? And Stanford needs to, in essence, make these improvements in advance of potentially tripping over, the triggers. Is that somewhat the process that's followed?
If I may, through the chair, yes, you described it correctly, especially in regard to trip credits. Those do need to be planned for and established and achieved in advance, so that, like you said, they could be applied in the event they are needed.
That's right. And if you look at the EIR, it says that one of the unavoidable impacts is going to be more traffic. So the assumption is we are going to potentially run into crossing over these thresholds. So they could potentially apply all three of these scenarios or strategies in advance to avoiding tripping over the the benchmark and having to stop development?
For the first, what we refer to as the 3 tiers of traffic control or conditions of approval, Tier 1 and 2 have the trip credit provision, but the Tier 3, which is the average daily trips, does not.
Yeah, no, I was referring, yeah, I understand that. And actually, if you look at, that's mitigation measure 7A.15-2, which it actually says that commute trips and reverse commute trips cannot exceed a baseline of 1% in there. So I think there's actually a mistake within the mitigation measure where it should say 2% for the reverse trips. And the average daily trips is not included in that mitigation measure, which I'm still a little confused on why it's not. So that's what that was the second item I had, was sort of a clarification on that mitigation measure. And again, that was 7A.15-2.
If I could just add on to that, I don't understand the consequences of the violations for 1 year or 2 year. If you could just walk through.
One second first, Mark. And that is, I just want to verify that third tier, not using these terms, I'm using the term of tiers differently, and one being TDM, second being trip credits, but the third being intersection improvements. I just wanted to verify the intersection improvements was part of that scenario.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Correct.
Okay, now it's your turn.
As I read it, and I just have really brief notes on here, in year 1, I think there's no, if you have 1 year, then the new development projects are halted. If there's 2 years, there's no subsequent academic development.
That's correct.
And so, how is that different? Development could even be housing? and then academic is purely on the academic side? So just walk us through that scenario.
Sure. Within the Tier 1, also known as the peak hour, no net new commute standard, along with the peak period, the consequences of violations are that if either of the standards are exceeded or violated in any 1 year, the county shall immediately suspend approval of any new development projects pursuant to the process in condition A.11, which calls for a public hearing on the matter, until Stanford demonstrates compliance with the standards through subsequent annual traffic counts at a minimum of 1 year preceding authorization of the next development phase through subsequent annual traffic counts. If either of the commute standards are violated in 2 or more years during a single academic phase, no subsequent academic development phase shall be authorized until Stanford demonstrates compliance with the standards for at a minimum 1 year preceding authorization of the next phase.
That's exactly how I read it. Now I'd like you to explain what's the consequence of 1 year, and I sort of understand the consequence of the 2 year, but I'm just trying to wrap my head around how is that different from a practical standpoint.
So basically, if every year the county does the annual monitoring, and so if that year found it was out of compliance, Stanford would have to go the whole next year and do another annual count and show compliance. And during that 1 year, no new development project could be approved. All the existing projects that have planning approvals and/or building permits would continue. They wouldn't be stopped, but no new development projects could be approved during that 1 year period where compliance can be demonstrated.
Elizabeth Pianca, Lead Deputy County Counsel, and I just would like to note for that 1 year period, the suspension of the 1 year of development, that would follow after the Planning Commission's consideration of whether the development should be suspended. So there would be a hearing before the Planning Commission, before there would be any suspension of development for that 1 year.
Is that in writing? That was not clear, so I'm a little concerned.
It is in writing. There's a reference back to condition A11.
Okay.
And condition A11 relates to procedures for hearings before the Planning Commission on the permit.
Okay.
Then I just want to clarify for myself, so that you're saying that if there's an annual report, Stanford is out of compliance with traffic, it would come before the Planning Commission. Planning Commission reviews the annual report, and the Planning Commission could decide then whether construction on new projects should stop or development of new projects should stop.
That is correct.
Okay, so that the Planning Commission could decide always to keep on moving.
That is correct, based
yes.
on the evidence that would be presented to them.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just keep going on that? Somewhat related is the 5-year evaluations, and at that point, so we have annual reports that would state whether or not they are in compliance, and then every 5 years we would look at all 5 again, or at that point we draw a line in the sand and say, okay, we reported every year that they were in compliance, or maybe there's some issues we're monitoring. I'm not sure the purpose of that 5-year if we're doing it every year, and my actual question is, in the last GUP, were there any incidences where Stanford was not in compliance? And when we say full compliance, is that substantial compliance, or I mean, can any little thing just trip them up and not be in compliance? Is, I guess, my question. Do we even need the 5-year reviews if we're looking at it 1 year and we're addressing the remote possibility that something is out of compliance?
The To answer the first part of the question, under the current GUP, with the application of trip credits, specifically regarding traffic and transportation, the university has never been out of compliance with the no net new commute trip standard, with the 1% threshold, and with the allowances for cut-through trips and trip credits. The next part of your question, it's important to understand that the 5-year check-in has multiple purposes. It's not only to ensure compliance with the traffic and housing mitigations, which, as you mentioned, the traffic stuff happens automatically every year, regardless of the 5-year check-in. But when it comes to consequences, if that violation comes the year before the next phase is up for consideration and compliance check, we're calling it, then we just the conditions state explicitly that next phase couldn't be granted until compliance is demonstrated with in this example, traffic conditions. And then the phases are also used to make sure that the development does not proceed over time in a manner that is contrary to the way the university has historically developed fairly consistently in terms of that amount of development the county sees on a year-to-year basis, and that it truly is a 17 to 20-year build-out and not a, for example, 10 to 15-year build-out, which would change some of the impacts as identified in the EIR. And so that's another sort of metering function of the phasing.
Can you restate that last statement?
Basically, the phasing is to make another purpose of the phasing is to make sure that the development is truly spread out over a long term and not concentrated in any manner.
So it's not accelerated?
Correct.
But I thought we were only allowing within each quarter 1/4 of the...
Exactly. Absent that phasing, theoretically, all the development could occur in 5 to 10 years.
No, I understand that,
theoretically.
but what does the 5-year check have to do with, we're not going to approve anything more than what is allowed 1/4 per phase, right?
Correct.
So what does give me a scenario in which the 5-year checkup will provide something different from what the plan is right now. In the 2000 GUP, that lasted 19 years. Is there a scenario where you would have liked to go back and change a few things periodically that we aren't already changing in this GUP that would have liked a check-in in a manner that didn't completely upset the apple cart and have us rewrite the GUP during that phase, because then we're just literally renegotiating every 5 years.
Well, there were 2 or 3 Stanford-initiated changes, requests to both the general use permit and the community plan during the 2000 GUP, and so typically those types of more functional, or excuse me, structural changes to the documents would probably occur at these milestones approximately every 5 or 6 years, rather than happening randomly through the process.
Okay.
But the one thing it is designed to do is, like you said, is to make sure the development isn't accelerated. We haven't had that problem in the past, and we think it's good that Stanford develops at a relatively even pace because it is a large development. But they do have a good long historical track record. But there have been times due to fluctuations in the economy where it goes faster or it goes slower, and the 5 to 6 year phases check-ins are really intended to make sure that pattern stays fairly constant going forward.
Okay, so let's say year 1 to 5, we have 1/4 of the development and that goes fine, and then for some reason it slows down for whatever reason and they use half their allotment. Are we then saying in period 3 they get a makeup and as much as they were planned another 1/4, or are we saying they only get a 1/4 and a 1/3? So once is it literally at 50%, at the halfway point, they're 50%. They can catch up to 50%, in that period.
Yes, if it goes slower, that's not a problem because
Right.
the conditions specifically state that the check-ins shall be no sooner than 5, 10, 15 years. But if the first check-in were at 7 years and the second check-in were at 14 years, that would be consistent with the program as it's written.
Okay, so I guess I'm still not seeing the need. If we're throttling it based on a quarter per period, I don't see the need for a check-in to say, oh, they're going too fast, if we've already said that they can go 25% in each thing. And I don't need to understand it, I guess. But.
Respectfully, if I may interject, the main we've talked about some of the different purposes of the check-ins, but the main purpose is really a compliance check-in with the housing and the traffic mitigations.
And how is that different from the annual check-ins?
It's also tied to the housing linkage in terms of how much housing they're required to provide. We're not regulating the housing on a year-to-year basis. That is really done at the 5-year phase level, which again is similar to how it's been done in the past, where except for a time factor, it was simply a square footage factor. It was every 500,000 square feet you have to have 615 units, and so that was the requirement, and so that sort of major housing linkage policy requirement would also be checked on very closely at the phased approvals.
Okay, and so again, full compliance, is that something that there's not going to be any gotchas or anything on certain things? It's basically it's pretty obvious when they meet the requirements that they'll be able to continue moving forward.
That's the intent, yes.
And that still comes before the Planning Commission, so if there are some areas where there's a little bit of friction or whatever, we would still have the ability, or whoever's here at that time would have the ability to make adjustments as appropriate based on your recommendations.
Correct.
Okay, I appreciate that. I have another question. You guys feeling strong here?
Yeah.
12 more go.
I'm gonna read a statement, and I'd like you to tell me what the second part of this statement means. This is not a trick question. All-inclusive playgrounds. What does this second part of the statement mean? All-inclusive playgrounds shall mean play environments that serves the physical, social, sensory, cognitive, and emotional needs of children of all abilities. Got it. Combining universal accessibility with thoughtfully supported social interaction between children with and without disabilities through play. What does thoughtfully supported social interaction between children with and without disabilities through play mean? I was tracking up until that point, and then do we have not thoughtfully supported? Do we? I have no idea what. I think I sort of see the intent. People with disabilities, we want to be all inclusive with them, but I just didn't understand that statement as that
Commissioner, is it the part about sort of the thoughtfully that raises the question?
Thoughtfully supported social interaction between children with and without disabilities through play. So in their playtime, or is Stanford going to be trying to implement thoughtfully supported?
No, I think
play?
So the County of Santa Clara has supported a number of grant programs to build all-inclusive playgrounds throughout the valley. And I have a son on the autism spectrum, so I have, I think, personal insights with respect to that. And there are ways you can design playgrounds to encourage social interactions, particularly with kids that aren't inclined to do that. And so I believe that the statement relates to the way you design these that could promote social interactions, particularly with kids that aren't inclined to do that.
So can you give me an example? I mean, it sounds good, but I just don't understand
So
it.
there are like water features where, from a sensory perspective, my son likes being in water. And when he's in water, or you have like For example, the Children's Discovery Museum, it has water features that, because it's soothing but also interactive, it opens them up to peer interactions, as an
Okay.
example. So there are ways to do that. There are people who specialize in that type of work.
Perfect.
So that would be an example.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we go back to any more questions on transportation and traffic? Okay, Commissioner Gill.
Back at transportation again. If Stanford was to go ahead and front load housing like Escondido and this and that and everything else, get a big spike in traffic in these reverse commute situations and whatnot, what is the planning response in terms of intersection, improvements? Is that fast tracked, or sometimes these things take long time, longer than 1 or 2 or 3 years to do? Is that something that gets fast tracked through the planning procedures of the cities and so forth to go ahead and pay attention to these, or how? I mean, does the county understand how that would work in terms of a regulatory application?
Well, that's essentially what we're dealing with here with this new general use permit, is looking at this development in its entirety over time and coordinating with surrounding jurisdictions. Escondido Village is an interesting example because that was completed under the general approval umbrella that was created by the 2000 general use permit. Under that use permit, beds and student beds and faculty staff housing units were allowed to be commingled and treated as one item, being equal to any other item, whether we're talking about a bed or a unit. So the university was able to reallocate existing allocations of housing units and beds that was granted under the 2000 use permit to allow for the sort of normal approval of the project through the architectural and site approval process that is also a feature of this proposed new GUP. So even though it's a very large project and people say, well, it wasn't envisioned in the original GUP, in terms of just the raw development potential that project represents, it was included in the 2000 GUP in terms of the existing amount of housing, or not the existing, but the new amount of housing, talking about both students and beds in this circumstance, were through the processes that were created within the use permit were shifted into the appropriate development district. Plans were brought in. The 2,400 bed project was approved and is now nearing completion and will be occupied soon. So from a very high level, the traffic from that project was accounted for under the 2000 general use permit, and as a result, there wasn't a lot of additional traffic analysis because it was found that there was nothing about that project that went outside of the assumptions that were baked into the 2000 approval, including the environmental impact report that was done.
Yeah,
So does
guess,
that get to your question?
Yeah, it does. It's just that there's so many entities and so many other influences, because you have the cities of Menlo Park and Palo Alto and all these other cities surrounding these areas that have control of the intersections, and they're the ones that are saying, hey, you need to go ahead and mitigate these traffic issues, and if you're trying to go ahead and have housing be part of this equation as a benefit, and then all of a sudden you have impacts at, say, Sarah and El Camino, or at Page Mill and El Camino, or wherever it may be, then all of a sudden they're saying, okay, well, this is where our impact is, and this is where we need to go ahead and relieve the congestion applications of that, because everybody's trying to get to Town and Country Mall, shopping center or something, whatever it might be. How do you address that in terms of time-sensitive position where the applicant, Stanford, doesn't get penalized because they can't move forward on either front, whether it's academic, whether it's housing, because there's this bottleneck, and pretty much the whole Bay Area is a bottleneck, right, in traffic. So I'm curious as to how that domino effect is played out within within the community, because the area is definitely traffic impacted, and everybody wants to grow. So that's just my comment and question.
Okay, there's no more response to that then? Okay, Commissioner Levy.
Sure, I'd like to jump into the issue that I'm having the hardest time with, and that is the reverse commute trigger, where I'm really struggling to find the nexus that allows us to create a 2% trigger. Based on what you were saying earlier, you provided with me with a little solace about saying, okay, 50% of the housing units will be built in the first 5 years. But then when I take a look at the phasing and see that only a quarter of the housing units will be built in the first 5 years, not 50%. And we have and potentially they may not even have occupancy by the time we come up with those baselines. So my concern is that Stanford, we're going to have people that are going to be doing that reverse commute, as I think Stanford's actually correctly said, are going to be the spouses, the roommates, taking their kids to school and then coming back, et cetera, that isn't really Stanford driven. It's potentially the other people living in the house that's doing this. So I still haven't got my arms around the nexus of that 2% trigger. I mean, some of that's probably attributable to Stanford employees, but a lot of it's not. And so some of that probably needs, I do want to see some type of trigger for the reverse commute, but I have a really hard time with the 2% value. I have similar concerns with the average daily trips. I do like to see it. I think that we're in a situation right now where there's a traffic, we're in a traffic crisis, and we need to mitigate everything that we possibly can. But I also want to be fair and make sure that mitigation is fairly applied to Stanford for what they are responsible for. So, assuming, how much of that reverse traffic is actually the result of people that are working at Stanford, not just people living in their houses? Because we are sort of forcing 70% of the houses to be on Stanford property. If we didn't have that, if we took Stanford's position of 30% of the housing being there, we would potentially mitigate 90% of that reverse commute problem. But if we want to, reduce traffic altogether, it makes sense to put the housing as close to the jobs as possible. But then we end up with the reverse commute problem. So, the way I look at it, you're sort of trying to, have your cake and eat it too, and I can't get my arms around the nexus for that 2% trigger.
Thank you. Through the chair, Jeff Bradley. There's a couple different factors that go into that. One thing we found in working with our traffic consultants is that when traffic facilities are operating at capacity, such as freeway segments or roadway segments or intersections, any increase in traffic of 1% or more is considered significant. Caltrans uses that standard. The county has been using that standard in relation to the general use permit since the year 2000, when it was embedded in the Stanford Community Plan. So that kind of becomes a sort of a touchstone figure. And so obviously we were using that 1% for the trigger for the tier 1 requirements for commute hour, peak direction, commute period, peak direction. And then when we switch over to tier 2 or the reverse direction, there's an understanding that reverse traffic by its very nature is less than peak period. Otherwise it wouldn't have its own category of reverse. It's easier if you're going against the peak direction in a reverse flow. If you live up here and you have a job in Morgan Hill, you're like, yay, I'm going reverse commute. It's all good. So reverse commute, reverse is better than peak if we're going to be adding any trips. But we essentially doubled the trigger from 1% to 2% based on the idea, again, working with our traffic people from AECOM, was that when you have an intersection that's at capacity and you're adding 1% or you're adding 2% to it, it doesn't really matter if it's peak direction or reverse direction, because an intersection is usually signalized. But the intersections we're talking about are usually signalized, and the function of the intersection depends on how all the movements are occurring. And if you're adding trips from the non-peak direction, the reverse direction, that can be just as disadvantage to the functioning of the intersection as the peak direction traffic. And so that's one of the bases for the 2% is that it accounts for the fact that reverse is a lower flow, but because the whole system is at capacity in some situations, as documented in the EIR under Alternative A, we would have 7 intersections impacted just by the reverse traffic. So if we're going to mitigate the traffic, we do have to do what Catherine Palter mentioned and approach very high levels of trip reduction in order so that kids can walk to school, so that people can walk to transit, and so that people can walk to restaurants and stores and other amenities. And given the facts on the ground at the campus, this is probably one of the few places in the county where you could do this, where all those pieces come together. So the goal really is to create a dense, compact, walkable environment, not repeat the pattern of an auto-centric development where everyone does have to get into their car.
I agree with everything you're saying there, but I'm not sure you answered my question. And that is that if I was a Stanford professor and I took my bike from my on-site facility, house to my office, my wife as a teacher in San Jose, she has to get out and drive to San Jose. But since we are requiring 70% of the housing on Stanford property, we're sort of forcing the situation on Stanford to take responsibility for the reverse commute of my wife. And that's where I'm having a problem finding that nexus. I'm finding the nexus that the traffic that's generated for Stanford is Stanford's responsibility. That commute traffic, the commute direction, 100%. That's Stanford's responsibility. The reverse commute and the average daily commutes I see as the spouses that are being sort of forced to live on Stanford because there's that 70% threshold now. So what I haven't been able to get my arms around is, again, the nexus between requiring Stanford to pay for the entire, for paying for all the improvements for that trigger. I think the trigger belongs there, and I think Stanford should pay for every bit of the piece that's their responsibility, but I'm not sold that their responsibility is all of it. And that's true of the average daily trips as well.
Understood.
Commissioner Rouser?
I agree with everything you just said.
Commissioner Moore?
One thing I was going to suggest in regards to this is, and it may be something that is really worked on over the next couple months, going to the Board of Supervisors, is a more detailed description of what are the elements, what are the components, because some of the things that have been brought up today I've heard for the first time, in regards to assumptions about how much housing is going to be built and the baseline based on, a certain amount of housing. The urban form, of course, I think we all agree with that. But I think it would be helpful because, I had the same questions, not quite understanding. I knew there was a lot of thought that went into it, but I didn't. It would be helpful if that could be provided as a public document to say, here's the thinking, here's the analysis, here are the figures that went into coming up with the 2% and 3% and how it can feasibly be met, because I think hopefully they can be, but it just wasn't, it was kind of invisible. We just had to kind of take a leap of faith, like, okay, well, I guess they worked it out. But that would be very, very helpful to me, because it is understandably hard to understand, because some people may still have to, maybe they can't take Caltrain to their job in San Jose or whatever. That's the ideal. But would that be something that could be provided so that at least the Board of Supervisors could have that under their consideration?
Yes.
Okay, that would be great. And I just had a couple of other questions. One was the trip credit program. Just wanted to verify that trip credits could consist of payments that would include transit improvements and not just roadway improvements. Is that correct?
Yeah, if I may correct a statement I made on the record previously in a question, I believe, to Commissioner Gill. Payments for intersection improvements are not included as a means to stay in compliance with the traffic conditions. I incorrectly lumped that in together with trip credits and what was the other one? Sorry, TDM. That's right. Sorry. TDM, trip credits. Those are how the university stays in compliance. If the university exceeds the trip counts, then they're out of compliance, and the first consequence, if you will, is payment of the fair share for the traffic intersection improvements as identified in the EIR. So I apologize for that.
Okay, and just let me follow up because I thought that was answering my question. And so at that point in time, they're out of compliance and they get that 1-year penalty?
Yes.
So they can't pay for and this was sort of the basis of my question to begin with, is that they could pay for those intersection improvements in advance to stay within compliance. But that's not the case. You have to, after they've already fallen out of compliance, then they can pay for one of those intersection improvements that's identified within the EIR.
They'd have to pay for all of the intersection improvements that are identified in the EIR.
Well, or their fair share.
Their fair share, correct.
Right. Okay. And so that's something we may want to discuss as a commission, whether we'd like to see the ability to do that in advance to stay out of trouble.
Okay. Okay. So anyway, wait, now I almost wasn't sure if you just already answered what I asked, which was a point that was made about trip credit programs, including transit improvement, public transit or potentially private transit.
Yes, the big, some portion of the trip credits that Stanford has generated in the past are based on transit improvements, which include, or transit operations, which include the Marguerite Shuttle that is wholly owned and operated by the university and serves the surrounding area and is free. And then also contributions the university has made to what's known as the Altamont, the bus,
Yeah.
the bus that comes over the bridge to the
Sure.
that one.
Right,
Forgetting
right.
the right acronym.
Dumbarton Express.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. And then are trip credits allowed currently under the proposal to apply to the average daily trip count as well?
Currently, no.
Okay. And what was the reason not to allow that?
In the past, the trip credit program in general has been a fairly, mathematically speaking, minor part of the traffic control scheme overall plan. But in the public mind, it has taken on a large feature, and it's seen as a way for the applicant to game the system or to somehow undermine the intent of the no net new commute trips, which staff finds not to be true at all.
Okay.
So the goal was for the ADT was for it to be sort of an unchanged number without any of the normal adjustments that are made, legitimate adjustments that are made under the Tier 1 and the Tier 2.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. I mean, there was an interesting point made in the scope letter about how including that could provide transportation alternatives for those who are making the longest commutes, some often those in the lower income categories. And so they were bringing up kind of an equity issue, which I thought was a good one in that regard. Let's see. I think that, the other, I have one just quick process question again. So if, through the chair, if there are specific recommended additional conditions that I'd like to suggest, would that wait until the end, or would it be appropriate to bring any of it up now?
And that's a good question. What does staff think about if there are conditions we want to add to the conditions of approval, bring them up when we review the conditions, or bring them up now or anytime?
That's the discretion of the Planning Commission. Whatever facilitates the discussion would be my suggestion. If it's top of mind now and you think that it'd be useful to tackle it now, by all means.
Okay, I'll go ahead and just say out loud that I do think that a couple of conditions that I've already mentioned I would recommend be added, which is number one, requiring extension of transportation benefits as part of the TDM program to all workers at Stanford, and ensuring the annual transportation survey reaches all classes of workers, including third-party and contracted workers. And this is to assure that we have really more accurate data and that a wider swath of workers, employees serving Stanford are receiving benefits to allow them to take transit as opposed to driving. So I'll just throw those out there.
Commissioner Moore, Elizabeth Pianka, Lead Deputy County Counsel. With respect to the TDM measures, the county doesn't have, is not authorized to require Stanford to adopt particular TDM measures. It's a means that's used by Stanford to comply with measures. So we are not authorized to require a TDM measure such as providing transit passes for all workers at Stanford.
Sounds like an option for a development agreement.
And was your second idea, though, to survey all the workers?
What about the idea of requesting, I guess maybe I should say requesting and not requiring, that a more comprehensive transportation survey be done to provide more accurate data on VMT and things like that?
The request could be made. It could not be a requirement of the conditions.
So the request could also be made of the extension. You could just change the verb, and that it could be, both of those could be requested.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, it looks like Commissioner Rouser was ready to say something again.
Yeah, one of the things that we're being recommended to require is kind of a survey or a study on services to be made available by Stanford to the people, and I can't remember exactly where it was. I was trying to look it up, but and then I don't know if that comes before us again, but basically says what are the services that should be provided, and they mention things like recreation, senior menus. I mean, there's a broad range of stuff, and I just wanted to kind of have that conversation to say certainly there's utilities and certain things that we would expect, and at what point do we draw the line, especially if we're starting to get more faculty housing with families and everything. Are we expecting to provide literally any kind of recreational service on campus to reduce trips, or is it just stuff that normally the government provides, but yet food and different things, being able to provide groceries on, so
with respect to the condition of approval calling for a municipal services study, that requirement stems from the community plan, specifically Growth and Development Policy 9 and Implementation Policy I-2. Those are on page 139 and 141 of your packet. And so that calls for identifying an appropriate level of urban services and needs for residents of Stanford. And so the study stems from that community plan implementation measure.
But it went beyond utilities. The part that I was reading went way beyond into mental health, all kinds of services. And so I was just wondering again, where do we draw the line on that? I started to think of all kinds of stuff that I do as a family that probably wouldn't be appropriate at Stanford. If we went motorcycle riding and we're worried about all the sensitive species out there and bird watchers and everything, at what point these are all going to start to conflict? I do like goat yoga. Now, that's going to be on my list, but so where do you recommend we draw the line on what is to be provided to help create an inclusive or a community without having to go elsewhere versus trying to force them into a compound where they can't leave to do anything that, if one wants to do ballet and the other taekwondo, do you have to have every, type of activity on campus?
No, yeah, that's a fair question. The intent of this requirement is really to fill in the blanks from the community plan, which has a very clear policy that the university is required to provide municipal services. That in and of itself is not defined in the community plan, and so it's really left to the general use permit to fill in the blanks. The 2000 GUP had a similar condition of approval that a community service study could be required, but only upon request of a surrounding jurisdiction that felt that a certain service was maybe being utilized from one of the surrounding cities that should rightly be provided by the university. But that, because the mechanism depended on proactive request from the surrounding cities to request that study, it was never utilized. We talked to the cities about it, and they said, well, we didn't know about that condition. We didn't know that was an option. And so this condition is meant to be more proactive, do a study, answer those questions, because Stanford does provide a lot of municipal services, including most of the basic ones like streets and fire and police and water and sewer, and they also do other things to support their populations, and sort of just have a definitive analysis of that as part of the conditions, so that question could be answered once and for all of what the appropriate services are.
So then that's part of our police powers to then say these are the services you should provide then? I mean, that would be the next step, using that information?
Correct.
Correct. And what is proposed in the condition of approval is an initial study. That study would determine where there are gaps. It would ultimately be a legislative action of our board to determine whether those gaps would be filled via services or impact fees or some other means.
Commissioner Levy.
Yeah, just a process question for my fellow commissioners here, and that is, how do we want to address each one of these issues? Do we want to sort of concentrate on traffic first, try to wrap it up, and then move on to the next item?
That's what we were trying to do. So.
Yeah, so because I had a comment on the studies too, actually, but I wasn't sure it was the right time to do it. And so I would like to see if we could, come to consensus on where we want to go with the traffic type situations. The one thing that we think we need a little more discussion on is the reverse commutes and the average daily trips. I also think we had some discussion on, the triggers and what the ramifications of tripping over those triggers are, and how we want to address intersection improvements. Just from a high-level perspective, I like the idea of giving Stanford a little bit of continuity and understanding where they're going from a year-to-year basis, but I really like the idea of those 5-year phases. So giving them a little bit of flexibility with being able to do, intersection improvements during that period of time, but at that 5-year phase, if they're out of compliance, we understand, well, maybe this is all we can grow. We've hit our limit from a sustainability perspective. But during that 5-year period, during each phase, they should be able to have the ability to know where they're going without an annual stop for a year. So that's my thinking. I definitely want to make sure we hold them accountable to the greatest extent possible and be fair to the greatest extent possible. So I think we still have a little discussion as a commission concerning, and I'd like to hear back from you guys on the reverse trips, the average daily trips, and the intersection improvements, and what we want to do with those items. A question for staff, and something that Stanford asked about, there was 4 bicycle improvement programs that are in the works or planned that they didn't think they were getting trip credits for, and was wondering if is that something that they are getting trip credits for or not, and what's the rationale one way or the other?
Yes, there are 4 specific bicycle improvement projects that Stanford proposed as part of the application, and did a technical analysis of how many trip credits those should receive. And the county did peer review that memo, that analysis, and it came to the conclusion that a certain number of trip credits should be approved, but procedurally, the staff thought it was appropriate to make the final decision on that after the general use permit, assuming if the general use permit is approved, based on any outcomes that might inform that. But essentially, it was a fairly modest number. It was 35 trip credits, and assuming the trip credit program comes out at the end of this process, similar to the way it's envisioned now, it would be expected that those would be approved at that level.
Okay, great.
It was fairly well studied and very well studied and documented to this point.
Great, thanks. As an avid bike rider, I want to encourage as many bike improvements as we can possibly put in here. But okay, so let's hear from the rest of the commission here.
Yeah, I think that's Robert, thank you. It's very good to keep back on transportation. Under that group there, we talk about confidence intervals and the statistical, I guess, percentage of those in terms of no net trips in average daily trip baseline. What was the statistical analysis on that in terms of remaining within that 1% and increasing it to 2%, as the experts on traffic said? How did that go on the math?
So the tier 1 standards for the commute direction, the peak hour and the peak period, the methodology doesn't change at all. We still have the 90% confidence interval that was developed back in the 2000 GUP, and we have the 1% trigger. However, going forward, we didn't find a basis for the need for a confidence interval for the reverse trips and the average daily trips, and so we did not recommend the usage of the confidence interval.
Because they were not peak hour trips then?
Right.
In reverse and average daily? Okay. Thank you.
So Commissioner Levy has asked what other people think about the reverse commute numbers and the average daily trip numbers. Commissioner Moore, it looks like you.
Well, what I would suggest is, because this is clearly something that can't be, I don't think it could easily be resolved tonight. So I wanted to make a recommendation potentially from the Planning Commission that the staff produce a detailed analysis providing the specific figures and assumptions to show how the 2% and 3% threshold numbers could be met. And because I think if it's all put down on paper and it is explained, and then it could be deliberated at the board level, that would be one suggestion.
I jump in and just clarify my comments, and that was, I'd like to see staff identify the nexus for those numbers as far as who's actually responsible for the generation of those trips. Was my primary concern. I'd love to see them be able to make those numbers with TDM, but it's going to be pretty hard.
Can I give an opinion
Commissioner
on
Rouser, yes.
Okay. This is something I have struggled with from day one, and that's why I asked about an in lieu fee and other ways to get around this. And just in even looking at Stanford's response of kind of having a fallback where you go back to the EIR's mitigation on that, and I kind of like that, because what are we trying to do here? We're trying to mitigate the effect. So whether the effect is caused by Stanford or not, the fact that they're bringing housing in, and it's going to cause some reverse commute trips, to me, let's concentrate on mitigating that in some way. And to me, an in lieu fee is something that does it a lot better than saying, okay, we're going to cut off all development for the next year or 2 years or 5 years on it. And so my recommendation would be, at least for that portion of it, for the reverse commute and the daily trips, to literally have an in lieu fee rather than have the 2%, 3% type thing attached to it. I think the 1% on the one that we've already done in 2000, that I think that one is good. So that would be my recommendation on trying to move forward, and at least we recognize that we're mitigating it fully, but it's in a way that, and I mean, then the question is, well, how much? But that's where you use, you guys are good at that, coming up with, some way to monetarily define what the impact is, and then to me, that's where the beauty of the development agreement comes in, because then you can start having those exchanges with the jurisdictions around there to say, instead of having an in lieu fee here, we're going to pay you for these kinds of traffic issues above and beyond, what may be the EIR defined amount kind of thing. So that's my recommendation on the traffic.
So is it something we could possibly combine all of those things and ask staff to look at get a real good explanation of how the average daily trip and reverse commute trip numbers really work, try to do a nexus for them, and look at the possibility of doing in lieu payments for anything that exceeds those.
Yeah, and again, the numbers on the reverse commute, when we're bringing in faculty housing in, just trying to quantify it and trying to encourage people, no, you can't take them to ballet lessons because that's going to set us over. I mean, they have to be able to function as a family and be able to do stuff. And so, having said that, I'd like to hear other opinions on the whole 70-30 thing too, because I'm not stuck, and I'd like to get a little more feedback.
You're talking about housing.
How much housing you have on campus?
We're still finishing up.
No, I understand,
right
but it's
now.
related.
Okay.
If I could just go ahead and delve into that transportation thing, because it's obviously been problematic for myself as well, in terms of how this whole thing works, the triggers and the regulatory process, and how we go ahead and allow this applicant to move forward in a consistent manner, as well as get the mitigation factors. And I think that most of the low fruit's been picked. So these are all very difficult applications in terms of trying to make them whole around the whole community here. And I guess, is there something that I'm missing in terms of the triggers as well as the in lieu fees that could be addressed right now that wouldn't have staff run around trying to prepare all this stuff? Is there something that's just here but I'm not seeing? That'd be helpful.
Well, the only thing I mean, the traditional approach to this is what's in the EIR is you impact it and then you mitigate. So to Commissioner Rouser's point, I mean, what you're seeing from staff is an attempt to avoid. It goes upstream. So by having the triggers that you see on the screen in the 5-year check-ins, and I think it's been our observation and in the studies that traffic is so oversaturated in that area. And I'll just say Stanford's done a really good job over 18 years of doing TDM to avoid it and has a good track record. And our thought is, from a variety of standpoints, I mean, just so you know, this is the most jobs housing imbalanced area in the county, 3.8 jobs to 1. We're putting more housing in this area, not just people working on Stanford, in Palo Alto provides a balance. And there is I think we've observed this is an area where you do have a lot of access to services. I was just looking at Trader Joe's is within a half mile of Stanford, and you have the Stanford Shopping Center 500 feet away from where Stanford's looking at the Quarry District. So there's just a lot of services and jobs there as a landscape and a planning perspective. Putting housing here, makes a lot of sense. Could Stanford build that housing and still meet these very, very rigorous standards? I think, the planning's observation is they have a very good track record on TDM. There's all the elements are pointing to, especially on the reverse trips, of people getting access to services and jobs within reach. And it's feasible, but I know there's a lot of uncertainty about this. Anyways, back to your question, I mean, there's two general approaches. One is the standard EIR approach of an impact and mitigation. We've tried to set a standard where there's an avoidance measure. And there is a third where you could require just a longer period for the county to study this over, say, a 5 to 10 year period. And we had talked about this, but I hadn't coalesced around it. If after 10 years the trends show that there really is a more severe impact happening, perhaps at the midway point, a commission could come back and say there has to be a standard in which, you could start with ER mitigation measures, but you could come back to a standard and trying to have a 1 or 2% cap. So it's a bit of a middle ground between your standard approach of impact, mitigate, have a sort of an upfront cap over the first period. So just offering that as another possibility. But, a long story short, I think we'd like you to get to is what you could do is wherever you land is a lot of these things could be sorted out between your recommendation and the board. So if you're able to coalesce around them, we take the chance to formulate them, articulate them, and then try and show them to the board what your recommendation was.
Okay, Mr. Levy.
Yeah, Rob, I like your strategy on this, combination with Mark's as well. And that is, let's potentially pay an upfront cost for the first phase for mitigation after the first phase. Then we do an analysis and come back and decide what's the appropriate fee they should be charged from a mitigation measure perspective and an excess perspective. And so I don't think, like I said, we can't solve this tonight, but maybe we can put something on the table and let's just get it beyond it. And that's true with the average daily trips as well. And I don't think we've really, that one for some reason sort of not even there besides the 3%. How do we adequately mitigate for the average daily trips as well? Because we are in a traffic crisis now, and so I think those daytime trips need to be mitigated as well as the commute hour trips, and but done in a fair way and a one that's actually thoughtful. And so I do like the hybrid approach for right now.
And we're saying the hybrid would be to take more time, go up to 10 years to
5-10 years, yeah.
To look at what's happening and exactly how to solve it.
And there would be an upfront cost first to take care of that, potential mitigation for the first, for the impacts until the study is completed.
Yeah, that's what I heard is you'd have the EIR mitigations for the first half of development, and potentially at the 10-year check-in, there'd be studying of this, a presentation, and if based on evidence the commission believes there could be a potential ongoing impact, perhaps because they've already had impacts in impacts to intersections or ongoing trends, you could establish at that point a 2 to 3% cap, but be at the mid-year check-in between the first and second half of development.
I like the approach, but again, I want certainty for Stanford. And then the other thing is I don't want to discourage on the daily trips while we say, well, we're not going to measure during big events and different things, but we do want them to come and look at the art galleries and other stuff that may or may not be event related and maybe smaller stuff. And so I don't want to discourage that, which I think, I don't know how in the counts that we can parse that kind of stuff out where we want the community to use the campus and not all of them can do it via public transportation. So I don't want to penalize the community benefits of Stanford out of short-sightedness on our part of just trying to make the numbers on the daily trips.
I would just say that the community does take advantage of those benefits now. I mean, and there are many. There, art museums, sports events, continuing education. There's all kinds of stuff. So.
Right, but
and their trips have been counted.
But we want more of the community to do it. So to automatically say no new net trips is basically saying we want to keep the community involvement at today's level. But I would argue that we may want to increase the community involvement and ability to take part of what Stanford has to offer. And if we're capping it, then that goes against another value I think that we have. So.
But we're still going to wait 10 years to really set the caps and that sort of thing. So,
if I could just throw a dart on the board here a bit, just kind of just throw one out there.
Yes.
Would the commission be available or open to go ahead and go with a longer period of study and see how this thing develops over time, as well as have the in lieu fees possibly in front, and then see how this plays out in terms of the quarterly applications, and have more of a study done in terms of what the effects are? And because I think this is a regional application, it needs to be involving the cities too, that's why I like the development agreement application. Even though it doesn't apply to us, it has to involve the cities of everybody around there, Atherton, Menlo Park, Palo Alto, Redwood City, the whole bit. It can't just be the county and Stanford, because there's other events outside of that are affected, and it's difficult to get everybody at the same table, be doing the same things, moving in the same direction. So I'm just would the planning commission be open to having an idea of saying, okay, well, we'll go with this mitigation factor by the EIR, and then stretch it out over time, and then work with other entities in the area to make sure that Stanford doesn't fall in a hole because, they've tried to go ahead and put more housing up there, and they're being penalized because of the demographics of that new housing. Is that something that we as a whole could coalesce around?
Commissioner Rouser?
Well, that's essentially what I was trying to do.
Get to?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that was sort of the direction I was going.
And
Okay.
that's kind of what Rob said as well, right?
I was
Commissioner
just-
Moore?
Yes, thank you. I was just going to mention that I'm not sure if we should be focused on 10 years. I think the trigger could also just be a certain number of housing units actually in place, because that's when the impact is going to happen. So that could be before 10 years if housing is developed at a sooner, much sooner than potentially expected. So I would suggest that we put, that staff come up with a reasonable number of new housing units, not the old 2000 units, but the 2018 GUP new units, and have a trigger so that we actually have a large enough base of housing in which to be able to evaluate the impacts. So that could be another part of it. Could be one or the other, perhaps.
I would think one or the other, 10 years or X number of housing units.
Chairperson Schmidt, Sylvia,
Yes.
Deputy County Executive. May I suggest this? We see a pattern with respect to the concerns expressed here and also potential solutions. May I suggest, as it relates to both reverse and ADT, that you make those referrals to us, and certainly we can do more work in these areas and take that to the board, and certainly we can share it with the Planning Commission because they are going to be public documents, because I'm a little concerned that on the fly that there could be repercussions that we can't even evaluate here and give you guidance with respect to landing on a specific, recommendation. So if they could come in the form of referrals, that would be helpful to us.
I think that sounds kind of like where we were starting to go.
Yeah, I'm a little frustrated because I think we've been bringing this up, and I was hoping for a staff-provided alternative, and literally in every one of these things, this has been one of the 2 or 3 big sticking points. So, literally when Stanford came with their response, it was like, that's what I was looking for, and I wish that would have come from staff, because this isn't the first time we're bringing it up. So, I appreciate all the work that you guys have done, but that would have been something that I was hoping for be provided.
Okay. Shall we now move on to housing? Yes? Okay.
I don't think we've completed the transportation. We completed the reverse trips and the average daily trips.
Okay. Other things?
Yeah, we haven't talked about intersection improvements and whether we want that to be something that's done after the trigger or before the trigger. And so I'm interested in the Commission's thoughts on that.
Commissioner Gill?
The difficulty about talking about intersections is that it doesn't quite intersect with the county and Stanford. It intersects with the cities out there and so forth. So I think that's a difficult point to go ahead if they're not at the table talking about what intersections they have priority for and what their percentage of fair share is. It makes it very difficult, I think, to go ahead and bring that back to the applicant from the commission here. For myself, I do think that there needs to be improvements. I think it needs to be overall encompassing. It needs to be universal throughout the area. And now what those fair share applications are, it's far from me to be able to say what that percentage is. But I think that there needs to be intersection addressing as what's been done in this work. It's just a matter of how that plays out. I think it is beyond what we're trying to do here. That's my only problem.
Other thoughts on intersection improvements?
Is not the EIR, I mean, doesn't the EIR already talk to the different, the impacts at the various intersections and everything? So I think, I think so.
Yeah,
in the
yes.
2,000 pages that I read, I think I remember.
You only read 2,000?
Oh, did I skip 1,000?
Yeah. And I would just express my concern about the fair share intersection improvements, because, again, it's going to depend on Palo Alto, Menlo Park, the other communities to put, pony up their fair share, which is going to be larger than Stanford's, and so some of the intersection improvements may never get done, or any of them may never get done because Palo Alto may have other priorities. So,
yeah, I don't believe it's that the intersections have to be completed and done and approved and road ready. It's that Stanford has to commit to the funding to improve those intersections.
Commissioner Resendez?
Yeah, I think it's very important to study the intersections, because if we look at any other projects smaller like this, they've been required to do improvements on intersections around the area. Even if it takes longer than the construction is going to take, we have to take a look at that, because the impact of transportation, traffic, and everything is going to impact the surrounding intersections.
And I think the EIR looked at the intersections that are
Yeah, but
impacted, so-
sometimes, I didn't look at that. Sometimes we don't look at the details. Only the EIR, for example, when they are doing by consultants, they say everything is okay, everything is right, but sometimes it's not. So that's their thinking, and not working for the development, they will say everything is fine, and sometimes it's not. And especially like the lady that was here before, the residents that live close to there, those are the ones that are going to be impacted heavily into this.
Yeah, I live close to there too, so and I can guarantee you there's a lot of traffic in Palo Alto going through Stanford.
Can you think of any testimony by anyone that was against the EIR data that we found? I mean, most of them were. I don't remember anyone coming in saying, that was wrong. I think it was a pretty comprehensive traffic analysis.
What?
And at some point, we're going to be asked to certify it. So I'd like to know what evidence that you have that some of it may be wrong.
I had an invitation from residents of Palo Alto to visit their house, and this is people that I know, where it's hard for them to go into the driveway and trying to back up and get out.
And that happens in many sections of Palo Alto, and the person who spoke said there's a parking permit program in her neighborhood. There are parking permit programs in most of the areas, the neighborhoods around Stanford that are Palo Alto neighborhoods. And traffic going in all directions. That's not all Stanford, of course, but traffic, coming in the morning and going out in the evening is really bad. I guarantee that.
And also, I'm going to do an example of people visiting Stanford, like myself. If I go to Stanford and I got people from outside the area, I'll prefer to visit Stanford Sundays between 2 and 5 p.m. That's kind of the best time to visit there with less traffic.
You're right. But
the EIR shows probably that same data, so I'm not sure we're saying anything different. Because the EIR obviously said during peak commute times, the traffic is worse. And so I think we have a pretty good set of data that analyzes it, and I think we can move forward based on that data is my personal opinion.
No, that's okay, and that's right what you are saying, but what I was saying is whatever the EIR says is different from what Kathy that lives there thinks about and feel about traffic.
No, I think the EIR is accurate.
It's accurate?
Yeah.
Okay. That's your neighborhood.
Okay. Yeah.
Just
Commissioner Moore.
one quick thing. Thank you. I think that the staff has said in the past, which I concur with, that the fair share intersection payments, just like you had said, Chairperson Schmidt, is that it's not necessarily going to actually resolve the problem. So I think I'm just more interested in resolving the problem of overall traffic congestion and what really is going to work. And I think there was a very good reason why staff suggested going to an alternative approach. And I don't want to lose sight of that, even though it's problematic when it comes to reverse commutes and average daily trips, potentially, because we haven't quite seen all the workings of how it came up with. But let's make sure that that staff, I think, feels like they can produce a more detailed document that really gets to the heart of the problem, because I don't want to just throw money at intersection improvements. It's not going to have any impact. We really want to resolve the issue. So I just want to make that point, that I really encourage staff. I'm glad that they're thinking outside the box and thinking of how are we actually going to directly impact and make sure that we don't impact traffic congestion, make it worse.
Okay. Are there other areas in transportation or traffic that we want to discuss? Okay. So move on to housing. Okay. And who would like to go first in housing? Commissioner Rouser.
So again, we're trying to solve a regional problem, and I think at this point I would probably suggest going with the alternative A. I think the more housing we can get in this area, the better. I am a little torn on the being able to give credits for stuff that is being built but is not open yet. I would like to see some credit for that, but I don't know. I would also like to see whatever the number is, 2,800 new units being built, and so to the extent that we can not necessarily justify, but to the extent the data reflects that is the impact that we need to mitigate, I would recommend that we do that alternative. And I am torn on the 70-30 to the extent living the 70% on campus is going to be great housing, and so I don't want to necessarily throw the that whatever the 40% swing is going to be, to throw that out in the community. That makes the community worse. Each one is going to have impacts wherever it goes, but I do want to encourage, if they're going to have the housing on campus, I just want to make sure that is a good experience for them, and they're not. And we discussed the transportation impacts, that doesn't affect them. So that is my recommendation on it, and I'd like to hear some thoughts on the credit for the housing that's about to come on market. If is there any other way they can get some credit for that, or is housing the only option on that?
Commissioner Moore?
Sure. So I'll respond to that first one. I don't think that Stanford should be getting any credit for the 2018 GUP going forward, because it's clear that the housing requirements are above the alternative A is above and beyond what was already approved and is part of the calculation, included Escondido Village and the Middle Plaza project. So that is taking care of helping with an existing housing need. So I clearly separate these two, and so I don't believe that any credit should be given to projects existing that do not relate to the growth. See, what's being proposed is a direct mitigation to the growth going forward that hasn't occurred yet. So just because there's a little overlap in the time frame is irrelevant in my opinion, and that some of the Escondido Village will be still under construction when we finish this project, or when we finish the GUP. That's still existing needs. As far as the 70-30, I was just reminded of the chart here that showed that even with the recommended new housing at Stanford, it's still less than 1 in 4 faculty and staff or other workers that would be housed on Stanford property. So even with that, I think that's very reasonable. 3/4 would be off campus still. It's just proportionally a little bit more would be on the campus. So, and then I just had a couple of other things that I would like to see, despite the fact that the staff responded to concerns about the affordability of the graduate student housing, not exceeding the 30%. And they indicated all these reasons why it was difficult. I still think it's a big problem, and I would really encourage the county staff and later the Board of Supervisors to look at some other means to strongly encourage that graduate student housing rents don't exceed 30%. Part of that could include doing a proper salary survey of graduate students, looking at the adequacy and affordability of childcare facilities, and looking at the overall quality of life issues that some of the graduate students are facing in terms of being able to afford to be a graduate student, because they really are more employees than they're not really students. They really are they are employees, just as the PhD student said. So I wish I could come up with the exact wording for this, but I would like to ask that the staff still explore this option. Maybe it's not legally feasible, but just to have that out there as part of potential future negotiations if that were to take place. So I'll just throw that one out, that I'm just not happy with not doing anything to directly address that issue. And I say that understanding that Stanford has gone way above and beyond providing housing for students. It's exemplary in that respect. I know that it's below market rate. I know it's subsidized, but when you're only making $29,000 a year, a 40% below market rate is still unaffordable. So it needs to be affordable to the people, the only possible people who can live there. If it's not affordable to them, I think that's a problem.
If I may, through the chair.
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt your deliberations, but just wanted to make an important clarification. As we always strive to provide 100% accurate information, I had stated that the Escondido Village project was accommodated within the parameters of the 2000 GUP. In fact, the Planning Commission, upon appeal, approved 1,450 net new units / beds to accommodate the Escondido Village project, which, and both numbers were over and above the linkage housing requirement of 1,815 units. The thing I was remembering from my readings was that since we were talking about environmental and traffic impacts at the time, was that the addendum done for the project of the EIR found no additional impacts from that project that weren't already evaluated from the 2000 GUP environmental impact report. And so in that regard, it was covered environmentally, but I was corrected that the number of units itself was well above the original approval and received a subsequent approval back in 2016.
If I could, Jeff, am I hearing that correctly then Escondido Village was a housing linkage issue to more academic square footage being built from the 2000?
No, it was not.
That.
The linkage requirements had already been met. Call it about 1,800 units. About 3,000 units was the maximum allowed at the time, units / beds, and the Escondido Village project was large enough that it necessitated the approval of an additional 1,450 units above the approximately 3,000 units that were originally approved under the 2000 GUP. Okay, but it was not because of an increase in the leakage requirement. Stanford voluntarily recognizes they needed more graduate student housing beds, and they proposed all of that as a package.
And that was based upon current demand at that point.
Correct.
Thank you.
And I would just comment, since some of us were on the commission when that went through, that yes, and as Stanford has noted, that this was their idea. They came to us they tore down a number of units of older garden-style apartments in Escondido Village, and then have built 3 very large buildings that are nearing construction completion. And at the time, then it was just additional housing, and it was then incorporated into the 2000 general use permit. Let's see, I had some other point to make. Oh, I was just going to mention that the communities around Palo Alto, Menlo Park, I think, were happy to see the housing, because then it would free up units that are occupied in Palo Alto and Menlo Park for other people.
And if I could add, I actually, I don't know when it was, yesterday. I visited those things, and they're very nice. Yeah, and so people are going to want to stay in those, and that's going to free up stuff, and that's why I'm struggling to want to give some credit for it, because it was above and beyond. It wasn't just satisfying old requirements, even though it was covered under the EIR. So I still want as much housing as we can to help with the problem, but I'd love to give some credit for it, because it's very nice units, and there's a lot of them. I mean, these are tall buildings. I mean, just the number of rooms is pretty significant. So that's why I was wanting to give some kind of credit for it, because it's pretty big.
If I could just go and do an inquiry on staff, the 70-30 percentages, how are those defined? How did you come up with 70-30?
Thank you. We looked at the existing distribution of housing, both on and off campus, and we tried to understand the historical pattern of how Stanford has built some of the housing on campus, and they built some of the housing off campus. And we found that under the housing linkage policy in the community plan, which is the basis for the requirement to provide all the housing, the Nexus study simply tells us how many units are required, but the policy basis is the community plan that clearly states the university shall provide housing commensurate with the development of prior to or current with the development of academic space. And so we found that over time it would be more consistent with the community plan if the majority of housing were on campus rather than off campus. And since currently more of the housing is actually off campus, by having, if 70% of it were provided on campus, it would shift over just over 50% to 55%, so that the majority of the housing would be on campus, but there'd still be a pretty good mix between on and off campus housing.
So you're just trying to bring parity to the equation?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Jeff.
Okay, other thoughts, questions, opinions about alternative A, 70-30, et cetera?
Well, I'm definitely on board on alternative A, and staff's recommendations on all the numbers. The question about Escondido Village is graduate student housing, and Stanford's asking for credit for faculty housing. And so there's a little bit of a disconnect there as well. And if we do credits, appropriate credit would be against the 900 graduate school housing, but we already know that the graduate housing is sort of in a crisis state as well. Another thing is that Stanford, in previous presentations, I think multiple times actually said about 1 in 5 people want to live on campus. And this number would put us at 23%, which is a little bit higher than potentially the demand. So that's a little bit of a concern. I'm not sure it's a great concern, but if the demand based on Stanford studies of 1 in 5 people, 1 in 5 of the groups would want to live on campus, where it's a little bit larger number than it should be. And I still have that concern about, whether somebody wants to actually be both employed by Stanford and live in their housing simultaneously, both having a landlord and employer. And the question that I posed to Stanford earlier about the need to understand, what happens if you lose your job. I mean, I would not be supporting a 70% if there wasn't some kind of safeguard to the people that were, renting or leasing these properties. If, they have a 2-5-year guarantee of being there, whether they lose their job or not, so their lives aren't totally disrupted and having to move. And so when we implement our conditions, I think that's one of the ones I'd love to see in there, is that there's some type of safeguard in place for the people that live in these houses or in their units.
So if I could just follow up on that, why do we need a number? Is it possible if we go with 30 and Stanford finds the demand is really probably going to be around 50%, and we say minimum of 30 on campus, they could still go up if they wanted. So we could build some flexibility into that number by having a lower number, but it doesn't mean that it's going to be 30-70. It would just means, you know, we want to make sure that some of it is provided there, but we don't have to actually mandate what that is, right?
But also, let's take into account that many of the people that they're saying don't like to live in campus is because the price of housing there. That's why we need more affordable housing so people can choose to live in there. Some other people that work at Stanford that I personally know, they have to live outside there. San Jose, San Martin, Los Baños. So that's kind of going back to the 30%, pushing up to 50, 60%, or getting closer. If it's like if it was a negotiation, you know, you want 70%, I want 30%. Let's even come to the middle of that. Well, now, and also what you mentioned, Mr. Rouser before, this is going to have effects anyway, one way or another. So even if we go too much or we go less, that's going to have an effect and an impact in the community. And we all understand that, but affordable housing is a need in the county.
Right, but correct me if I'm wrong, whether it's on campus or off campus, it'll be the same amount to the faculty, the cost of it. I don't know that on campus is going to be cheaper than off campus or vice versa. So I think from their standpoint, it literally would come down to, do I want to have do I want to literally be on campus all the time, or do I want to have a little community elsewhere that's not necessarily all faculty Stanford people? You know, there may be other reasons why they may have relatives that, you know, or friends, you know, throughout the community that they would want to grow up with and live with. So
remember, this is a range. It's not just faculty, it's staff, and there are ranges of low incomes involved in that as well. So it's a whole range, not just faculty. So
another suggestion from one of the speakers back in Stanford, I don't know if you remember, is to have some of the housing in East Palo Alto, for example. That is, 2 miles away from Stanford? So that could be another option.
Well, the housing can be within 6 miles, so it would fall into that category.
It would definitely.
This may be a question for Stanford, because this is something that they brought up earlier tonight, and that is, if the housing is off-site, does it have to be leased, rented to a Stanford employee? They're building the housing that's commensurate with the number of people that are needed. If it's on-site, it has to be a Stanford employee. If it's off-site, it doesn't necessarily have to be a Stanford employee. It's just addressing the housing crisis from a different perspective. Is that correct?
I would have to open. I would have to open the public hearing.
Chair, can we ask that?
Is that all right to reopen the public hearing to get it?
Just clarification from Stanford.
I mean, it's in your discretion. If you want to have the commission ask Stanford questions, you can do that, or you can ask staff first.
Okay,
can staff answer that question before we ask Stanford? If the property is off-site, is that open to anybody and not just a Stanford employee?
I believe we do have information on that in the record, but I'll defer to Catherine Palter.
So I'll reopen the public hearing.
Okay, thank you. There is a lot of flexibility on how that housing is provided in the community. Part of our offer is to provide funds for the county to provide some of the below market rate housing, and that would be open to everyone in the community. But there's also, Stanford could choose to develop something in the surrounding community for its people, or it might support housing for the general people.
So anything within that's potentially outside of the campus, within that 6 mile radius or adjacent to a transportation hub, could potentially be leased, rented to somebody who's not a Stanford employee.
It depends on the housing that's developed.
And then they wouldn't be dependent on being.
I mean, there might be some that is for
Right.
Stanford, and there might be some for the
Yeah, you have that
general public,
flexibility.
depending on the type of product. And I also just wanted to clarify on the 30-70 percentage. Stanford's suggesting that 70% of the below market rate housing would be on campus. It's the switch is on the market rate housing. So 30%, a minimum of 30% of the market rate housing would be on campus.
70, you want 70%?
70% of the below market rate would be on campus.
That's great.
And then a minimum of 30% of the market rate would be on campus.
All right. You know, from that perspective, there is an advantage to having a little more of the housing off-site, so that it's catering to a larger part of the population rather than just Stanford employees.
I just say that we were trying to house the over 9,000 people, students and faculty and staff who would be generated by this development. So.
But you're still housing 9,000 of the people that are in that area, and so you have a 6-mile radius, and you're still mitigating the transportation impacts and everything else in that area that's associated with those people by having housing nearby. So yeah, and you get rid of that reverse commute and average daily trip problem.
Yeah, and I would just comment, having worked in low-income housing for a number of years. Unless the state passes some laws about requiring that dense development can be built around transit corridors, it's really hard to find sites in those communities within 6 miles of Stanford that one can afford to build anything. So building on Stanford land where Stanford owns the land is a benefit. So are there other comments about supporting alternative A and 70-30%, that sort of thing?
Right here.
Commissioner Moore again?
Yeah, I think just generally, definitely support alternative A. I do think it's important to bring out, as Mr. Bradley mentioned, that there was a kind of an urban planning and the Stanford Community Plan policy basis for the 70% and trying to create a high enough density of residential development, which has a lot of advantages in terms of provision of alternative transportation options and services when you have higher density. So I think there's some other rationale for that besides also the fact that, good point, that Stanford already owns the land, so it may be a lot easier to develop. I had one question on page 13 of the conditions of approval. One thing that Stanford had asked was whether that they can obtain planning level approvals for new housing prior to the authorization of subsequent development. There was some question about not actually being authorized to construct the housing, but could they receive planning level approvals? And the idea there was just to streamline and to allow housing potentially to come on board a little bit faster once the new phase, say phase 2, is approved. So I just was curious, that was not one of the things that the staff suggested changing, and I was just wondering why. I hope I have the page number right, because there's a lot of different documents I've been looking at.
And that's page 13 of Stanford's comments?
No, okay, so I'm using the first draft, sorry, the only one I printed out, which is the first draft of the conditions of approval. And it's like housing linkage, number 7. It's possible with the new draft.
Commissioner Moore, can look on the top of that document and give us the date. 5/22.
And I apologize, it's just the other one I have to look up on my screen, and this one's handier. So but it's a housing, number 7, called housing linkage.
And it looks like it's still on page 13 in the.
Page 13, okay.
What I think is the most, it's just lower on the page.
Okay. Thank you. I was hoping it would still be on the same page. Yeah, so I just thought it was a relevant comment, and I, given the housing issues, efforts, there were a couple of other comments too. I think it was in the Stanford Community Plan relating to streamlining approval process on campus housing near transit. And it was suggested that in addition to having that as a policy in the community plan, that could potentially be also in the conditions of approval. So I just, would look favorably as long as it met certain criteria that to look at ways of streamlining or expediting housing development where possible. So maybe just to go back, was there a reason why the staff did not necessarily look to Stanford's request for obtaining planning level approvals for new housing prior to the authorization of subsequent development?
Yes, thank you for that question. Staff's thinking on that is really that the general use permit itself is sort of the first major entitlement needed for any of this development. We're talking about academic space, support space, and housing. And so once the general use permit is approved, a fairly large project can be approved under architecture and site approval before the zoning administrator. So to go back to the Escondido Village project as an example, that was approved by the administrator, and it only went to the Planning Commission on appeal. And so that was a fairly streamlined process. And so to make it any more streamlined, you would essentially have to give the county planning department and the Planning Commission would have to essentially give up the planning tool of the ASA process, the architectural and site approval, before the zoning administrator. And the staff's position is that level of streamlining isn't appropriate given the nature of the process that's worked in the past, and also the fact that you would also have some interested parties. If we're talking about residential development in the Quarry District, which is where the application proposes 550 high-density homes, faculty staff homes, housing units. That number could be much higher under Housing Alternative A, which is identified as the maximum scenario. Palo Alto would be interested. Residents of Palo Alto would be interested. We would want to make sure we had at least our normal process in place at the county to process that development, which we feel is fairly streamlined already once the general use permit is in place.
I would just say I'm definitely in favor of keeping ASA. I applaud Stanford for building the Escondido Village apartments, but I think they lost an opportunity to do something more interesting and contemporary. The buildings, I think, are a little heavy looking, and I know they wanted to get them up quickly and did precast construction, but I was hoping they could do something that would be better. As an architect, I'm saying that. So anyway, and it's it's all one color. It's 2,000 units. It's I think going to be hard to find your way around. So I want to make sure that ASA still exists to review projects at Stanford. Commissioner Levy.
Yeah, I just want to get the Commission's perspective on the trip credits, or the credits for the housing usings on Escondido and Middle Plaza. I'd like to put closure on that piece of the discussion so we can knock off the housing part and move on. And that is, personally, I tend to agree with staff's recommendation that this is for, although I applaud Stanford for building this, it is for past demand that they absolutely needed. to satisfy their current requirements, and these are new requirements. And I'm not sure from a legal perspective whether we're allowed to go backwards and give credits for things that are in the past. So I would be hesitant to do that, to provide them with that. And again, it's graduate school housing and not no staff housing. And for the same logic for the middle plaza, again, I'm not sure we were allowed to look into the past and make recommendations that says this is taking care of future demand, because it's accommodating existing demand, not future demand. So those are my thoughts.
And I think Commissioner Moore agreed with that.
Yeah, and I just wanted to make the further point that if that were allowed, then we would not be fully mitigating the housing demand caused by the new GUP. We would be short quite a few, 865 units or whatever it would be. So we would be admitting that we're not mitigating the growth, or if we went ahead, we'd have to reduce the academic size of the academic development for parity's sake. So that would be the direct implication, is that we're not mitigating the affordable housing or housing supply need, and I don't agree with that.
Okay. Other commissioners' opinions? Commissioner Gill?
I kind of struggle with that a bit myself, because I think Stanford is looking forward, but after reviewing with staff and so forth and whatnot, I think that and the planning applications by Robert and Vicki, I think that I would agree with staff's acknowledgement of we got to go forward with more housing.
Okay. Commissioner Resendez? Okay. Commissioner Escobar, okay. And Commissioner Rouser, you're on the other side of wanting to give them some credit.
I wanted more housing, but I wanted to be able to give credit somewhere
I understand.
for it. But
yeah.
but at the end of the day, it's only money, right? So
yeah. And okay.
I wanted to have my cake and eat it too. But.
Okay.
And the second item, which is
I was just going to say I agree with the statements that I would not give credit for Escondido Village.
And then the second item that I think Stanford wants, or that we need to address, is this one right here with the difference in what the impact fee ordinance says. And again, if we're supposed to fully mitigate the impacts, then I agree with staff's perspective that we should be providing for the full 933 below market rate units and not the 576 that would be required of anybody else, for potentially another development that's not Stanford. But we're supposed to be mitigating the entire impact. So again, I think that staff's recommendation is on target.
Okay. Other thoughts? Commissioner Rouser?
I thought it was my understanding that the county was not going to go full bore on other developments within the county, and they were going to go with the smaller number here, and therefore we're singling out Stanford, holding them to a different standard, and that's where I struggle with it, because my comments when that was before us is that we're trying to get more affordable housing, but to do that we're taxing anyone who's producing housing, and therefore the economics just don't seem to work that way, because then that is a disincentive to build more housing, whether it's high end or low end. If you build high end, that's going to free up a middle type housing, which is going to free up potentially low end housing, and so I don't think it's as simple as, hey, we need to mitigate the full amount. We need to be equitable and not across the board, but again, we have discretion, because obviously the Board of Supervisors had discretion to say, hey, we're not going to go the full amount, because even within that amount is it's somewhat subjective, and so some estimates may be conservative, some may not be, and so there's a range that they say it should be within. So full mitigation is, again, it's a little bit of an art, maybe more of a science, but and so again, I don't think it's as simple as saying, hey, full mitigation, because then we have a fairness issue with this applicant compared to all the rest of the county that we're going to be saying, no, you guys get a lower rate.
Commissioner Chair, through the chair, Commissioner Rouser, I just would like to respond to your comments. With respect to countywide inclusionary housing ordinance and impact fees, when the board considered the two ordinances in September of 2018, they did direct the administration to return with looking at ordinances that would apply countywide, both for inclusionary and for impact. And so that is something that is being developed by the administration and will return to both the Planning Commission on the inclusionary ordinance and then both ordinances to the board.
Right, but we're making a statement now saying full mitigation, and then it's hard to come back and say, oh, full mitigation in our mind for the whole county is going to be a lower number, right?
Is that what you were saying? It could be a different number.
I think at this point in time, we don't know what the ordinances will be for countywide, and we also don't know what other projects are out there in the county that would require full mitigation. As we've stated, the Stanford Community Plan, the area and the project is unique for unincorporated county in terms of the size of development.
Other comments? Commissioner Moore?
Just, right, I was just going to make that point, that this is significantly different than any other development proposal in unincorporated Santa Clara County, and there's no way around that. There's nothing that approaches this. So therefore, the mitigation requirement, I think is right on target. It happens to be the worst jobs, housing, and balance area that there is. The other thing is that the $68 was part of a package, so the full mitigation is still the 933 units. It's just that it was very upfront that I think that the mitigation fee was only going to cover about 60%, and there would be other mechanisms to cover the other 40% to add up to the 933. So I think it was just the judgment call of the board that the $68 was the appropriate number. I don't know all the rationale behind it, but that wasn't meant to it wasn't meant to send a signal that we shouldn't fully mitigate the affordable housing needs.
Other comments? Okay. I agree with the full mitigation number of 933 myself. Other housing issues, have we decided on the 70% on campus, 30% off overall, or not? Any comments? Commissioner Moore.
I support it just because when you look at the big picture, it's still less than 1 in 4 on campus. And also that there were some remarks from one of the labor union representatives that with considerable membership that they were never surveyed. And I haven't seen the actual survey that Stanford did. And I think that there's a lot of advantages to having a higher concentration of residential development on the campus. So I would support it.
Commissioner Gill.
I'll support staff's recommendation 70-30.
Hey, Commissioner Levy?
I wouldn't mind seeing a lower number than that. I wouldn't mind seeing them hit that 20% rather than 23%. I do have problems with people being both the landlord and the tenant. I mean, the employer and the tenant. employee and tenant. So, I question that number. I also like the idea of having the housing available to people other than Stanford staff, because I think there's a demand for housing in that area, tremendous demand for housing in that area. Again, there's 3.8 employers for every housing unit. And so I think it would benefit the area overall to potentially lower that number. But, if that's the will of the commission, I will go with it.
That you'll go with the 70-30?
Yeah, it's not my preference.
Okay. So I'm with the 70-30 staff recommendation. Okay, that's where we are. Okay. Okay, so Commissioner Escobar and Commissioner Resendez are with the 70-30. Okay. So that's the majority. Okay, are there other housing questions? No, okay, yes?
Just as a clarification, a very minor point, in the, what is this thing, the community plan on housing, it's just kind of an awkward wording on page 87, which just means maybe I made it that far, or maybe I just stuck my finger in it and I started reading there. You're changing it and talking about from 2010 to 2017 and giving a bunch of statistics, and you took out kind of a preference of stuff in the 90s, and then you follow that with a sentence that says, by 1999, that deficit increased to approximately 20,000 units. And I would just say, get rid of that statement or move it up above, because that whole, the timing and everything just kind of got messed up. So just as in general reading, and I can take another thing off my list here. Yes.
Okay, no more housing thing. No, nope, one more, Commissioner
So
Moore.
this is an item that doesn't fit under well, maybe it's more under transportation, but it's not specific to that. And that is, I would like to consider or ask as a referral that there be a reduction in the event size requiring a special event permit and traffic management plan based on its relative impact on traffic congestion, and would like to see a consideration potentially at 5,000 instead of 10,000. It was also suggested by one person that the public notification for public agencies be extended to 14 days. So I guess this is maybe more related to transportation. But it wasn't clear to me that other than capturing football games and stuff like that, that 10,000 was a magic number. I didn't understand why there wasn't still significant impacts, potentially less than 10,000.
Does staff have comments on this? I think staff recommended keeping it at 10,000.
Yes, thank you. And our the focus for us was trying to have a meaningful distinction between regular events and special events. As we get under 10,000, we start picking up a lot of venues in the like 6,000 to 8,000 range capacity in terms of people, and you start looking at the schedules for the sports and other activities that occur within those buildings, and they're really not special events at that point. They're regular events. Having said that, we would be happy to look at a hybrid condition that doesn't require a permit for smaller events, but would still allow for activation of a traffic management plan to just make sure people can get in and out easily, but not put up a permit requirement except for the 10,000 and above events.
Okay, I think that's a good compromise, because I'm just thinking of Frost Amphitheater concerts and things where you might be looking at 7,000-8,000, but they're all literally coming in within the same hour or two of the day. It's still going to have some circulation impacts, so I think that would be a wise thing.
So you're saying that there would be a traffic plan required for those?
There'd be a traffic plan set up in advance for all events, regardless of size. And then if a 5,000 to 10,000 event came along, that management plan would be activated automatically by Stanford, and there would only be the higher level of coordination with the permit process for the 10,000 above events.
Okay, so that you're saying currently when Sanford has a football game, when there are more than 10,000 people there, or a soccer game, or possibly graduation, when there are more than 10,000 people there, they have to get a permit for that, and definitely do traffic management. They do traffic management.
And by currently, you mean by the current conditions of approval?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay, and I can tell you from personal experience, they definitely do traffic management for football games, and they usually notify, or someone notifies people on next door to say there's a football game on Saturday at 4 o'clock. Pardon? Well, they're there all the time. Anyway, okay. So, do we want to go to another topic, open space? Okay, comments? Commissioner Moore.
Okay, so I have 3 items. The first is that I would like to request that the bird-safe building standards, outdoor lighting, and indoor lighting regulations as in the letter from Audubon Society and other conservation groups which represent best practices be incorporated in the conditions of approval. And I'm aware that the county is working on an ordinance, but I'm not aware if it's including all of these. And I know that Audubon has been working on this issue for a long time, and they have a very good reputation for putting together really best practices that have been adopted in other jurisdictions. So that would be the first item that I would like to recommend, and that would, I guess, apply to page 44 in the conditions of approval. The second would be in regarding to oak preservation, and I would suggest that that native oaks over 100 years old, or estimated to be over 100 years old, could be automatically considered heritage trees under the county's heritage tree ordinance, thereby requiring a permit to remove rather than having the onus on someone to nominate a particular tree as a heritage tree. That let's making an assumption that it is one, but and Stanford can certainly petition for its removal. The other thing, one of the letters I thought made a very good point, which is, and I've learned about this, is with climate change, it's very possible that some of the predominant native oaks, which is the coast live oak on campus, may or may not fare all that well in the future, and that we should look into an overall oak woodland master plan which would allow for adaptations in light of climate change. I thought that was a very good suggestion. And there happens to be a local person who worked at Stanford who knows a lot about that. Then number 3, I did read the staff response and heard the staff response about the conservation easement question, which of course I've been bringing up all the time. But the response, the latest response does say that easements not necessary because the Stanford Community Plan and County Zoning Ordinance currently protects the foothills from development. And although all of those things are in place, the academic growth boundary is in place, the suggested 99-year 4/5 vote requirement, the fact is that it's not protected unless there's continuously, over the next 99 years, there are not 3 votes on the Board of Supervisors on a given Tuesday to change the policy. And so I just want to make clear that it's very good. I support all of those things wholeheartedly, and we would like the staff recommendations for the academic growth boundary, 99 years and 4/5 vote, of course, to stay as it is. But the reality is it's not what I would consider actually protected, because it right now we can't fathom that would happen, but things change. Politics change, and things change over time. So with that, I still would request as a referral to the Board of Supervisors that the staff look more carefully into just what conditions would potentially trigger the need for permanent conservation easement. 6% of the foothills, only 6% is under a permanent conservation easement right now. And you know, the community plan makes it clear that there is a nexus between increasing density development on the academic campus and in exchange permanently protecting some of the foothills. There is also an extensive study done in 2008 that showed that there were tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 sensitivity lands. 575 acres of it is a high sensitivity land looking at issues of visibility, oak woodland habitats, and such. So there's a lot of basis for this. And if 3.5 million square feet of additional development is not viewed as enough to warrant any type of conservation easement per this recommendation that's in the Stanford Community Plan, then what is? Is it 10 million square feet more? Is it, what is it? So those are things that I'd like to see further, because again, it's really not correct to say that the foothills are currently protected because of the community plan and the zoning ordinance, because indeed they all can be changed.
Are there other comments on open space?
Just that I concur with what Commissioner Moore says on all counts.
Okay. Commissioner Rouser, did you? Oh, or Commissioner, I'm sorry, Resendez.
Resendez. No,
Well,
I just was.
He had his thumb out
I was
there,
going to
too.
ask you. You're not recommend to cut the proposal in half.
No, I'm not.
Okay.
You know, unless the mitigations couldn't be met, and then it would need to be cut down. Yes.
Thank you.
Commissioner Rouser.
I definitely appreciate your comments, Commissioner Moore, and I fully disagree with everything. No, to me, that's where a development agreement comes in, because right now there's no legal obligation for them, or there's no nexus. They're not proposing any development in that area, and so I don't see the immediate need. But I agree, in the future something like that, could happen. I've already made my comments clear that the 4/5 vote to me is window dressing, and this is going to the Board of Supervisors. They're a political body. They have constituents, and so I'm just going to vote for it, the 4/5 vote. But to me, in the development agreement, I would like to encourage both sides to say, hey, could out of this development agreement there be some open space permanently protected? And to me, that would be the form. I don't really see that as being part of our conditions of approval here, because they're not proposing any development in that area, and so I struggle just with the methodology of being able to try and do that. But I do agree it'd be nice to be able to somehow permanently protect this. So.
Mr. Levy.
Clarification, Commissioner Rouser, and that is, I can understand the perspective on the easement, because according to council, there's potentially not a nexus. But what about those other two items? What about the bird safe design? There's definitely a nexus there, and potentially the preserving of the oak trees, because when they do this development, there are going to be potentially a lot of oak trees that are killed. So seeing a study of the oaks and having them identified as heritage oaks ahead of the ahead of the development, I think could be an advantage too. So although I don't understand, I know I'd love to see the easements, I understand both perspectives, but the other two, I think there's definitely a nexus.
And from my understanding, what the staff told us is that they're going to present us with some potential legislation, and that is, Stanford will be held to that, and so I figure we're going to wrap our head around that and have some meaningful discussion, and so whatever comes out of that will be the best for the county, and so I'm willing to wait for that, because I think we're going to do something that really works. And again, I would rather apply it to the whole county and not single them out and say, okay, because you guys were first, you're going to have these set of requirements and everyone else is going to have this set over here. I think they're going to do what's right, and hopefully we will too. As far as the oak trees go, at this point, I have a property with many, many oak trees, and I don't. While I love the oak trees, they're also not necessarily the best in every situation of just replacing an oak tree with an oak tree. So I would rather have some kind of flexibility in that, and leave it to the arborist to come up with better landscape alternatives, for that. So I'm not opposed to having the 100-year as an automatic, but I'm not sold on it either, because I'd rather see flexibility in providing what's best for the environment rather than a hard and fast rule every time. So if saying it's heritage, that means that there's no way to get around that, then I would probably be against that unless they had some kind of historical significance or something to it. So I appreciate the approach, but when it comes down to reality of implementing it, I would rather have some flexibility, even though it relates back to some political process. I would rather trust that political process and allow flexibility rather than just make it so hard and fast where then people are just so frustrated because the rule is a rule, and there's no way around it. So,
Commissioner Gill?
I guess bird safe design, yes. Oak trees can be a safety hazard as well as any other type of tree. As they do get older, they do deteriorate. They can actually pass away because of old age. So there's issues that need to be addressed by arborists and professionals in that application and the design and maintenance of what's going to be out there in terms of landscape application. I don't see the real necessity of trying to put a conservation easement on this right now. I think that it's something that the community wants and everybody else looks to. I think that Stanford has an opinion that it's not going to be into the foothills. I think that's something that needs to be addressed and brought up in a given time. Increasing it 99 years, I guess you can do that and go those directions. But I don't see it as a eminent danger in terms of development. But I do see it as something that would be beneficial to both the ecosystem and the health and vitality of the Bay Area. It's a quality of life issue that I think everybody is paying attention to, and no one wants to see these quality of life issues disappear, whether it's open space, wildlife routes, native plant materials, all that type of stuff, and I think that needs to be addressed wholly in terms of the whole Bay Area. So I'm in favor of it, but I don't see it as a huge imminent threat at this point. But I think it needs to be a community conversation in terms of how do we best serve the quality of life of the Bay Area with wildlife routes, with plant material, with open space, and all those things that bring together a good quality of life. And I think that's a community conversation. Thank you.
Commissioner Resendez, do you have thoughts on the items that Commissioner Moore brought up about?
Yeah, no, I like her the way she approached open space.
Okay.
And I like the way Stanford is in the surrounding areas of open space, so I had no further comments on that.
Okay.
But I commend Ms. Moore for being the lead on open space on this commission. Thank you.
Okay, and well, I certainly would love to see the foothills be permanently set aside as open space, but we know that can't happen right now. I do hope that someday it can. I'm happy to see bird safe design. I would kind of stay with staff recommendation of they're working on a county-wide ordinance. That seems to make sense to me rather than have a special ordinance for Stanford. I think it's important, but I think it was noted that Stanford has several treed areas that they don't build in, and so I think that that's where a lot of the birds hang out. So I'm comfortable with waiting on that. And then oak trees, well, I think it's a very good idea to look at the woodland plan in terms of climate change and not just replace oaks with other oaks, to look at what is going to do well in the future as it keeps getting hotter and hotter here. And the 100-year oaks, I could go either way. They get old. If they are heritage trees, they can still get a permit to take them down.
So just to follow up, yeah. So that's right. So that's why I suggested that they generally be designated heritage trees, but they still could get a permit. This doesn't mean you can't remove them, but it's just acknowledging that they provide a lot of ecosystem services, and that the resiliency on the equation with replacement. Actually, I did hear a presentation by David Muffley, who was responsible for a lot of the oak trees planted by a group called Magic in the foothills and worked for Canopy for a long time. And actually, he's recommending replacement of other oak trees. Oak trees are still like the #1 important habitat trees. So he's suggesting, and I have this at home, I didn't bring it with me, but a specific list of other trees that are likely to be more resilient going forward. So it may not be the coast live oak, for example. So I still want it to keep it in the oak category, but potentially different species. And then I did have one question for staff in terms of the recommendations from the Audubon letter. I would like to ask staff that these recommendations be very strongly encouraged to go into the county ordinance that we will be seeing, and to please make sure that, is it correct that then once that new ordinance is adopted, hopefully with a lot of these best practices incorporated, that would indeed apply to Stanford? Could you confirm that?
Yes and yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Escobar, do you have any thoughts on open space? Okay. All right. Okay. So it sounds like basically what Commissioner Moore has recommended is where we are going. We're not. Okay. Those are the big 3 categories, but there are, I'm sure, other areas that people have thoughts on here as well. We want to talk about other issues that we've missed.
So I have a couple of really, really minor ones. They talked about construction and dust and having the place kind of wetted down 5 days a week, and then Sunday they get dust. So I don't know that it has to be a condition of approval, but just in the best practices, it may be to have possibly 7 days of watering things in construction. And then I'd love to just have the county take a look at giving the option for construction workers to have a place on site and giving a little bit of credit, one way or another to Stanford if that becomes an option, because I know that really could make their lives a lot better if there is that need for that. So my personal preference would be to have the county kind of look at that as part of, the best practices.
Okay, Commissioner Levy.
There's something that we've brought up a couple times over the course of the evening, and that is the parking for construction workers. And I'd like to have staff look into whether that is really an issue that needs to be addressed, because I think from my perspective, there appears to be a need for providing some type of parking for people to, if they're working on a Stanford building, that they can park their van or whatever there and spend the night if need be.
So this is the same thing that Commissioner Rouser was just
Is that what
saying,
you were
right?
sort of saying the same thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
So when you're saying parking, you don't mean where you park during the day. It's
no. This is for
okay,
the overnight parking for construction workers.
Okay, that's the same.
I was hearing about the dust and problems. I didn't hear the parking portion. I heard about the watering. Okay. Then the other thing I think we need to discuss is I guess that's part of this, but the development agreement, and whether that's something that's even within our preview or not. Based on my reading of the development agreement, it undermines one of the key concepts that I like, and that is the phasing. The front loading of the housing as proposed in the development agreement potentially provides Stanford with a vested interest for the rest of the development. And I think for our concept going forward is these 4 phases, and then we take a step back every once in a while and say, are we really still on track? Like I was saying earlier, I think that within those phases, we want to give Stanford as much leeway as possible so they can complete that phase. But at the end of each phase, to take that step back and say, are we on the right track? Are we going the right direction? Is there something that needs, are there violations to these development agreements? Are there other mitigations that we haven't seen, et cetera? So I'm inclined at this point in time to, say, I'm not ready to look at the development agreement. I agree with staff, and that's not something that we should look at within our preview.
Yeah, and I would just comment, as has been stated by the Deputy County Executive and others, that the development agreement is not before us. It is a letter that went to the board. They are sharing it with us. We are being asked by staff to deny the development agreement application because we do not have a development agreement before us. If there were to be a development agreement, at some point it would come back to us to review. But right now it is a suggestion by Stanford, and one that has been mentioned in all the newspapers.
Okay, great. Well,
And,
if that's the case, thank you for the clarification. I move that we deny the development agreement application. Well, let's knock some of these off the list.
Okay.
Do I have a second?
So we may be at the point where we want to talk about the 8 areas that we could vote on tonight, and we can do them one by one. Maybe that's the simplest at this point.
Well, I did make a motion.
I know, and we can still talk in between here. So the motion has been made. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second that.
Okay, is there any discussion on this?
So do we have to deny the development agreement application? What if we didn't do anything and the county decided at some point to actually have discussions on it? What's the harm in not doing anything? At this point, we've all said if county can have and the applicant can have a development agreement that's a win-win, they would both agree to something. Would that not be something that we would want to encourage? And so why are we being asked to deny the development agreement application when all we're saying is, hey, sit down and talk and see if you can come up with a win-win situation? So that's where I'm coming from.
Okay, and I think staff can come in on this, but it is my understanding that if, since we do not have a development agreement before us, they are requesting that we deny the application. It will still be alive, and will go on to the board. So we're not preventing the board from negotiating. Is that correct?
That is correct, and as we've said, if in the future we do reach a tentative agreement, this would come back to the Planning Commission. Even if you deny the development agreement application, it's still alive.
And if we don't deny it, is it?
But also, just to clarify, you're just making a recommendation. You're not actually denying anything now. So, I mean, I think really what you're saying is you're not denying the substance of a development agreement. You're just making a recommendation at this time there's no development agreement to be deliberated upon.
To me, that sounds like an application. Is that time sensitive, or that the application was we want to be able to develop an agreement with you?
I mean, ultimately, it'll be up to the board as to what they want to do with your recommendation. They could do different things depending on what happens at the board level.
I'm not saying a huge need for this. If most of us are in agreement that talking would be good to come up with some kind of thing, so help me.
I was just going to say, if you want to, I mean, you have, per our ordinance and looking at county council, you have to make a development agreement has to come to you before it goes to the board. And today is just a recommendation. It still has to go to the board. I mean, what you could do is make your recommendation. You could append comments if for some reason between now and the board negotiations restart, it would have to come back to you. But I mean, my understanding is for the board to take an action, the Planning Commission has to make a recommendation. So it does need to go through you with the hearing and recommendation. That's why it's before you today. But again, to the point you heard earlier, if between now and when the board hears it, negotiations restart, it would come back to you.
The application would come back, or the actual agreement would come back?
The agreement would come back, correct?
Yeah, so that I understand. So why are we being asked to deny the application?
Because there is none right now. The negotiations were suspended. And again, just to reiterate the point, your action today is not a final action. It's just a recommendation to the board. I know it's hard to grasp. It propels this forward at its current state. Again, if they restart between now and project September, it will come back to you. So I guess what I'm trying to say is the action today doesn't preclude you, again, from, I think to your point, Commissioner Rouser, wanting to engage in that, which you will have to, recommendation if the negotiations restart.
If I can clarify, though, there is no development agreement before you.
I understand.
So that's why staff's recommendation is to deny the development agreement application, because the action was suspended. The negotiations were suspended. So you're making a recommendation to the board. There is no application of a development agreement. I mean, there is one, but there's not a development agreement for you to consider.
So if we deny the application today,
yes,
and then the board and the applicant decide to restart, they're going to have a new application for development agreement, and then that's going to come before us?
there will be, if there's some type of negotiations that start on a development agreement or conversation, that conversation or that document, if it's developed, will come back to the Planning Commission.
The agreement will come back.
Right. But I know it's not making sense to you, but what's before you today is not a development agreement.
I understand.
Okay.
I just, why do we have to deny the application?
So maybe so Stanford has made an application, is that correct, for a development agreement, but not negotiated a development agreement?
There is an application for a development agreement. There was a conversation. The conversations were suspended. You have no development agreement before you. So you're making a recommendation to the board. That's what you're doing. On an application currently, there is an application, there is no development agreement.
And a development agreement is required for an application.
No, you're saying.
That's what I'm saying. So if there's a development, just to clarify Commissioner Rausser's comments, if we do nothing, because since there's what is the ramifications? I understand there's an application out there, and there's no development agreement, but does an application require a development agreement? Because if we do nothing, what are the ramifications?
What are you going to recommend to the board? That you did nothing? Like the Planning Commission recommends on the development agreement, nothing?
Because there is no development agreement, so what are we recommending?
But there's a development agreement application that is before you. So what is the action you're taking on the application?
So is this correct that they may have filled out a one-page form or something that says, I'm applying for a development, Stanford University is applying for a development agreement. Now we'll start talking to the county about the, so they have filled out some form and made an application, is that correct?
There's an application.
Okay, but there's no development agreement. It's like you filled out an application for a building permit, but you didn't turn in your drawings or something like that. So right now, there is no development agreement, but there was an application.
Right.
And
Commissioner Smith, may I please just clarify? So the action before you, under our zoning ordinance, there is a requirement for the Planning Commission to consider the development agreement application. So by denying the development agreement application this evening, because there is no development agreement, what it does is it preserves the right of the board to, they will eventually need to also take action on the application. And so the development agreement negotiations are currently suspended. They may commence again in the future or they may not. By making a recommendation on denial tonight, if in the event in the future they do not commence and the GUP moves forward without a DA, this item will not have to return for you to take action on because you've already made that recommendation. And as it's been stated previously, if development agreement negotiations commence in the future and there is a development agreement, the item would return to the board, or to, excuse me, the commission for consideration before being considered by the board.
okay, is that an
all in
appropriate
favor.
explanation?
Yeah, I'm all in favor of a development agreement that has the right. That's a win-win for everybody. From what I've read from Stanford, I didn't see that, and I can understand that we need to go back to the drawing board. The technicality of whether we approve this or not approve this, I'm still not clear on them. Based on staff's recommendations, I'm saying, okay, we can deny it, and it'll come back to us. It makes no difference whether we deny it or not, one way or the other. I made the motion, but I really don't care which way it goes on this. I like to see a development agreement so that it would take into consideration schools and other jurisdictions and everything else, but that's not within our preview. That's the Board of Supervisors' preview, so I will wait.
Okay, so we have your motion, and I can't remember, did we have a second? Did Vicki second? Okay. All those in favor of denying the development agreement application, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no.
No.
Okay, and that passes with 6 of us for and Commissioner Rausser against. Okay. Let's move, well, we can do the other simple one at the next from the bottom. Approve the water supply assessment, WSA, subject to the WSA being revised to address the amendments to the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan. Is there any discussion or a motion?
I make a motion to approve.
Okay, and is there a second? A second, okay. Any discussion? Okay. All those in favor of approving the WSA, et cetera, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Okay, so that passes unanimously. Okay, let's go up to the top now. Certify the final environmental impact report. Is there any discussion or a motion?
Motion to certify?
Okay.
I'll second.
Okay. Any discussion? All right. It has been moved and seconded to certify the final environmental impact report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. And that passes unanimously. Okay. Then do we go to the next item here? Is that?
Sure.
Okay. That is adopt the CEQA findings supporting approval of alternative A in the EIR, including adoption of a statement of overriding considerations. Is there discussion or a motion?
So moved.
Okay. Any discussion?
So at what part does the transportation changes that we want kick in?
And that's,
Is it only that one, or does some of the statement of overriding considerations address the transportation?
My understanding of the deliberation so far was that staff was going to listen to the tape and look at the transcript and try to reflect the discussion as referral items to the board on the transportation items. I didn't think that the commission was going to try to deliberate on each issue and change the staff recommendation. Obviously, it's up to you to what you want to do, but that was my sense, was that the staff would try to reflect the discussion and the concerns of the commission. The other option would be to try to take consensus votes on each issue, and it didn't seem like that's the way that the discussion was intended to be.
Okay, because my intention was on the reverse commute, and the other one is to go with the EIR recommendation on the mitigation for that, and continue giving staff the ability in the next few months to refine it in such a way where they could present to the Board of Supervisors. So that was...
Your motion wouldn't foreclose that.
Yeah, so...
You could still move forward with that. By taking the motion on the screen, you don't change the option to do that when you get to that item.
Perfect. That's what I want to make sure. Let's vote.
okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Levy and a second by Commissioner Gill to adopt the mitigation monitoring and reporting program.
The only thing I'll say, I'm sorry to interject, but with it does talk about alternative A, so it talks about the housing alternative if you're doing the second recommendation on the screen.
I'm sorry, the second one, we're on adopt the CEQA findings.
So the alternative A does link into the housing requirements. I just wanted to make sure the commission knew that, and you had talked about the housing requirements, so those are linked.
Okay, and I think we generally went along with staff recommendations on the housing requirements. Okay, so I'm sorry, it was adopt the CEQA findings supporting approval of alternative A in EIR, including adoption of a statement of overriding considerations. That was what was moved. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed say no. And that passes unanimously. Okay. Then next, adopt the mitigation monitoring and reporting program. Discussion or motion?
I'll move approval of that recommendation.
Okay, is there a second? Okay. Discussion?
Yeah, is this where, to Commissioner Rausser's point, is this where if we accept it as is, we've accepted staff recommendations on the reverse commutes and the average daily commutes? Because I don't think we accepted staff recommendation on those two. Those are the ones we identified as potential issues that we need to have them come, that we need an alternative strategy. So if that is the case, I would like to put in a friendly amendment that says that this does not take into consideration the average daily trips and the reverse trips, we want to see a solution that provides, a fair nexus for Stanford and I don't know if there's, and the appropriate linkage and the appropriate nexus findings, and the cost basis associated with that. That identifies the trigger, whether the 2%, 3% trigger is appropriate, and what portion of that's attributed to Stanford. So I don't think we agreed to those as far as staff recommendations are concerned, and so I wouldn't want to accept that right off the bat.
So
Chair Schmidt?
Is that the location to mention that?
I would just like, for clarification in the record, so as currently drafted, the CEQA findings, as Rob Eastwood noted, are for Alternative A, which is full housing. And the mitigation monitoring reporting program is based on staff's recommendation. So it incorporates the conditions of approval for transportation. So that includes reverse commute and ADT. I think that staff, based on the direction this evening from the Planning Commission, will be presenting to the board the referrals that you had mentioned about reverse commute and ADT. And if the board elects to pursue that direction, then the mitigation monitoring and reporting program would be updated to reflect those changes. And I just would like that for clarification on the record as this is presented to the board, and also for staff's work in the next few months.
Okay, but that would be my friendly amendment that says we accept that with the exception of the reverse commutes and the ADT, and that a solution from staff is still pending.
But that would also apply to the previous.
No, it would apply to the community plan and the general use permit as well when we make those motions.
Okay, and it would apply to the one that we already voted on,
No, that's
too, right?
That's just housing, I think.
The Alternative A.
Yeah, so just as a clarification for the CEQA findings, the mitigation monitoring and reporting program is actually Exhibit B. So it would apply to the CEQA findings as well, because the MMRP is incorporated.
Do we need to amend that then? And do we need to go ahead and pass both the adoption of the CEQA as well as the mitigation monitoring reporting program together? Should that be grouped together, or are we okay to go ahead and do these individually?
You can always do them individually, but I think we should go back and correct that one.
I think that the GUP conditions, the CEQA findings, and the mitigation monitoring program are all interrelated and probably all need to be considered together. And I guess what I'm hoping for is that they can be approved with some kind of clear direction or motion as to exactly what it is that you want staff to report to the board in terms of evaluating overall changes to those documents. Because that's not clear to me on the record. If it's clear to staff, I'll defer to staff. But it seems to me that picking one of the documents one by one is a little bit confusing because they all are interrelated.
Gotcha.
Okay, so you're saying the CEQA findings, the general use permit with conditions of approval, and the, mitigation monitoring report, or also the community plan?
I think for, essentially, we have, from a staff's perspective, have heard all of the referrals that you've made this evening. And so, because obviously your referrals may impact the conditions, they may impact the MMRP, it would be blanket revisions at the board level. So because of the interrelatedness of the different items.
So we possibly don't need Mr. Levy's amendment to the approval, or
I'm going to try this. So if you look at your screen, it would be most helpful if you took item 2, adopt the CEQA findings, supporting approval of alternative A and the EIR, including adoption of the statement overriding consideration, the mitigation monitoring and reporting program, the Stanford Community Plan,
And the GUP.
and the conditions of approval, and then clearly state what you would like modified, or your friendly, what are we calling them, referrals, because those items are all related.
So that's items 2, 3, 4, and 6?
Yeah, that's 2, 3, 4, and 6.
Okay.
I think. Let me see. 1,
And we
2,
could put in Robert's
Yes.
friendly amendment in there?
Right, and then clearly state, reverse commute trips, ADT, whatever your issues are that you would like to refer to the board, do that as one.
Well,
one action. Does that make sense?
Okay, for all of those 4 items, so that we would go back and add that to the one we just passed. And we have a number of things in the referral. There was also getting the nexus for the numbers, I think, when you were talking about this.
So again, some of the things that we talked about was to be able to maybe delay, maybe put in an impact that maybe is tied to the EIR up front, and then be able to study, and maybe halfway through be able to take a look at are there other ways to mitigate other than just a purely percentage that we try and guess right now. Is it possible to literally just go with the EIR mitigation that's stated in the EIR for those 2 items? And then, and let the board, and meanwhile, staff is coming up with something a little more robust and giving that to the board. So we have a default that says the EIR mitigation with the recommendation that the staff thinks about it a little bit more and gives them possibly an outside-the-box alternative and then that would come back to us, right? If they do something that's different from us, that would come back to us.
With regard to the community plan amendments and any zoning amendments, it would come back if it was not addressed in this hearing, during this hearing.
So to the extent you came up with something that was even better, then that would come back to us. Otherwise, the default of the EIR mitigation for those impacts of reverse commute and ADT would be covered under the EIR impacts. Is that defined enough, or do we have to define what the actual mitigation is in the EIR for those items?
That is correct. If you could adopt the mitigation measures for traffic for alternative A as presented in the EIR.
That's valid. That's valid language.
Correct.
Okay.
But wouldn't we then be negating a lot of the conditions of approval?
So the conditions of approval that have been developed to make the use permit finding that the project will not substantially worsen traffic congestion would be eliminated. If the Planning Commission just focused on the EIR mitigations for traffic.
And I would think, without going through in detail, we wouldn't have a clue as to which conditions we would be eliminating.
So peak period, we're going with staff recommendation on the peak period. So we're getting away from peak hour. We're going to peak period. Mm-hmm. And then the other 2 would, by default, go back to the EIR mitigation. Is that a sensible statement, or off track.
That could be the recommendation of the Planning Commission for that approach to be presented to the board.
That would fly.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, but I thought we had talked about doing a referral to look at the reverse commute and the ADT and various other things we've talked about with traffic and come up with something that would go onto the board, and that we would go ahead with approving basically staff's recommendation.
What I'm trying to do is at least pass a baseline that says we recommend the EIR mitigation and we're wanting the staff, and then also send the referral to look at some other things. So at least we have a baseline of what we're saying, and then the board can work off of that and do whatever they think is best.
And may I note that if you adopt the conditions as presented by staff, you would be adopting that baseline, and then you could make a referral to staff to look at modifications to the conditions based on your referral this evening.
Right, that's what I was.
Okay, good. I think that's kind of where we were trying to go, and it's just hard to describe exactly what we want. Okay.
So just to clarify then, what I heard though was that if we were referring or recommending the EIR mitigation, though, that would negate the finding that there would not be significant impacts on traffic congestion. Is that correct? I just wanted to make sure because I think what I heard was the EIR mitigations were not actually going to really mitigate the traffic congestion issue.
The staff's recommendation is both adoption of the EIR mitigations on traffic, and then those were supplemented by separate conditions of approval for traffic in order for the staff to support the project and make the finding that the project will not substantially worsen traffic congestion.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So I have a question. We've talked about we've approved item number 2, adopt CEQA findings, but we may need, we've got a referral that would apply to that. We're talking about adopting the MMR, approving the amendments to the community plan, and approving the general use permit subject to conditions of approval. We've had some suggestions for additions to the conditions of approval. Are we saying that those would be referrals also, or do we need to say we would like to add those as specific conditions?
I think those are two different approaches. I mean, I think on most of them you're adopting the staff recommendation with referrals, but if you want to make specific motions in approving the other documents with specific additional conditions, that's the will of the majority of the Planning Commission.
Okay. So can we, do we still need to bundle those 4 items? But if we want to add some of those conditions of approval, we should do those before we bundle these other items. Is that correct?
Yes. Well, you can do it as part of the bundle. And I think what we'll say, since they're interrelated, the mitigation monitoring reporting program and other approvals will be amended per your recommended changes in the conditions or referrals. I mean, there will be some loose ends since the final language isn't there, but as part of your motion, you would direct staff to amend the mitigation monitoring reporting program to conform with whatever referral or change you're making tonight.
Okay, we've discussed a number of referrals and some possible additions to conditions. Do we want to go back over those, or are we ready to move on and vote, as was mentioned, with the referrals that we've talked about, and I guess there'll all be referrals.
I just would want to, before the motion, the ones on the list besides what we just referred to was just by the bird safe regulations, although it's implied that those would be applied to Stanford and countywide. A review of reduction of event size to require a traffic management plan. I'd also like to request, I mentioned review of the adequacy and affordability of childcare facilities in the GUP, a review of alternative ways to assure graduate student housing rents not exceed 30% of student income. I have a list of request extension of transportation benefits to all workers at Stanford, a request that annual transportation survey reaches all classes of workers at Stanford, and then a referral of review of a Oak resiliency plan for Stanford, and more, let's see, consideration of stronger heritage tree ordinance protections for old native oaks of 100 years or older. And my last one, and I don't know how to word this, would just be to be looking for future opportunities for permanent conservation easements in the foothills per the Stanford Community Plan recommendations in the open space chapter of the current community plan and the proposed new community plan. So those are items that I just wanted to delineate to see if we were on track, in addition to the transportation measures.
Yeah, I had all of those on my list also. And can they all go as referrals? Okay. Does that sound all right with everyone? Okay. So therefore, we can vote on those 4 items, even though we have, is that correct? We'll re-vote on alternative, on the CEQA findings to add these referrals? Okay. So that with
Chairperson Schmidt,
yes.
May I just also make one additional comment? So in the staff presentation, we added an additional revision to condition of approval that's not reflected up there. And we would just ask that under the item for the general use permit, subject to the conditions of approval, including the staff recommended modifications as included in our supplemental packet and staff presentation at tonight's meeting, and that specifically relates to condition 0.5.
Okay. So, it's coming back here, yeah. Yeah, it was only, isn't it yesterday? There it is, okay.
Well, just to be clear, these are referrals you're making to staff to take forward to discuss if they can be implemented. I do know on a few of those you had some feedback earlier on their feasibility or not. So they're not, so the recommendations, referrals to evaluate and present to the board if they can be incorporated into the proposal. So just want to make sure that's the disposition that would go from here.
Yeah, the referral would be researched and referred to the board.
That's correct.
Okay. And here is condition 0.5.
Chair?
Okay, so
just
okay,
one comment on it. Santa Clara Valley Water District changed its name. It's Valley Water now.
Ironically, I just did a contract with them and asked that specific question, and their legal name is still Santa Clara Valley
Oh, is
Water
it?
District.
Oh, they
Correct.
need to change
It's
their
more of a
website.
PR
I'm
move.
just- Really?
Okay.
Is it?
Okay. So, can we still vote on all of those together when we need to mention specific things about the conditions of approval and add this condition 0.5? Okay. So, going back to those 4 items, revote on adopt the CEQA findings supporting alternative A, including adoption of statement of overriding considerations, adoption of the mitigating monitoring and reporting program, approve the proposed amendments to the Stanford Community Plan and land use map per staff recommendation, and approve the general use permit subject to the conditions of approval, including staff recommended modifications as included in our supplemental packet and including condition 0.5 as just reviewed. Does that take care of everything?
Yeah, so in
Okay.
effect, your motion includes reconsideration of your prior vote on the CEQA findings and essentially negating the prior vote and taking a different vote, just for the record.
Okay, and then because we're adding these referrals to all of these items.
It's really, yeah, I mean, we're using the word referral. You're essentially, from what I'm hearing, you're adopting the staff recommendation, but you're making a lot of direction to staff to raise these issues at the board level and to express your opinions on the various issues.
Yes. Okay, Commissioner Levy?
Point of clarification, I don't think we're accepting staff recommendations on the reverse commute and the average daily commute.
Okay.
So we're not, we're accepting staff recommendations on everything with the exception of those 2 items.
Okay.
And so that should be in the motion.
Okay. So, yes, we are accepting staff recommendations except with reverse commute and ADT, but we want them to work on it because they're important. Okay.
So on that, we're recommending the EIR mitigation for those 2 items.
I guess at the present time, that would be.
And sending those referrals that we talked about as a friendly amendment. Who's making this motion anyway?
That's what we have down.
Yeah.
What I heard, if it helps, is on the reverse, you concurred with staff recommendation on the peak period commute trip. Peak hour, peak period.
Right.
Moving on to ADT and the reverse commute, the commission was uncomfortable with the staff recommendation. As council mentioned, that wasn't an EIR mitigation measure. It was a condition linked to a use permit finding. But anyway, back to what the commission recommended. You weren't comfortable with those conditions. You wanted to address those impacts, to rely upon the EIR and the mitigation measures. And the discussion earlier was to continue to study those issues and an approach in which you could have the right into future to develop perhaps a regulatory standard or baseline to look at it. That's pretty loose direction, and it's something we'd have to look at and figure out, but that would be the referral part. So what I heard is you didn't want those conditions, you want the ER mitigation measures, but the referral was to look further into this concept of evaluating further and establish something in the future as a condition that could look at it further.
I second that.
That appropriately has a nexus with the demand from Stanford.
Okay, so who was the firster? You were the seconder? Who was the?
Has there been a motion?
Didn't you make the motion? I thought you were making the motion.
Was I read? Okay, I guess
Yeah.
so.
And I second
All
it.
right. Any further discussion?
Just a question. Does the EIR cover the ADP or the ADT? Is there any mitigation in the EIR for ADT? Because I don't know. I'm not sure there is. EIR does not.
EIR does not address ADT.
Yes, I'm not sure that's I'm not sure that's covered in the motion.
If the EIR doesn't identify a mitigation as needed, then at this point, I'm comfortable with just, if there's no mitigation, then there's no mitigation needed from the EIR.
All right, so the referral
We
then,
could still, I'd still like the referral to go through, but the
referral is
mitigation
really
is
to
whatever's in the E EIR.
is to provide a strategy for identifying the impacts associated with the additional trips generated, both the reverse trip and the ADT, and being able to charge Stanford appropriately for their demand. So that's the clarification on the resolution.
Again, if the EIR says there's no impact,
Well, it's no significant impact.
No
It's not no impact. So the concept is, if we want to mitigate impact, there is an impact. It's just hasn't risen to the level of being a significant impact. So there's still an impact that they potentially requires mitigation.
so staff, would
You
research whatever that impact
But
is.
the idea is to identify what that appropriate mitigation is.
I just say you could rely upon the findings in the IR. So if there's mitigation required, it would be required. If there's no mitigation required, then it would not be required.
That was my intent.
As far as
Okay.
the,
Okay, I think we're getting tired here, so. Okay, we have a motion and a second, and a lot of discussion about this referral, that we do want to have something that will work for ADT and reverse commute. All those in favor of those 4 items as discussed, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. And those for pass unanimously with our referrals and statements. So we just have one left, approve the zoning ordinance map amendment.
I'd like to make a motion, we leave that for Monday. Just
Thank you.
I second
I
that.
rescind that motion.
Okay. Do you have another motion, or does anyone have a motion?
Make a motion, we approve the zoning ordinance map amendment.
Okay, it has been moved and seconded that we approve the zoning ordinance map amendment. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Okay, and that passes unanimously. Okay, it just occurred to me, I think I forgot to close the public hearing after Catherine Palter spoke, so I should close the public hearing. And I think we are about done here. And I just wanted to say a few things that I just want to, and it's been noted by many people that there's, certainly no doubt that Stanford is a great university with a distinguished history and outstanding capabilities for research and a large family of graduates who've made untold contributions to society. And Stanford was really the impetus for, development and success of Silicon Valley and a lot of the Bay Area. And Stanford has continued to grow and continues to lead, innovate, and educate at the highest levels. It also shares cultural, education, and sports events, and its beautiful open spaces with the broad community. And then with the great success and growth, there are issues, particularly housing and transportation, and now we're asking not to have Stanford solve all of these problems for the Bay Area, but we're asking Stanford to continue to be a leader by providing for full mitigation of their current proposed growth. And I would say to use a catchphrase that Stanford uses with alumni events often is leading matters. And Stanford is a great leader, and I know they will continue to be a leader in these areas. And I want to thank everybody and all the people who aren't here now who came to meetings and wrote those hundreds of emails to us and letters. And the depth of analysis and thoughtful comments were very helpful. And I want to mention Scope in particular had done an amazing job of thorough and thoughtful analysis. And then I want to thank Stanford for all of the time and effort and creativity that you have put into this application. And good luck with the Board of Supervisors. And then a huge thank you to staff. for all the efforts and work and analysis and emails and everything that you've done and all the patience that you've had with us. So thank you so very much to all. Other thoughts or comments?
I too would like to thank staff because that was very complicated. I probably had some recommendations just on the amount of paperwork and everything. Peggy, thank you for combining what you could do. The summaries, you guys put a lot of work, but when we just get that 2 seconds before the meeting, unfortunately, that's not as helpful. But the thought was there, and that would have been very helpful. If we could just get people to put their comments in a lot earlier, that would be a blessing. And then, Vicki, just thank you again for your perspective on this, because I really appreciate that. So all of you guys, I learned a lot from you. And I too appreciate the public's input, but there was probably 4 or 5 letters that I just think had a lot of thought put into them and gave us a lot of options kind of on sort of different angles, but you know, some people put a lot of very intelligent effort into this thing, and that was very helpful for me. So I just want to thank those that did it. I can't name them all, but they hopefully know who they are. So.
Okay. Force be with you. Yeah. Okay. So I think since this is a regular meeting, we still have some other business to very quickly go through here. And we're done with this item now, with the Sanford item. Okay. So item number 5, receive report from chairperson. I have no report. Receive reports from commissioners. Any reports here? Okay. Receive report relating to San Martin Planning Advisory Committee. No meeting. Receive report from County Council.
No report of County Council.
Okay, thank you. Receive report from Planning Commission Secretary and Planning Manager.
Please grab some food on your way out.
Okay, thank you. Receive report from Director, Department of Planning and Development.
No report tonight.
Thank you. Announcements and correspondence. There are currently no vacancies on the commission. County of Santa Clara provides reimbursement to appointed commissioners for various expenses. And we received correspondence. And now I'm going to adjourn to our next meeting, which is later in July. It's not July 1st.
That's correct. Instead, it will
It'll be July 20.
Just to read into the record,
4th,
it'll be
5th?
July 25th.
5th, okay. Thank you all, and thank you very much to the commission for great work, a long day and evening. And we'll see you next month.